Punya target jadi akuntan atau auditor di big company? Atau bahkan bermimpi kerja di Big Four? Tapi setelah sadar harus bersaing dengan ribuan orang, rasanya mulai ragu ya. Apalagi masih sering gak pede dengan skill sendiri dan belum punya bekal yang cukup selain IPK. Lalu, gimana bisa stand out dari kandidat lain? FEB hadir sebagai perusahaan dengan misi besar untuk memberdayakan generasi muda agar siap menghadapi dunia kerja. Sebagai mahasiswa akuntansi, kamu bisa mengakses lebih dari 50 pilihan program sertifikasi internasional. Mau ikut sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam mengelola worksheet, memahami formula kompleks, dan automasi dengan makros akan diuji. Mau ikut sertifikasi bookkeeping resmi dari Intuit? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam pembukuan keuangan akan diuji. Dengan sertifikasi, skillmu tervalidasi sesuai dengan standar industri dan menjadi pelengkap sempurna ijazah kamu. Nggak cuma itu, kamu juga bisa mengakses program Career Consultation, dapatkan bimbingan CV, interview, dan personal branding dari HR. Mulai langkahmu sekarang. Ikut sertifikasi internasional untuk raih karir profesional. Spesial di event ini, tersedia program gratis dan diskon sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft. Bersama MyEduSolve, get certified, be qualified. Punya target jadi akuntan atau auditor di big company? Atau bahkan bermimpi kerja di Big Four? Tapi setelah sadar harus bersaing dengan ribuan orang, rasanya mulai ragu ya. Apalagi masih sering gak pede dengan skill sendiri dan belum punya bekal yang cukup selain IPK. Lalu, gimana bisa stand out dari kandidat lain? MyEduSolve hadir sebagai perusahaan dengan misi besar untuk memberdayakan generasi muda agar siap menghadapi dunia kerja. Sebagai mahasiswa akuntansi, kamu bisa mengakses lebih dari 50 pilihan program sertifikasi internasional. Mau ikut sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam mengelola worksheet, memahami formula kompleks, dan automasi dengan makros akan diuji. Mau ikut sertifikasi bookkeeping resmi dari Intuit? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam pembukuan keuangan akan diuji. Dengan sertifikasi, skillmu tervalidasi sesuai dengan standar industri dan menjadi pelengkap sempurna ijazah kamu. Nggak cuma itu, kamu juga bisa mengakses program Career Consultation, dapatkan bimbingan CV, interview, dan personal branding dari HR. Mulai langkahmu sekarang. Ikut sertifikasi internasional untuk raih karir profesional. Spesial di event ini, tersedia program gratis dan diskon sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft. Bersama MyEduSolve, get certified, be qualified. Punya target jadi akuntan atau auditor di big company? Atau bahkan bermimpi kerja di Big Four? Tapi setelah sadar harus bersaing dengan ribuan orang, rasanya mulai ragu ya. Apalagi masih sering gak pede dengan skill sendiri dan belum punya bekal yang cukup selain IPK. Lalu, gimana bisa stand out dari kandidat lain? MyEduSolve hadir sebagai perusahaan dengan misi besar untuk memberdayakan generasi muda agar siap menghadapi dunia kerja. Sebagai mahasiswa akuntansi, kamu bisa mengakses lebih dari 50 pilihan program sertifikasi internasional. Mau ikut sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam mengelola worksheet, memahami formula kompleks, dan automasi dengan makros akan diuji. Mau ikut sertifikasi bookkeeping resmi dari Intuit? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam pembukuan keuangan akan diuji. Dengan sertifikasi, skillmu tervalidasi sesuai dengan standar industri dan menjadi pelengkap sempurna ijazah kamu. Nggak cuma itu, kamu juga bisa mengakses program Career Consultation, dapatkan bimbingan CV, interview, dan personal branding dari HR. Mulai langkahmu sekarang. Ikut sertifikasi internasional untuk raih karir profesional. Spesial di event ini, tersedia program gratis dan diskon sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft. Bersama MyEduSolve, get certified, be qualified. Punya target jadi akuntan atau auditor di big company? Atau bahkan bermimpi kerja di Big Four? Tapi setelah sadar harus bersaing dengan ribuan orang, rasanya mulai ragu ya. Apalagi masih sering gak pede dengan skill sendiri dan belum punya bekal yang cukup selain IPK. Lalu, gimana bisa stand out dari kandidat lain? MyEdusoft hadir sebagai perusahaan dengan misi besar untuk memberdayakan generasi muda agar siap menghadapi dunia kerja. Sebagai mahasiswa akuntansi, kamu bisa mengakses lebih dari 50 pilihan program sertifikasi internasional. Mau ikut sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam mengelola worksheet, memahami formula kompleks, dan otomasi dengan makros akan diuji. Mau ikut sertifikasi bookkeeping resmi dari Intuit? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam pembukuan keuangan akan diuji. Dengan sertifikasi, skillmu tervalidasi sesuai dengan standar industri dan menjadi pelengkap sempurna ijazah kamu. Nggak cuma itu, kamu juga bisa mengakses program Career Consultation, dapatkan bimbingan CV, interview, dan dari HR. Mulai langkahmu sekarang. Ikut sertifikasi internasional untuk raih karir profesional. Spesial di event ini, tersedia program gratis dan diskon sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft. Bersama MyEdusoft, get certified, be qualified. Punya target jadi akuntan atau auditor di big company? Atau bahkan bermimpi kerja di Big Four? Tapi setelah sadar harus bersaing dengan ribuan orang, rasanya mulai ragu ya. Apalagi masih sering gak pede dengan skill sendiri dan belum punya bekal yang cukup selain IPK. Lalu gimana bisa stand out dari kandidat lain? MyEdusoft hadir sebagai perusahaan dengan misi besar untuk memberdayakan generasi muda agar siap menghadapi dunia kerja. Sebagai mahasiswa akuntansi, kamu bisa mengakses lebih dari 50 pilihan program sertifikasi internasional. Mau ikut sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam mengelola worksheet, memahami formula kompleks, dan otomasi dengan makros akan diuji. Mau ikut sertifikasi bookkeeping resmi dari Intuit? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam pembukuan keuangan akan diuji. Dengan sertifikasi, skillmu tervalidasi sesuai dengan standar industri dan menjadi pelengkap sempurna ijazah kamu. Nggak cuma itu, kamu juga bisa mengakses program Career Consultation, dapatkan bimbingan CV, interview, dan personal branding dari HR. Mulai langkahmu sekarang. Ikut sertifikasi internasional untuk raih karir profesional. Spesial di event ini, tersedia program gratis dan diskon sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft. Bersama MyEdusoft, get certified, be qualified. Punya target jadi akuntan atau auditor di big company? Atau bahkan bermimpi kerja di Big Four? Tapi setelah sadar harus bersaing dengan ribuan orang, rasanya mulai ragu ya. Apalagi masih sering gak pede dengan skill sendiri dan belum punya bekal yang cukup selain IPK. Lalu gimana bisa stand out dari kandidat lain? MyEdusoft hadir sebagai perusahaan dengan misi besar untuk memberdayakan generasi muda agar siap menghadapi dunia kerja. Sebagai mahasiswa akuntansi, kamu bisa mengakses lebih dari 50 pilihan program sertifikasi internasional. Mau ikut sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam mengelola worksheet, memahami formula kompleks, dan otomasi dengan makros akan diuji. Mau ikut sertifikasi bookkeeping resmi dari Intuit? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam pembukuan keuangan akan diuji. Dengan sertifikasi, skillmu tervalidasi sesuai dengan standar industri dan menjadi pelengkap sempurna ijazah kamu. Nggak cuma itu, kamu juga bisa mengakses program Career Consultation, dapatkan bimbingan CV, interview, dan personal branding dari HR. Mulai langkahmu sekarang. Ikut sertifikasi internasional untuk raih karir profesional. Spesial di event ini, tersedia program gratis dan diskon sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft. Bersama MyEdusoft, get certified, be qualified. Punya target jadi akuntan atau auditor di big company? Atau bahkan bermimpi kerja di Big Four? Tapi setelah sadar harus bersaing dengan ribuan orang, rasanya mulai ragu ya. Apalagi masih sering gak pede dengan skill sendiri dan belum punya bekal yang cukup selain IPK. Lalu gimana bisa stand out dari kandidat lain? MyEdusoft hadir sebagai perusahaan dengan misi besar untuk memberdayakan generasi muda agar siap menghadapi dunia kerja. Sebagai mahasiswa akuntansi, kamu bisa mengakses lebih dari 50 pilihan program sertifikasi internasional. Mau ikut sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam mengelola worksheet, memahami formula kompleks, dan otomasi dengan makros akan diuji. Mau ikut sertifikasi bookkeeping resmi dari Intuit? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam pembukuan keuangan akan diuji. Dengan sertifikasi, skillmu tervalidasi sesuai dengan standar industri dan menjadi pelengkap sempurna ijazah kamu. Nggak cuma itu, kamu juga bisa mengakses program Career Consultation, dapatkan bimbingan CV, interview, dan personal branding dari HR. Mulai langkahmu sekarang. Ikut sertifikasi internasional untuk raih karir profesional. Spesial di event ini, tersedia program gratis dan diskon sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft. Bersama MyEduSoft, get certified, be qualified.
Dia nggak bisa susah untuk ngomongnya gitu.
Punya target jadi akuntan atau auditor di big company, atau bahkan bermimpi kerja di Big Four? Tapi setelah sadar harus bersaing dengan ribuan orang, rasanya mulai ragu ya. Apalagi masih sering nggak pede dengan skill sendiri dan belum punya bekal yang cukup selain IPK. Lalu gimana bisa stand out dari kandidat lain? MyEduSoft hadir sebagai perusahaan dengan misi besar untuk memberdayakan generasi muda agar siap menghadapi dunia kerja. Sebagai mahasiswa akuntansi, kamu bisa mengakses lebih dari 50 pilihan program sertifikasi internasional. Mau ikut sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam mengelola worksheet, memahami formula kompleks, dan otomasi dengan makros akan diuji. Mau ikut sertifikasi bookkeeping resmi dari Intuit? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam pembukuan keuangan akan diuji. Dengan sertifikasi, skillmu tervalidasi sesuai dengan standar industri dan menjadi pelengkap sempurna ijazah kamu. Nggak cuma itu, kamu juga bisa mengakses program Career Consultation, dapatkan bimbingan CV, interview, dan personal branding dari HR. Mulai langkahmu sekarang. Ikut sertifikasi internasional untuk raih karir profesional. Spesial di event ini, tersedia program gratis dan diskon sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft. Bersama MyEduSoft, get certified, be qualified.
Ya,
Punya target jadi akuntan atau auditor di big company, atau bahkan bermimpi kerja di Big Four? Tapi setelah sadar harus bersaing dengan ribuan orang, rasanya mulai ragu ya. Apalagi masih sering nggak pede dengan skill sendiri dan belum punya bekal yang cukup selain IPK. Lalu gimana bisa stand out dari kandidat lain? MyEduSoft hadir sebagai perusahaan dengan misi besar untuk memberdayakan generasi muda agar siap menghadapi dunia kerja. Sebagai mahasiswa akuntansi, kamu bisa mengakses lebih dari 50 pilihan program sertifikasi internasional. Mau ikut sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam mengelola worksheet, memahami formula kompleks, dan otomasi dengan makros akan diuji. Mau ikut sertifikasi bookkeeping resmi dari Intuit? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam pembukuan keuangan akan diuji. Dengan sertifikasi, skillmu tervalidasi sesuai dengan standar industri dan menjadi pelengkap sempurna ijazah kamu. Nggak cuma itu, kamu juga bisa mengakses program Career Consultation, dapatkan bimbingan CV, interview, dan personal branding dari HR. Mulai langkahmu sekarang. Ikut sertifikasi internasional untuk raih karir profesional. Spesial di event ini, tersedia program gratis dan diskon sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft. Bersama MyEduSoft, get certified, be qualified. Punya target jadi akuntan atau auditor di big company, atau bahkan bermimpi kerja di Big Four? Tapi setelah sadar harus bersaing dengan ribuan orang, rasanya mulai ragu ya. Apalagi masih sering nggak pede dengan skill sendiri dan belum punya bekal yang cukup selain IPK. Lalu gimana bisa stand out dari kandidat lain? MyEduSoft hadir sebagai perusahaan dengan misi besar untuk memberdayakan generasi muda agar siap menghadapi dunia kerja. Sebagai mahasiswa akuntansi, kamu bisa mengakses lebih dari 50 pilihan program sertifikasi internasional. Mau ikut sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam mengelola worksheet, memahami formula kompleks, dan otomasi dengan makros akan diuji. Mau ikut sertifikasi bookkeeping resmi dari Intuit? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam pembukuan keuangan akan diuji. Dengan sertifikasi, skillmu tervalidasi sesuai dengan standar industri dan menjadi pelengkap sempurna ijazah kamu. Nggak cuma itu, kamu juga bisa mengakses program Career Consultation, dapatkan bimbingan CV, interview, dan personal branding dari HR. Mulai langkahmu sekarang. Ikut sertifikasi internasional untuk raih karir profesional. Spesial di event ini, tersedia program gratis dan diskon sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft. Bersama MyEduSolve, get certified, be qualified. Punya target jadi akuntan atau auditor di big company? Atau bahkan bermimpi kerja di Big Four? Tapi setelah sadar harus bersaing dengan ribuan orang, rasanya mulai ragu ya. Apalagi masih sering gak pede dengan skill sendiri dan belum punya bekal yang cukup selain IPK. Lalu, gimana bisa stand out dari kandidat lain? MyEduSolve hadir sebagai perusahaan dengan misi besar untuk memberdayakan generasi muda agar siap menghadapi dunia kerja. Sebagai mahasiswa akuntansi, kamu bisa mengakses lebih dari 50 pilihan program sertifikasi internasional. Mau ikut sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam mengelola worksheet, memahami formula kompleks, dan otomasi dengan makros akan diuji. Mau ikut sertifikasi bookkeeping resmi dari Intuit? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam pembukuan keuangan akan diuji. Dengan sertifikasi, skillmu tervalidasi sesuai dengan standar industri dan menjadi pelengkap sempurna ijazah kamu. Nggak cuma itu, kamu juga bisa mengakses program Career Consultation, dapatkan bimbingan CV, interview, dan personal branding dari HR. Mulai langkahmu sekarang. Ikut sertifikasi internasional untuk raih karir profesional. Spesial di event ini, tersedia program gratis dan diskon sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft. Bersama MyEduSolve, get certified, be qualified. Punya target jadi akuntan atau auditor di big company? Atau bahkan bermimpi kerja di Big Four? Tapi setelah sadar harus bersaing dengan ribuan orang, rasanya mulai ragu ya. Apalagi masih sering gak pede dengan skill sendiri dan belum punya bekal yang cukup selain IPK. Lalu, gimana bisa stand out dari kandidat lain? MyEduSolve hadir sebagai perusahaan dengan misi besar untuk memberdayakan generasi muda agar siap menghadapi dunia kerja. Sebagai mahasiswa akuntansi, kamu bisa mengakses lebih dari 50 pilihan program sertifikasi internasional. Mau ikut sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam mengelola worksheet, memahami formula kompleks, dan otomasi dengan makros akan diuji. Mau ikut sertifikasi bookkeeping resmi dari Intuit? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam pembukuan keuangan akan diuji. Dengan sertifikasi, skillmu tervalidasi sesuai dengan standar industri dan menjadi pelengkap sempurna ijazah kamu. Nggak cuma itu, kamu juga bisa mengakses program Career Consultation, dapatkan bimbingan CV, interview, dan personal branding dari HR. Mulai langkahmu sekarang. Ikut sertifikasi internasional untuk raih karir profesional. Spesial di event ini, tersedia program gratis dan diskon sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft. Bersama MyEduSolve, get certified, be qualified. Punya target jadi akuntan atau auditor di big company? Atau bahkan bermimpi kerja di Big Four? Tapi setelah sadar harus bersaing dengan ribuan orang, rasanya mulai ragu ya. Apalagi masih sering gak pede dengan skill sendiri dan belum punya bekal yang cukup selain IPK. Lalu, gimana bisa stand out dari kandidat lain? MyEduSolve hadir sebagai perusahaan dengan misi besar untuk memberdayakan generasi muda agar siap menghadapi dunia kerja. Sebagai mahasiswa akuntansi, kamu bisa mengakses lebih dari 50 pilihan program sertifikasi internasional. Mau ikut sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam mengelola worksheet, memahami formula kompleks, dan otomasi dengan makros akan diuji. Mau ikut sertifikasi bookkeeping resmi dari Intuit? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam pembukuan keuangan akan diuji. Dengan sertifikasi, skillmu tervalidasi sesuai dengan standar industri dan menjadi pelengkap sempurna ijazah kamu. Nggak cuma itu, kamu juga bisa mengakses program Career Consultation, dapatkan bimbingan CV, interview, dan personal branding dari HR. Mulai langkahmu sekarang. Ikut sertifikasi internasional untuk raih karir profesional. Spesial di event ini, tersedia program gratis dan diskon sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft. Bersama MyEduSoft, get certified, be qualified. Punya target jadi akuntan atau auditor di big company? Atau bahkan bermimpi kerja di Big Four? Tapi setelah sadar harus bersaing dengan ribuan orang, rasanya mulai ragu ya. Apalagi masih sering gak pede dengan skill sendiri dan belum punya bekal yang cukup selain IPK. Lalu, gimana bisa stand out dari kandidat lain? MyEduSoft hadir sebagai perusahaan dengan misi besar untuk memberdayakan generasi muda agar siap menghadapi dunia kerja. Sebagai mahasiswa akuntansi, kamu bisa mengakses lebih dari 50 pilihan program sertifikasi internasional. Mau ikut sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam mengelola worksheet, memahami formula kompleks, dan automasi dengan makros akan diuji. Mau ikut sertifikasi bookkeeping resmi dari Intuit? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam pembukuan keuangan akan diuji. Dengan sertifikasi, skillmu tervalidasi sesuai dengan standar industri dan menjadi pelengkap sempurna ijazah kamu. Nggak cuma itu, kamu juga bisa mengakses program Career Consultation, dapatkan bimbingan CV, interview, dan personal branding dari HR. Mulai langkahmu sekarang. Ikut sertifikasi internasional untuk raih karir profesional. Spesial di event ini, tersedia program gratis dan diskon sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft. Bersama MyEduSoft, get certified, be qualified. Punya target jadi akuntan atau auditor di big company? Atau bahkan bermimpi kerja di Big Four? Tapi setelah sadar harus bersaing dengan ribuan orang, rasanya mulai ragu ya. Apalagi masih sering gak pede dengan skill sendiri dan belum punya bekal yang cukup selain IPK. Lalu, gimana bisa stand out dari kandidat lain? MyEduSoft hadir sebagai perusahaan dengan misi besar untuk memberdayakan generasi muda agar siap menghadapi dunia kerja. Sebagai mahasiswa akuntansi, kamu bisa mengakses lebih dari 50 pilihan program sertifikasi internasional. Mau ikut sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam mengelola worksheet, memahami formula kompleks, dan automasi dengan makros akan diuji. Mau ikut sertifikasi bookkeeping resmi dari Intuit? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam pembukuan keuangan akan diuji. Dengan sertifikasi, skillmu tervalidasi sesuai dengan standar industri dan menjadi pelengkap sempurna ijazah kamu. Nggak cuma itu, kamu juga bisa mengakses program Career Consultation, dapatkan bimbingan CV, interview, dan personal branding dari HR. Mulai langkahmu sekarang. Ikut sertifikasi internasional untuk raih karir profesional. Spesial di event ini, tersedia program gratis dan diskon sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft. Bersama MyEduSoft, get certified, be qualified.
Ular! Ular! Ular!
Untung saya sudah daftar jaminan kecelakaan kerja.
Untung kita juga udah daftar.
Ayo daftar jaminan kecelakaan kerja dari BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. Iurannya 36.800 per bulan. Pasti aman, pasti cair, pasti tenang.
Ikut nggak?
Enggak, mau main sama cucu. Untung saya sudah daftar jaminan hari tua.
Untung tabungan hari tua aman, jadi bisa sering main sama cucu.
Ayo daftar jaminan hari tua dari BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. 36.800 per bulan. Pasti aman, pasti cair, pasti tenang.
Yuk, daftar. Gimana kalau kita dibuatin bunga ini ya, Dek?
Janganlah, Uni. Anakku masih kecil.
Dek! 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 Untung udah daftar jaminan kematian. Anak bisa dapat beasiswa juga. Daftar BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. 36.800 per bulan. Pasti aman, pasti cair, pasti tenang.
Bang, beli bunganya bang.
Ini yang BCA percaya, tentang generasi yang selalu berambisi dan penuh percaya diri. Yang leadership yang kuat dan problem solving yang tepat. Yang komunikatif dan strategi keuangannya efektif. Yang mudah jalin koneksi dan jago kasih solusi. Yang banyak ide inovasi dan semangatnya menginspirasi. Yang setia jadi andalan, tulus membantu saat dibutuhkan. Si, BCA percaya generasi ini. Generasi yang kadang dilihat sebelah mata, padahal full of potential. So, if you believe you are part of it, join BCA sekarang. Karena BCA, believe you can.
Paragon Corp, the largest and market leader of cosmetics industry in Indonesia with
Ular! Ular! Ular!
Untung saya sudah daftar jaminan kecelakaan kerja.
Untung kita juga udah daftar.
Ayo daftar jaminan kecelakaan kerja dari BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. Iurannya 36.800 per bulan. Pasti aman, pasti cair, pasti tenang.
Ikut nggak?
Enggak, mau main sama cucu. Untung saya sudah daftar jaminan hari tua.
Untung tabungan hari tua aman, jadi bisa sering main sama cucu.
Ayo daftar jaminan hari tua dari BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. 36.800 per bulan. Pasti aman, pasti cair, pasti tenang.
Yuk, daftar. Gimana kalau kita dibuatin bunga ini ya, Dek?
Janganlah Uni, anakku masih
Dek! 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 Untung udah daftar jaminan kematian. Anak bisa dapat beasiswa juga. Daftar BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. 36.800 per bulan. Pasti aman, pasti cair, pasti tenang.
Bang, beli bunganya bang.
Ini yang BCA percaya, tentang generasi yang selalu berambisi dan penuh percaya diri. Yang leadership yang kuat dan problem solving yang tepat. Yang komunikatif dan strategi keuangannya efektif. Yang mudah jalin koneksi dan jago kasih solusi. Yang banyak ide inovasi dan semangatnya menginspirasi. yang setia jadi andalan, tulus membantu saat dibutuhkan. See, BCA percaya generasi ini. Generasi yang kadang dilihat sebelah mata, padahal full of potential. So, if you believe you are part of it, join BCA sekarang. Karena BCA, believe you can.
Paragon Corp, the largest and market leader of cosmetics industry in Indonesia with 13 proud brands. Together with more than 10,000 Paragonians, we have a mission to serve benevolently and grow sustainably with our creators' blessings. By the collaboration of Paragonian with local and global experts, we built the largest cosmetics research and innovation center in Southeast Asia. Our factory, we spread the goodness of our products to 43 distribution centers all over Indonesia and Malaysia. It's our responsibility to create equal access for education, health, women empowerment, and care for environment. Because we are enabling goodness beyond business.
Kesuksesan selalu berawal dari sebuah harapan. Harapan untuk menghidupi visi yang besar. Itulah kenapa kami tahun 1921, Hokan Holdings Limited memulai perjalanannya di Otaru, Hokkaido. Dinilah Hokkai Can Warehouse Co. Limited lahir dan berekspansi secara masif. 8 dekade kemudian, sekelompok insinyur dan ahli di Indonesia mendirikan PT Delta Pack Industri. Didukung kecanggihan teknologi Eropa, Delta Pack hadir menciptakan produk-produk berdaya saing tinggi. Tahun 2019 menjadi tahun bersejarah di mana Hokan Holdings Limited bergabung dengan PT Delta Pack Industri menjadi PT Hokan Delta Pack Industri. Berbekal pencapaian dari kedua belah pihak, Hokan Delta Pack berkembang menjadi produsen kemasan plastik, makanan dan minuman yang dipercaya berbagai brand ternama di Indonesia. Itulah perjalanan yang membawa kami hingga saat ini. Hokan Delta Pack telah berevolusi menjadi perusahaan multinasional yang berkomitmen membawa nilai, dedikasi, dan aspirasi yang konsisten. Komitmen ini telah mendorong kami menjadi produsen kemasan plastik terpercaya, mitra terbaik bagi bisnis Anda. Lebih dari itu, seluruh pabrik dan fasilitas kami telah didukung teknologi modern, menjamin kualitas produk yang sempurna dan bebas kontaminasi. Kami bangga menjadi pelopor teknologi inovatif Structured Lightweight Products, struktur yang lebih ringan dan hemat biaya tanpa mengurangi kualitas. Kini, inovasi kami telah dianut menjadi standar industri nasional. Seiring dengan pertumbuhan sektor FMCG dan F&B yang pesat, produk kami dirancang dengan berbagai keunggulan yang menjawab kebutuhan masa kini. Tim peneliti dan pengembangan kami akan senantiasa memberikan solusi terbaik untuk Anda. Quality control adalah fokus kami dalam setiap proses produksi. Kami menggunakan pelet murni 100% tanpa bahan kimia tambahan, sehingga produk Hokan Delta Pack terjamin halal, aman, dan layak digunakan sehari-hari. Hokan Delta Pack percaya bahwa keberlanjutan sebuah mahakarya terletak di balik tangan penciptanya. Para pemimpin, pejuang, pencipta, ilmuwan, penemu, para visioner. Inilah misi kami, berinvestasi pada sumber daya manusia, memotivasi dan mendukung sepenuh hati. Kami memastikan setiap individu menjadi ahli dalam bidangnya. Semangat, kerja keras, dan ketekunan seluruh rekan stakeholder telah membawa Hokan Delta Pack kepada pengakuan dan penghargaan global. Hal tersebut membuktikan komitmen Hokan Delta Pack sebagai manufaktur thermoform dan PET packaging kelas dunia yang selalu dapat diandalkan. Kami berdedikasi untuk menjadi inovator terkemuka dalam industri manufaktur plastik di Indonesia maupun di seluruh dunia. Dan inilah kehormatan dan kebanggaan kami. Bersinergi membangun ekonomi Indonesia bersama Anda. Hokan Delta Pack Industri, mitra kepercayaan Anda.
Bersama Coca-Cola.
Punya target jadi akuntan atau auditor di big company? Atau bahkan bermimpi kerja di Big Four? Tapi setelah sadar harus bersaing dengan ribuan orang, rasanya mulai ragu ya. Apalagi masih sering nggak pede dengan skill sendiri dan belum punya bekal yang cukup selain IPK. Lalu, gimana bisa stand out dari kandidat lain? MyEdusoft hadir sebagai perusahaan dengan misi besar untuk memberdayakan generasi muda agar siap menghadapi dunia kerja. Sebagai mahasiswa akuntansi, kamu bisa mengakses lebih dari 50 pilihan program sertifikasi internasional. Mau ikut sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam mengelola worksheet, memahami formula kompleks, dan automasi dengan makros akan diuji. Mau ikut sertifikasi bookkeeping resmi dari Intuit? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam pembukuan keuangan akan diuji. Dengan sertifikasi, skillmu tervalidasi sesuai dengan standar industri dan menjadi pelengkap sempurna ijazah kamu. Nggak cuma itu, kamu juga bisa mengakses program Career Consultation, dapatkan bimbingan CV, interview, dan personal branding dari HR. Mulai langkahmu sekarang. Ikut sertifikasi internasional untuk raih karir profesional. Spesial di event ini, tersedia program gratis dan diskon sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft. Bersama MyEdusoft, get certified, be qualified.
What kind of tomorrow do you want to shape? A connected world, working together to prosper and thrive. Training as a chartered accountant puts you in a position to make a real difference, giving you the skills and perspectives to build the tomorrow you want. Become a difference maker. Become a chartered accountant.
And
Welcome to the 26th Indonesia Accounting Fair.
the biggest and the oldest international scale accounting fair held by students in Indonesia.
Now, as your master of ceremonies, we would like to introduce ourselves to you. My name is Angelina.
And I am Kevin.
It is our pleasure to accompany you throughout today's seminar.
This event is benefited with 6 cum for the batch of 2023 and earlier, 4 cum for the batch of 2022 and above. There will also be an exhibition outside where participants who meet all the requirements can earn 3 cum for the batch of 2023 and earlier and 1 cum for the batch of 2022 and above. Additionally, CPD is provided by the Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountants or Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia.
Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia is the recognized professional accountancy organization in Indonesia. Established in December 23, 1957, Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia continues to serve and develop the accountancy profession in the country through, among others, establishment of the Chartered Accountant Indonesia qualification and other professional accountancy certifications, continuous education and training, and standard-setting activities. Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia is home to Indonesian accountants from different backgrounds, public accountants, educators, private sector accountants, tax, and forensic accountants.
Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia is responsible for the organization of the Chartered Accountants exams, safeguarding professional accountants' competence to continuous education and training, establishment of the code of ethics and standards relevant to the profession, and establishment of member discipline. This is in line with the Institute's vision to be at the forefront in the development of the accounting education and practice, oriented in ethics, social responsibility, and the environment, both nationally and globally.
Ladies and gentlemen, chartered accountants go beyond their traditional role in today's rapidly changing landscape. Chartered accountants have been transformed into difference makers, significantly impacting society. No longer limited to finance, chartered accountants are trusted guardians of data and information, driving transformative business change and influencing decisions that impact society's well-being.
If you see possibility and progress first and the numbers second, chartered accountancy could be for you. Be a chartered accountant and be a difference maker.
We would also like to thank our sponsors, Prodia,
BNI,
PT Hokan Delta Pack Industri,
GNV Consulting,
KAP Cahyadi dan Tamara, Bayroy Tamara, dan David Wijaya,
BPJS Ketenagakerjaan,
Getuk,
My EduSolve,
Vika,
Tora Tools,
Itoen,
Deorex,
Onyx,
Avoskin,
Paragon Corp,
Coca-Cola,
Suara HT Jakarta,
BSM Entertainment,
Lampu Ijo,
BCA,
KAP Henry Ferdi dan rekan,
Iluni FEB UI,
Batavia, Malaka Trust Wungan Insurance,
IM3 Indosat,
Indonesia Stock Exchange.
and Wonderly, body lotion Indonesia pertama yang mendapatkan rekor muri dan cocok di semua jenis kulit. We would also like to thank our official media partner, Line Indonesia,
Metro TV,
Tempo.co,
Akurat.co,
Kompasiana,
Marketeers,
Gandeng Foundation,
Isaac UI,
Talent Growth,
Media Indonesia,
Ruang Seminar,
Prilio.net,
HIPMI UI,
Aktual.com,
Kata Data,
PRFM News,
Yang on Top,
Opal,
Majalah Stabilitas,
BDTC News,
Berita 1,
and acara mahasiswa.
who have supported us in making this event possible. Before we proceed, we would like to invite everyone to stand up and sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
As for today's seminar, we raised the grand theme of Journey to Carbon Neutrality, Controlling Corporate Emissions Through Advancements in the Accounting Sector.
We will thoroughly discuss and bring the best approaches on how and why businesses should play a critical role in leveraging innovations in accounting practices, digital tools to reduce emissions, and foster sustainability.
We hope that this seminar would provide insights and awareness about the vital role of technological advancements and the digitalization of accounting processes in supporting businesses to align with global carbon neutrality goals.
Before going further, we would like to inform you about today's agenda. Today's seminar will begin with the opening remarks by Mr. Basuki Cahayapurnama and Mr. Bambang Brojonegoro.
Up next, we will have the keynote session of the seminar, which will be talking about the urge to implement carbon accounting amidst current environmental challenges by Mr. Jordan Lee.
Then, we will have the first session of the seminar, which will be talking about breaking down the concepts of carbon accounting in corporate practices by Mrs. Nilo Putu Yuniari, Mrs. Lutfiana Kartika Larasati, and Mr. Suripno.
Afterwards, we will have the strategic insight session of the seminar, which will be talking about bridging national policy and practices in fostering carbon accountability. Due to important duties, Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan is not able to attend, and we are proud to announce that he will be represented by Mr. Septian Haryoseto as a member of the National Economic Council of Indonesia.
Lastly, there will be the second session, which will be talking about exploring the real-life applications of carbon accounting and its future potential by Mr. Edwin Hartanto, Mr. Dwi Cahyonugroho, and Mrs. Debbie Reynata. To start today's seminar, we are pleased to have Mrs. Desi Adariani as the Head of Department of Accounting FEB. To Mrs. Desi, we welcome you to the stage.
Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, honored participants, including our students and also from external parties. Good afternoon and warm welcome to all of you to the international seminar of the 26th Indonesia Accounting Fair. It is a great honor to be here among students, professionals, academics, and other parties who share a collective vision for sustainability and progress in the accounting sector. As you know, that accounting will have to play a significant role in the sustainability issues. So for the theme today, Journey to Carbon Neutrality, Controlling Corporate Emissions Through Advancements in the Accounting Sector. So we hope that the global environment concerns become increasingly pressing. The role of accountants is evolving beyond traditional financial management. So I'm sure that all of the students have already been familiar with this evolving role beyond traditional financial management. So we as accountants now play a crucial role in measuring, reporting, and ensuring corporate accountability, corporate disclosures, corporate accounting, and in reducing carbon emissions and adopting sustainable business practices. So I hope that you all will be benefited from hearing from distinguished figures who will share their insights and expertise. We are honored to welcome our distinguished speakers and also who will give the opening remarks. Provide us with valuable perspectives on the intersection of corporate accountability and environmental sustainability. And also, we are excited to have our keynote speaker, Mr. Jordan Lee, who will enlighten us with his knowledge on how advancements in accounting can drive the journey towards carbon neutrality and sustainable business practices. So I think that with the issuance of maybe in 2027, at the beginning of 2027, we will have the new standards around sustainability. So I hope that this event will be very beneficial to us in enlightening us with the knowledge of the carbon accounting. And also I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to all our speakers, panelists, moderators, everyone who has worked tirelessly to bring this event. And also, of course, the committee of Indonesia Accounting Fair. And to the organizing committee for their dedication and hard work in making this seminar to happen today. Yeah. To all participants, I encourage you to engage actively, exchange ideas, ask many questions, and take full advantage of this valuable learning opportunity. May the seminar serve as an inspiration for us to all to integrate sustainability into corporate strategies and contribute to a greener future. So even though maybe most of you are students, but of course you will be the future leaders in the future professionals, and we hope that you will contribute to the carbon accounting and also the other sustainability issues in the future. So I officially open this international seminar, Indonesia Accounting Fair, and I wish you all insightful and impactful discussion ahead. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
Desi Adariani for the speech.
Next, please welcome Angie Christina as Chief Executive of Studi Profesionalisme Akuntan FEB UI. To Angie, please welcome to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I would like to extend my warmest greeting to Ms. Desi as Head of the Accounting Department, Faculty of Economic and Business, University of Indonesia. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Angie Christina, and I'm serving as the Chief Executive of Studi Profesionalisme Akuntan FEB UI 2025. It's a great honor to welcome all of you to the international seminar of the 26th Indonesia Accounting Fair. This year's theme, Journey to Carbon Neutrality, Controlling Corporate Emission Through Advancement in the Accounting Sector, is both timely and critical. As we move toward a more sustainable future, the role of accounting in controlling corporate emission cannot be overstated. Through innovation in carbon accounting, we can not only measure, but also reduce the environmental impact of businesses, ensuring that sustainability becomes an integral part of their strategy. Today's seminar will explore the critical intersection of accounting, regulation, and technology in reducing corporate emission. We will hear from all incredible speaker, industry expert on the latest advancement in carbon accounting and gain insight into real-world case that demonstrate the practical application. Together, today, we'll explore how our profession can lead the charge toward a more sustainable future. And I also would like to take a moment to sincerely appreciate the incredible organizing committee behind this event. This amount of hard work, dedication, and passion that has gone into making this seminar possible is truly commendable. Without the relentless effort of each team member, today's event would not be the success that it is. Once again, welcome, and I hope you all enjoy the session and live inspired with new insight. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie Christina, for the speech.
Next, we are giving our warmest welcome to Christopher Sutanto as the Project Officer of the 26th Indonesia Accounting Fair to deliver an opening speech. To Chris, we welcome you to the stage.
To my honored guests, our opening remark speaker, Mr. Bambang and Mr. Ahok, and also our keynote speaker, Mr. Jordan Lee, and to the head of accounting department, Mrs. Desi, and the chief of SPFBUI, Angie Christina, and to all of our amazing speakers that are not present yet, your contribution to this event means a lot to us. To my beloved committee, the 26th Indonesia Accounting Fair, thank you so much for arranging this beautiful event today. Last but not least, to all my fellow participants, thank you for attending our event and welcome to the international seminar. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Christopher, and this year I was trusted on leading the Indonesia Accounting Fair, the biggest and the oldest accounting event in Indonesia. So, I'd like to share a very interesting story. A couple of years ago, I was just scrolling through YouTube and I found this very interesting video that talks about how some companies create a marketing gimmick using their sustainability program. And that really misleads their consumers. So at that time, I was still a kid and I didn't really think much about it. So I just let it slide. And then a couple of years next, when I learned new things, I found out that that is somewhat the harsh truth. So till this date, I'm still asking the same question. Do companies do sustainable program for profit, or do they really do it for the sake of our environment? So it is actually true. It is called greenwashing. In Indonesia's rapidly developing economy, we must create a change because the fact is, as of today, we still could not balance our economic growth with sustainability. So as our capital productivity increases, so will carbon emissions. We need to look on an answer to the question, how can we balance economic growth and also sustainability? So this seminar today, I really hope that we could answer that question, and this seminar could help us create a pathway to tackle this rising concern on sustainability. Help us get closer on finding the answer on how do we answer the question, how do we balance economic growth and sustainability? Once again, welcome to the 26th Indonesia Accounting Fair International Seminar. We are very thrilled to have you here, and we hope you find this event both memorable and insightful. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher Sutanto, for the speech.
Before we start the session, we would like to inform you that there will be an attendance form before and after the break. We would like to remind you that participants will only receive their e-certificate if they have filled out the attendance form for each session. Please fill out the form by scanning the QR code on the screen or check out the Zoom chat box instead.
We are honored to begin today's seminar with opening remarks from two distinguished speakers who bring valuable perspectives. First, we will hear from Mr. Basuki Cahayapurnama. Due to important duties, Mr. Basuki Cahayapurnama is not able to attend in person, and he will be giving his speech virtually.
Mr. Basuki Cahayapurnama, commonly known as Ahok, served as the governor of Jakarta from 2014 to 2017. He was renowned for his policies on budget transparency and bureaucratic reform. After his tenure as governor, he was appointed as the President Commissioner of PT Pertamina Persero, serving from 2019 to 2024.
He frequently garnered public attention for his results-oriented approach and integrity. His career reflects a strong dedication to driving positive change in both government and corporate sector. Ahok is a prominent figure in fighting corruption in Indonesia, delivering him recognitions such as the Bung Hatta Anti-Corruption Award and the Anti-Corruption Figure of 2006 from Koalisi Kebersamaan Tiga Pilar Kemitraan.
Honorable Pak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, and also distinguished speaker and participant of International Accounting Fair. Thank you. Give me the opportunity to give this speech. Talking about accounting fair, I want to congratulate the University of Indonesia accounting student. I think this is one of the largest and important international scale for annual accounting event in Indonesia. Congratulations for this event. Talking about the environment, sustainability, When I was in Pertamina, I was thinking, why we don't use our geothermal as the backbone of all the zero emission energy? Because it's abundant power in Indonesia. Why we still have to use the fossil? I know fossil price is cheap, but we also want zero emission. What the relationship with the accounting? We cannot use a traditional account system when we talk about how to count the emission, how to count the carbon credit. So we have to ready for this. We have to ready use a technology, how to measure the carbon credit, how to count it, and what the benefit for our country, especially in the income. As a divisa, we have abundant, like we say, large forests. How we have a technology to measure it, and we can get how the accounting system can put it in the account system. That's very important for the future. That's why for me, the most important is consistency from the government. When you agree about this green policy, about this carbon credit, you have to be really consistent, and you have to stand firm to reach the goal. You cannot change the policy on the halfway because the politics. We have to make sure first and make everything transparent. So the international community will appreciate what our policy, and we can work together for this. And talk about technology, talk about the system. The world, we are facing rapid change in every sector. That's why the policy have to very advance to meet the requirement of the technology, of the investor, and for the country and for the people. But I still believe, you talk about zero emission, I know one day we can find the capture emission technology with the very low cost. But one thing you have to know, Indonesia is gifted from God the geothermal. Whatever the technology you use, you still need the backbone for the energy. And I still believe geothermal is one of the best as a comparative advantage of Indonesia. So I hope this seminar can be fruitful, not only for us as individually, but also for our international community. Good luck and thank you.
To Mr. Basuki Cahaya Purnama for the speech.
Next, we will hear from Mr. Bambang Brojonegoro. Mr. Bambang Brojonegoro, born on October 3rd, 1966, is a renowned economist and former government official with a distinguished career in academia and public service. He has held key positions such as Minister of Research and Technology, Minister of National Development Planning, and Minister of Finance under President Joko Widodo. An alumnus of Universitas Indonesia and the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, he is an expert in development and regional economics.
In addition to academia, Mr. Bambang has contributed to the corporate sector as a commissioner and consultant for state-owned enterprises like PT PLN and PT Telkom. His expertise in urban development and decentralization has solidified his reputation as a leading figure in Indonesia's economic advancement. To Mr. Bambang Brojonegoro, we welcome you to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon, everybody. and warm greetings to all of you. All the distinguished guests, academia, professional, and practitioners in the field of accounting and business, and of course, our beloved students from various universities, both domestic and international, esteemed speakers and panelists, and of course, the organizing committee and all participants of the 26th Indonesia Accounting Fair International Seminar. It is a great honor for me to be part of this prestigious event. The 26th Indonesia Accounting Fair, which has been a leading platform for accounting professionals and students in Indonesia for over 25 years. This event is not only a forum for enhancing knowledge and skills, but also a crucial initiative in raising awareness about the challenges and opportunities in modern accounting, particularly in relation to business sustainability and the green economy. This year's seminar theme, Journey to Carbon Neutrality, Controlling Corporate Emission Through Advancement in the Accounting Sector, is highly relevant in today's world, where the transition to a low-carbon economy is global priority. With increasing awareness of the environmental impact of economic activities, the role of accountants in managing, measuring, and reporting carbon emission has become more critical than ever. Climate change is one of the most pressing global challenges that requires a collective response from all sectors, including business and industry. Indonesia has committed to achieving net zero emission by 2060, as outlined in the long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilient 2050. In this context, carbon accounting serves as a vital tool in ensuring that companies can effectively manage, measure, and transparently report their emission. Indonesia has taken significant steps in supporting emission reduction through carbon pricing mechanism, which include the emission trading system, ETS, and carbon tax. Additionally, Indonesia Carbon Exchange, or ICX, has become the primary platform for carbon trading, allowing companies to buy and sell emission allowances to balance their carbon footprint. As of January 10, 2025, ICX has recorded a total carbon trading volume of 1,040,053 CO2 equivalent, indicating strong participation from business in carbon markets. A total carbon trade value with the value around 55.2 trillion rupiah, demonstrating that carbon trading has become an integral part of corporate sustainability strategies. And a total retired carbon credit volume of 428,133 CO2 equivalent, meaning that an increasing number of companies are using carbon trading mechanism to achieve their net zero emission target. Currently, ICX has registered more than 2.9 million CO2 equivalents worth of projects, covering a variety of green energy initiatives, such as PLTP Lahendong, Unit 5 and 6, from PT Pertamina Geothermal Energy. The construction of a gas-fired power plant at PLTGU Block 3 from the PLN subsidiary at Muara Karang. And then operation of mini hydropower plant, PLTM Gunung Wugul. Furthermore, the number of participants in carbon trading has increased by 525% from September 2023 to January 2025, reflecting growing awareness and commitment from various industries to reduce carbon emission. The field of accounting is undergoing significant transformation, shifting from traditional financial reporting to sustainability reporting, which encompasses environmental, social, and governance, or ESG aspects. Companies are now expected to disclose not only their financial performance, but also their environmental and social impact. Several widely adopted sustainability reporting standards include Global Reporting Initiative, or GRI, Sustainability Accounting Standard Board, SASB, Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, or TCFD. Sustainability reporting not only enhances transparency and accountability, but also adds value to companies by attracting investors who are increasingly focused on green investment. Technology plays a crucial role in transforming carbon accounting. Artificial intelligence, blockchain, big data analytics, and the IoT, Internet of Things, are now enabling businesses to measure and report carbon emissions with greater or better precision and efficiency. For instance, blockchain technology in carbon accounting enhances transparency and ensures that carbon transactions are recorded securely, preventing manipulation of emission data. AI and big data analytics also allow companies to perform predictive analysis of emission patterns and identify optimal solution for reduction. With this advancement, accountants are no longer just financial record keepers, they are becoming strategic partners in corporate sustainability management. Based on the data and development presented, it is clear that carbon trading, carbon accounting, and sustainability-focused technology have become essential drivers in global transition toward a low-carbon economy. Indonesia Carbon Exchange, or ICX, plays a key role as a strategic instrument in accelerating corporate sustainability goals, while also creating economic incentive for companies that adopt environmentally responsible business practices. However, challenges remain, particularly in increasing corporate participation in carbon pricing mechanism and ensuring that all carbon reporting follows international standards. Therefore, collaboration among academia, the business sector, and policymakers is crucial to accelerate the path to net zero emission. I extend my sincere appreciation to Universitas Indonesia and the organizing committee of the 26th Indonesia Accounting Fair for initiating this important discussion. I'm confident that this seminar will serve as a productive forum to exchange insight and strengthen cooperation in developing sustainable and responsible business practices. With this, I'd like to end my speech, and I really hope that all of you can enjoy the rest of the seminar and coming out with productive outcome. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Bambang Brojonegoro, for the speech. We welcome you back to the stage. Next, we will hand out a certificate to Mr. Bambang Brojonegoro as our speaker for the opening remarks of the seminar.
We welcome Mr. Bambang to the stage. We would like to invite Christopher Sutanto as the project officer of the 26th Indonesia Accounting Fair to give the placard and certificate to the speaker. This will be accompanied by a group photo. To Chris, we welcome you to the stage.
The placard and certificate will be given to Mr. Bambang Brojonegoro as the second speaker for the opening remarks. Thank you, Mr. Bambang Brojonegoro. You may now leave the stage. Once again, thank you, Mr. Basuki Cahaya Purnama and Mr. Bambang Brojonegoro for participating in this event.
We are about to proceed to the keynote session with the theme of the urge to implement carbon accounting amidst current environmental challenges. We are proud to mention that today we are accompanied by Mr. Jordan Lee.
Mr. Jordan Lee is an expert in energy transition and climate policy, currently serving as manager at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Since 2022, he had advised the Indonesian government on the Just Energy Transition Partnership, electric vehicle policies, and carbon market development, while also helping establish TBI's Vietnam office.
Previously, Mr. Jordan worked in Qatar as a consultant with McKinsey & Company and as a research fellow at Qatar University, where he led sustainability research and developed decarbonization strategies for global energy companies. Recently, he served as a strategy advisor for COP29 in Azerbaijan.
To Mr. Jordan, we welcome you to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you very much to the event organizers for inviting me to speak, and for all of you for coming to listen. Let me make sure. Okay, there we go. Sound seems to be working. I believe I also have some slides that I was going to share, so I want to make sure those are available. Excellent. There we go. Thank you. So yes, as described, my name is Jordan Lee. I'm a manager with the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, or TBI for short. We're active in around 40 countries globally, but here in Indonesia, we're working on various topics, not just energy and climate, which is the work that I lead, but also in areas of health, financial inclusion, and digital government. Congratulations to the event organizers on such a successful and it seems wide-reaching event today. Thank you all again for attending. And with that, I think we'll go ahead and get started with the material. And I'm told I have 30 minutes for this speech, so if I'm speaking too long, I'm sure someone will come and get me off the stage. But yeah, with no further ado, let's continue. As discussed, the topic today is the urge to implement carbon accounting amidst environmental challenges. And if you look at the program today, there are quite a few speakers with a lot of accounting experience, and I'm sure they will go into a lot of the details around the specifics and challenges and benefits of carbon accounting. So in this keynote address, I actually wanted to start by taking a step back and looking at, let's say, some of the bigger picture of why we are kind of doing all of this. So if I start by going to the first slide, let's see if there we go. The first point that I wanted to make was just some good news, is that, over the last several decades, the world has made a lot of progress in increasing health, prosperity, education across a number of dimensions. This is true both globally as well as in Indonesia specifically. We're looking at just life expectancy and literacy rate here, but I could have listed any number of metrics. Basically, most measures of well-being have gotten a lot better since the 1950s and 60s. But that does not mean that we can stop growing. If we go to the next slide, we will see that even though this growth has been remarkable and encouraging, it is important that this growth continues. Again, if we look globally, we have nearly 700 million people around the world who are living below poverty or without access to electricity. And if we stay focused here just on Indonesia, we see that there are still, at least in 2023, over 21% of children, or about 4.5 million children, we're still experiencing stunting due to lack of access to sufficient nutrition. And all this means is that it is important that the world continues developing, continues seeing that growth that it has seen over the last several decades. And as a result, you see governments all over the world, again, including here in Indonesia, prioritizing economic growth, with the current president making this 8% economic growth figure a key factor in his policies. So now we've set the stage where things have been getting better, but things need to keep getting better in order to make sure that those benefits are shared equitably across the globe. So if we go to the next slide, this is where the challenge starts to emerge. And that's because over that same period of all those well-being improvements, that growth has been accompanied by significant increases in emissions and other environmental impacts as well. The blue bars you're seeing are the growth in emissions, while the black bars are growth in, let's say, national wealth, GDP. And while the relationship is weakening a bit, the correlation is not as tight as it used to be, it is still there. So more growth is going to mean more emissions if we use the previous paths that we have used so far. However, those emissions have had an impact, and we see that in the ever-increasing temperatures that we see around the world. So again, if we look at the chart on the left-hand side, this is a view of the change in temperature according to a baseline. And if you see where we were at least in 1970, you can take that as 0. We are now around 1.5 to 1.75 degrees Celsius above that threshold, which if it's just the temperature outside, does not feel like that much of a change. But on a global average level, this is where we start to see impacts happen that are actually changing the way that the kind of weather and overall climate behaves. And so due to this increasing global temperature, if we go to the next slide again, we have seen changes in both the occurrence and impact of, let's say, major natural disasters. So if we look at kind of the previous decade, so 1980 to 1999, we had, a set number was around about 4,000 major natural disasters. If we look at the past 2 decades, so from 2000 until 2020, that number saw a significant increase. And we saw the same feature happen with the amount of damage or the cost caused or the losses incurred due to these disasters. And even more significantly, you do see a similar trend in the number of people impacted and even worse, whose lives are lost due to these natural disasters. And again, if we look just at Indonesia, in a 2023 interview, Minister of Finance Ibu Sri Mulyani, she estimated that in 2030, if these climate impacts continue with no additional efforts taken, they could result in losses of about 1.4 trillion, 1.4 quadrillion or 1,380 trillion rupiah to the economy. So there is real, let's say, stakes here in terms of what these impacts are doing to both the country economically and also to just people's livelihoods in a more personal level. So that is the challenge. And so if we move on to the next slide, that gets us to where we are today. Is that we know if we keep growing in the same way we have been growing over the last several decades, we will continue to see worsening climate impacts. So if we go to one more slide forward, we will see what stands before us now, there we go, is that this question of, or this idea of green growth, or in how can we find a way to grow the economy to increase prosperity in a way that does not increase environmental impacts or emissions, that is really the key challenge facing not just governments, not just societies, not just businesses, but really all of us. Finding a way to break this link between growth and environmental impact is both a challenge. It is a challenge because we've been doing it this way for a long time, but it is also a significant opportunity, much in the way that the kind of advent of the internet was a major economic opportunity. If we think even just 20 years ago, the way that we all interacted with the economy was quite different. And we see a similar trend here. A recent report from McKinsey estimates that products aligned with, let's say, a more environmentally friendly future, they see sales being around $12 trillion by 2030. What's more than that, if we look out even further to the future, 2050, the amount of, let's say, global wealth or value add to GDP unlocked by this new net zero pathway is estimated to be around $10 trillion. Now, that's a lot of money. It is almost hard to even imagine what that means. All it means to show is that there is a financial reason to find a way to reduce environmental impact beyond just the fact that it will lead to overall improved livelihoods and less, frankly, suffering for so many people. So that's kind of where we want to go. And as mentioned, every part of society has a role in this. Governments certainly have a role, and that is the work that I am doing and I've been privileged to do here in Indonesia. But businesses also have a key role. And if we go to the next slide, we'll look a bit why business is such an important element kind of this puzzle. And one is just when you look at businesses globally overall, they do have a very large environmental impact. And now the question of what is a business and what is not a business can be a bit challenging to segment. For example, is a family working on their farm, does that count as a business? But what we see here on the left is just the biggest scale corporations that exist. People that make things like cement and chemicals, things that you as an individual are never going to buy. These are only kind of used to build the base products that we use every day. And even just looking at that, what those businesses produce, it's about half, actually now more than half of the world's emissions. So this is a big part of the challenge that we're seeing just looking at businesses overall. But even beyond the fact that, okay, businesses have a large environmental impact. I think we all, or a lot of us knew that coming in. There are certain qualities that businesses have that also make them uniquely able to lead and have a more of a leadership function in this kind of climate fight. And the one is that businesses usually have a both higher capacity for and incentive to innovate. Basically, they can do new things faster than almost any other part of the ecosystem. Businesses, they can try new products, new approaches, and they also often have both the capability, as in the people that need to do that, as well as the financial resources to enable it. But what's more, they have an incentive to do so. They are looking to kind of capture that, what I'll call first mover advantage. If you are the first business to find a way to do something in a more sustainable way, that gives you an advantage over your competitors. But that is just the first reason. The second reason is that particularly large businesses, they tend to have strong influence over a lot of other, let's say, participants or players in their ecosystem. Now, let's take, for example, a company like Nike. Nike makes all kinds of products through their tens of thousands of employees all over the world. If Nike suddenly says, okay, I need all of my suppliers, all of the companies that I buy things from, all of you need to be more sustainable, that is suddenly thousands, if not tens of thousands of companies that have an incentive to really change how they kind of produce their products. And that is, again, something that businesses are really able to do in a way that perhaps governments could as well. But governments do have to deal with the, let's say, political consequences of their actions in a way that businesses don't. And the last, let's say, feature of business that makes them so important here is the idea that businesses are often the ones that kind of deliver what governments want to do. For example, again, I work with governments. I've worked with the government here on how to, let's say, improve the sustainability of certain parts of the economy. But whenever we're doing that, whatever regulation the government puts out, whatever action they take, it usually comes down to a business, let's say a company that makes electric vehicles, them having to change something. So finding out what makes kind of businesses change their operations, what incentives they need, or what, let's say, penalties are most effective, is very impactful for this overall kind of climate challenge. But yeah, that is why kind of business is important. So now if we go to the next slide as well, we'll see that not only is business important today, but business has been important for really since the 1960s, so about 60 years in this climate fight. And you've seen the corporate sustainability activity operate in very different ways. And actually, before the times I'm even listing here, you do see in the historical record statements from the early 1900s of businesses trying to find ways to be less polluting. But really, the first kind of key area of this activity did come in the 1960s. And the result was less about, how do we stop climate change? Or the reasoning was less about how do we stop climate change? It was much more about how can we reduce the industrial pollution that we just see around us. This is still a challenge in many areas, including where I am from in the United States, but certainly is a challenge, of course, in some policies here as well. And so this really got businesses thinking, what role can we play in making sure the environment is cleaner, even if not as clean as it should be, not kind of as dirty as it could be either. But that really morphed then over in the next couple of decades, so the 1980s and 90s. And this is where you saw, let's say, the early integration of certain elements of environmentalism. Sort of big words like ESG, that was not quite in the, let's say, vocabulary yet, but it was emerging. And you did, towards the end of this period, see certain elements that were just discussed by the former minister just now, elements like the Global Reporting Initiative, which encourages businesses to look beyond just profitability. But also critically, the following year in 1998, the evolution of this idea known as the triple bottom line. So bottom line, I'm assuming there's quite a few either business or accounting students here. We know what the traditional bottom line is: profit. How much money did the company actually make in a given time period? This triple bottom line idea, which you still see repeated in business today, really looks at more of how can business look at not just its financial results, profit, but also its impact on the environment, planet, and also its environment on people more broadly, the social impacts of what it is doing. But it really was in starting in 2000 until now, where these business sustainability efforts became much more formal and really saw a strong acceleration. So we're actually right at the very first beginning of the millennium in the year 2000. This project called the Carbon Disclosure Project, or CDP, was founded. Again, they're still very active and are still very much around. And these are encouraging companies to do exactly what the name says, just to disclose or tell us what impact you're having on the environment. That does require businesses to know what that impact is and to measure it, which will kind of inch us towards the carbon accounting points. But that was a really key development. And then just a few years later, this concept of environmental social governance, or ESG, emerged, which is really a point about saying, how can these other factors like environmental influences impact a business's performance? And then towards like the from 2005, 2011, or 12 period, you saw, again, these more formal standards that were just discussed by the former minister as well. Things like the SASB and other boards and other certifications that are still very much around today, that serve as a way to help both professionals and businesses know how to make sure they're running their processes in an environmentally friendly process or method as possible. And that gets us basically to today, so 2020 until the present. And of course, beyond COVID, which is a very significant, let's say, feature in that time period, the world of, let's say, corporate sustainability has also seen a lot of movement, much of it positive, although in the last, let's say, 18 months or so a year and a half, there has been something of a resistance, or some may even say backlash, against the move towards more aggressive corporate sustainability. And this really showed up in 2020 as one concrete example. There's this letter that this person, Larry Fink, who is the head of the largest, let's say, asset manager in the world, he writes this letter to businesses every year. And in 2020, it was all about climate impacts. And after that, you saw businesses take more and more actions to be more sustainable, or at least say they were going to be more sustainable. We will set these targets, we will do this in 2030, et cetera. In the last, let's say, in 18 months, you've seen some businesses reassess those commitments, some businesses saying, oh, we're actually going to move our target back from 2030 to 2040 or whenever. And as a result, we are in something of a, it's a more challenging time, but I actually do not think this is a reason to think businesses will become, let's say, less sustainable or climate friendly over the longer term. I think this reflects a change in the discussion. And if we actually go to the next slide, we'll see some of this kind of happen in terms of the data that we can see from it. So can we go to the next slide? If it's, there we go. Again, so as I mentioned, if we look at this period 2015 to 2023, the amount of companies, or let's say Fortune 500 companies, so the world's biggest, most profitable companies with climate targets, it grew significantly. So now it's around 2/3 of them. But right now, that if you go to the left-hand side of the page, over half, let's say, of large companies are saying, actually communicating these targets has been a bit of a challenge, and we're going to be less public or a bit more quiet about the climate efforts that we are taking. And now if we go to the next slide again, you see this almost in action. This is just in the last couple of months. A lot of the biggest banks, at least in the United States and Canada, they said, okay, they all joined this climate alliance group in 2021, and one by one, they all left. But even as they were leaving, they were saying, look, we are still committed to sustainability. We are still committed to protecting the climate. So there is this tension between what companies, let's say, are doing most publicly, what are they sort of shouting from all their reports and in their public communications, and what they're actually doing. And that's why, even though there is what, again, you could call it a backlash against ESG or sustainability, I think the full story is a bit more nuanced, just because companies are changing how they talk about this work, but not necessarily changing what they're really doing in their operations. And it's one more example on the next slide to walk through. You will see, when we go to the next slide, you'll see that companies are increasing their use of, let's say, clean energy, things like solar power, wind power, et cetera. They're increasing it all over the world. So this is not just a North America thing or a Europe thing or an Asia Pacific thing. Globally, it is increasing, with a lot of, let's say, the biggest tech companies and sort of leaders of the future economy saying, we are only going to use clean energy and they will go wherever they can find it. In fact, that point on the left-hand side about companies only wanting to find more environmentally friendly ways to operate is actually featuring in some of the work that the government of Indonesia is doing to attract these companies. If companies want clean energy and Indonesia wants to attract those companies, Indonesia then needs to find ways to provide that to them. This also is, of course, occurring in Vietnam, Malaysia, Philippines, countries all around the region, and more broadly as well. So that kind of gets us the picture of what does corporate sustainability or corporate sustainability look like, or what is the overall landscape now? But now I want to get into a bit more of, well, how do businesses even go about doing this? It's one thing to talk about it. What tools do businesses have? So if we go to the next slide, there's sort of 4 broad buckets of what businesses can do. This is the grouping that I have chosen. You could kind of group this in many, many different ways. But I think this really captures most of the work that businesses can do to be more sustainable. And the first, and it's oftentimes the easiest, is just to be more efficient overall. This is just how can a business make more with less? If a business makes microphones, can they make the same number of microphones with less electricity, less plastic, less whatever? This is almost always the first step. One, because it is very impactful and helpful, but also because it is often just financially better. If you can buy less inputs, it usually means your costs go down. So businesses have a really strong incentive to operate in this way. But let's say, okay, you've become as efficient as you possibly can. The next thing would just be to procure or buy low carbon or renewable energy or other low carbon inputs. That one is pretty clear. If you need any sort of process or any kind of input to your business, find a way to purchase the lowest carbon version of it. Then if we move one step further, let's say a business has done the first 2. They're operating kind of almost as cleanly or as environmentally friendly as possible. They can then also offset their emissions, do things like buying carbon credits. That was hinted at with a previous speaker referring to the work that IDX Carbon has done on this topic. But the final point, the final at least tool that businesses have at their disposal is more about it's called circular economy. How can businesses not just reduce their waste, but also reuse their kind of end products to make sure that all the things they're producing end up going to some purpose. Those are the 4 big buckets. You could have a whole separate discussion on any one of those 4. But the key thing that is important to know, particularly for the middle 2, this idea of buying low carbon inputs and energy and offsetting emissions, in order to do those, at least effectively, you do need to know how much carbon or how much whatever this company is producing. And that is really where this idea of carbon accounting becomes so important. Because if you don't have a tool or a process to know the carbon impact of your business, it'll be very challenging to manage that in any way. So if you go on to the next slide, and this slide has a lot of words on it, and it can get a bit complicated. And I'm sure also other people in the session will have a much, let's say, more granular and detailed look at these topics. But I just want to use this time to talk a bit about what is carbon accounting, what do we mean by it, to set up some of those discussions later. And so carbon accounting, like the name suggests, is just a way for a business or any entity, it could be a government, it could even be a household, technically. How can they know how much carbon or overall emissions are they responsible for? And when we're talking about carbon accounting, it comes in, let's say, 3 categories. It's all about measuring emissions, and those emissions come in 3 categories, or what are known as scopes. And this question of different scopes is really the key of this topic. And it is also can get quite challenging once you start working in practice. But even with that context, I'll sort of try to walk through what these different scopes mean, just to give you a sense before going into the rest of the session. So let's say those scope 1 emissions, so there's 1, 2, and 3. And those 1, 2, and 3, they all refer to kind of how close the emissions are to you. So scope 1 emissions are emissions that you or a business are immediately responsible for. So these are things that you are doing and are fully in your control. As an example that we'll use through all of these, let's take a car company. Let's say that I own a company that makes cars. And in that factory, there's metal that I get, and I have to heat that metal up to bend it into the shape of a car. To do that, I burn natural gas from that I have on site. I burn it, get the metal hot, and bend it into a car. When I do that process, that creates emissions, and those are all the result of my business activities. And because of that, those are my scope 1 emissions. I'm fully in control of them. I could stop them if I wanted to, but I guess I don't want to. Moving on from there, there is scope 2, what we'll call indirect emissions. These come from the creation of either the electricity, heating, or cooling that you buy. So these emissions are from someone else, but they're from a product that you are actively buying, every day. Sticking with the kind of car factory, let's say metaphor. Again, I have a car factory. I'm still burning gas to make this metal. But at the same time, I need electricity in the factory. Because I need electricity, I have to buy it from PLN. So I buy electricity from PLN. PLN makes the electricity. And when they do that, that also makes emissions. So whether they're burning coal or whatever they're doing, there are emissions that are created to make the electricity that I buy. And those emissions are my scope 2. And then we have the final and kind of most distant from me, scope 3 emissions, which we'll just call supply chain emissions. These are just basically emissions that are coming from anywhere else in your supply chain, up or down. So if I again look at the same car factory that is still burning gas to bend metal, that is still buying electricity in order to run the factory, this factory also needs to buy steel. I don't make steel. Steel is hard to make. I buy it from someone else. So let's say I buy this steel from another factory, and they are the ones that are making it. When they make that steel, there is also an environmental impact from doing that. And those emissions that are done by some factory whose name I probably don't even know, those are my scope 3 emissions because they are in my supply chain. They're done by someone else. That process with the sort of car factory is probably the simplest version of it. But even that, I am sure, was pretty hard to follow. And I know that because it was almost hard for me to write it out in the sort of even presentation. And that gets to kind of a key element of carbon accounting, is that it is a very important tool that we have, but it can be quite challenging to implement in practice. So if we just go on to the next slide, there's all kind of frameworks in order to do carbon accounting. These are the 4 that, at least in my experience, are the most common. But there are many more than these 4 right here, with the GHG protocol being the most popular one. But regardless of which framework you use, either these 4 or any other ones, there are certain benefits and challenges associated with this practice. And those benefits really start from sometimes it's less a benefit and more of a requirement, where like carbon accounting is needed just to comply with laws in some areas. Again, it's sticking with Indonesia. There is a carbon pricing system for about 100 coal-fired power plants, CFPPs, in the country. Those plants need to know how many emissions they're responsible for, and therefore they need to have a carbon accounting capability in their business. But secondly, there is also an important investor attraction point. As discussed previously, there are several companies that are looking only to invest in low carbon or low environmental impact opportunities. And as a result, companies need to know what is their impact in order to attract that investor attention. And then lastly, there is efficiency improvements that can come with this sort of measurement of emissions. But along with those benefits, there are some significant challenges. As I was just discussing, the data complexity of this process can be very challenging. Trying to separate, well, what are my scope 3 emissions? Who even makes the products that I'm buying? That is a very challenging process today that is still being worked out. How can we really tell what was the environmental impact of making these products that I barely know where they even come from? But beyond that, there's also a challenge in lack of standardization. And this is where that comparison to, let's say, financial accounting is helpful. We have been doing some form of financial accounting for a couple hundred years now. So we know what it should look like. We know what to measure, where it goes, how they relate to each other. Carbon accounting is really a few decades old, if that. And so there's still a lot of time and practice needed to make sure that these can be standardized across practices so that you can then scale them up and do them much easier. And because of those first two challenges, there's the third challenge of this thing is very labor and resource intensive. You need a lot of people to carry out these sort of carbon accounting processes. And for businesses that are already trying to reduce costs, getting a whole team to do this work can be very challenging. And now if we go on to the final slide here, we've sort of talked a lot about carbon accounting. I hope you took at least a little bit away from that discussion. But perhaps the most important piece that I want to highlight is the idea that carbon accounting is just one of many tools that businesses have in order to be more sustainable. They can use all kind of tools like life cycle analysis, looking at what is the overall impact of this product from the time it's created, from the time it goes away. Various disclosure requirements, circular economy tools, all of these ideas really work together in concert to give businesses a real menu of opportunities that they can use in order to be more sustainable. So we'll focus on carbon accounting, of course, for this session, but I think it is important to remember that there is really a broad array of opportunities businesses have and can use to increase their sustainability. So I believe that is it for me. So just out of time, I have one final thank you slide just to say thank you to everyone, the event organizers, and you all for listening. Hope you enjoyed it, and please enjoy the rest of the session today. Thank you.
Insightful speech. Mr. Jordan discussed the urgency of implementing carbon accounting amidst growing environmental challenges. He highlights the historical link between economic development and rising emissions, emphasizing the needs for sustainable growth. The presentation outlines the role of businesses in reducing carbon footprints, the evolution of corporate sustainability efforts, and the increasing importance of carbon accounting in measuring and managing greenhouse gas emissions. It also explores the benefits and challenges of carbon accounting, various frameworks, and the broader role of businesses in achieving a low-carbon economy.
Next, we will hand out a placard and certificate to Mr. Jordan Lee as our speaker for the keynote session.
We would like to invite Dahayu Seta Aurelia as the Vice Project Officer of the 26th Indonesia Accounting Fair to give the placard and certificate to the speaker. This will be accompanied by a group photo. To Aurel, we welcome you to the stage.
The placard and certificate will be given to Mr. Jordan Lee as our speaker for the keynote session of the seminar. Thank you, Mr. Jordan Lee. You may now leave the stage.
Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Jordan Lee, for participating in this event.
It is now time for the first session with the theme of Breaking Down the Concepts of Carbon Accounting in Corporate Practices. This session will be moderated by Mr. Akmal Abudiman and accompanied by our speakers, Mrs. Nilu Putuyuniari, Mrs. Lutfiana Kartika Larasati, and Mr. Suripno.
We will now introduce you to the moderator of our first session. Mr. Akmal is a seasoned sustainability professional with an expertise in sustainable finance and strategic leadership. Holding a master's degree in strategic finance from Universitas Paramadina and a master class certification in sustainable finance from Oxford University. He currently leads the corporate secretary, investor relations, ESG, and sustainability functions at PT Busan Auto Finance.
He is actively engaged in advancing sustainability as a member of the Sustainable Finance Committee at the Indonesia Finance Companies Association and the International Society of Sustainability Professionals. Mr. Akmal is highly certified in sustainability practices. Beyond his corporate responsibilities, he serves as trainer, speaker, and advisor on sustainable finance and contributes to research in the field, sharing his expertise with diverse organizations.
Before we begin this session, We would like to inform you that questions for our speakers can be asked during the Q&A session. For our offline participants, simply raise your hands to ask a question. The first two participants to do so will receive exclusive door prizes from Prodia. As for our online participants, feel free to submit your questions via the Slido link.
Without further ado, we are pleased to invite Mr. Akmal Abudiman as our moderator to start the first session.
Okay. Wow. Got it, yeah. So good day. How are you guys? Fine. Okay. So before I begin, so I think I need to invite all the three speakers here, Pak Suripno, Bu Yuni, and Mbak Cika. Give a round of applause. Okay, so welcome to the 26th Indonesia Accounting Fair International Seminar. So the theme for this year's seminar is a journey to carbon neutrality, controlling corporate emission through advancement in the accounting sector. So we are thrilled to have all of you here, Pak Suripno, Bu Yunis, and Mbak Cika. And then the first session is titled to breaking down the concept of carbon accounting in corporate practices. So this topic, I think, is really important because as we explore how the accounting is play crucial pivotal in the field of sustainability. And then we have a great lineup of expert speakers here. And I am honored to be your moderator for 60 minutes onward. So I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the insightful Mr. Jordan Lee and then the beginning of these speeches and then opening remarks. So we have only limited time, so it's just 60 minutes. So for this session, so let's get started. So I'm thrilled to introduce our esteemed panelists. And then on my left side, there's a Bu Nilu Putu Yuniari. So I just call Bu Yuni, yeah? Bu Yuni, CEO of Aludra Impact. And then next to her, we have Pak Suripno. I think who doesn't know Pak Suripno in field of sustainability. Pak Suripno is a well-known sustainability expert and Vice President of Sustainability at PT Pertamina. And then the last one, Ibu Lutfiana Kartika Larasati, or I just call Ibu Cika. Yeah, Bu Cika, actually she's a member of Sustainability Standard Board at the Institution of Indonesia, a chartered accountant. So before we begin with the first speaker, let me quickly go over the rules. I think I stated in MC. So each speaker will have 20 minutes to present the material, and then there will be no Q&A directly after each speaker. So during the presentation, please feel free to just to jot down the questions if you are online, if you are attending the online, and then instead we have all 20 minutes the Q&A session after the end of the presentation of three speakers, right? And then the committee will select a few questions to discuss with the panelists. And when submitting your question, please ensure that you mention the name and then your institution, and then please who are addressing to the panelists of today. And without further ado, let's kick off with the first speaker to the session. So from data to action, how carbon accounting drives for net zero goals. So this is Bu Yuni, the CEO of Aludra Impact, a leader in driving climate tech innovation across Indonesia. She's an expert in carbon management, circular economy, and community empowerment. Bu Yuni has been instrumental in impactful initiatives such as refrigerant management, biofuel feedstock development, and sustainable seaweed cultivation. And with certification in carbon management and enterprise risk, she combines her background in political science and business administration with passionate commitment to advancing net zero goals. So I think, give a round of applause to Bu Yuni. We have sent 20 minutes for your presentation. And of course, I will give you a reminder 5 minutes before the time is up, right? So the time is yours, please.
Thank you, Mr. Akmal, for the kind introductions. It is a pleasure for me to join with so many amazing, like-minded people here, and also with the distinguished speaker together with me. So today, I would like to share with you of the journey that I have been going through for 3 years when I started to join the sustainability sectors. And it is very important during the journey that we have to base everything of our actions or deciding our strategy to use the data-based approach. So that is why the carbon accounting is very important. And this is what we are going to discuss for the whole 60 minutes, I believe. Yeah. Should I? No. Yeah, so today I will share about the from data to actions. It's about how carbon accounting drives corporate net zero goals. Yeah. So before we begin, let me introduce myself one more time. So I'm Yuni, the CEO of Aldra Impact. Our company is specializing in climate action and sustainability solutions. We work with industries, we work with state-owned enterprises, we also work with businesses. Sorry. Yeah, can you guys hear me now? Sorry. Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I just introduce the company that I'm in right now. So it is Alidra Impact, specializing in climate actions and sustainability solutions. We are working with industries, with businesses, with academics actually, and also with stakeholders from the government as well as with the state-owned corporates to find the best climate action based on the data that we receive. Next. Yeah, so today we are going to go through 3 key areas. So the first one is why corporate climate actions is necessary. And the second one is how carbon accounting serves as critical tools for businesses. And then 3, how companies can lead the net zero transition through real practical solutions. Next. Yeah. So as we all recognize, climate change is no longer a distant threat, but it is an urgent reality. Businesses worldwide face increasing pressure to take action in reducing their carbon footprints. Rising greenhouse gas or GHG emissions have led to extreme weather events, resource scarcity, and financial volatility, which threatening corporate stability and economic resilience. So climate change is no longer optional, but it is a fundamental necessity. And companies or corporates play a critical role in mitigating this risk by actively measuring, managing, and reducing their emissions. Next. Yeah. So to take meaningful climate action, corporations must first understand about their emissions by identifying their sources, and also measuring them. This is why carbon accounting become essential. Carbon accounting provides businesses with a structured approach to quantify, track, and manage their emissions across all scopes. So scope 1, usually from the company-owned operations, it's direct emissions. And then scope 2, it's indirect emission from purchased electricity. And scope 3, it's usually from value chain emissions, usually from suppliers and product life cycle. Yeah. Okay. And also, with the current advancement of the technology, the companies now is able to leverage a more advanced tools that can enhance the transparency and also the efficiency of the measurement. So now company can can leverage the technologies like using the AI-driven monitoring, using the data analytics, and using the emission calculators. So to make it easier and to also make it more faster in calculating the emissions. Next. Yeah. So carbon accounting transforms sustainability into an opportunity for businesses by generating GHG emission inventories, ESG report, and risk assessment. These insights actually help corporations to identify carbon reduction opportunities and optimize operations, comply with ESG reporting requirements, and regulatory policies. It also helps the companies to engage in carbon market and develop strategic financial plans, including offsetting emission through carbon credit projects. The last one, by data-driven approach, the company also will be able to foster innovations in low carbon business operational. Next. Yeah. So this is what I'll just mention. So with the carbon accounting, it's going to help the company to provide regulatory compliance and ESG reporting, and then the company will be able to plan the strategy in how they will reduce their emissions and to also implement operational efficiency. And then from the data as well, it will be able to plan the financial and carbon market participation as well. And also by having the calculation from the emissions that they receive, they will be able to decide or to implement the business strategy and innovation that is needed by the businesses. Next. So one of the emphasizing highlight in the carbon market, usually people are interested in offsetting their carbon emission with carbon offset project. And it is one of the best way to do it, but there are some limitations when companies or corporations would like to offset their emissions, because according to SBTi, there are only few occasions where the companies are allowed to offsetting their carbon. So the first one is if it's a near-term target, so the company is not allowed at all to offset their carbon through a carbon project, And then the second one is if it's a long-term net zero target, then the companies or corporation is allowed to offset their carbon through a carbon project up to 10%. And if a reduction of the emissions is on beyond value chain mitigation, then the companies are allowed to invest in carbon project, but the companies are not allowed to use the offset to be claimed for their carbon emission reduction. Yeah. So because the time is a little bit tight, so I will only provide like the general terms. But if any one of you would like to discuss it, it is welcome for you to talk with me after the session. So after we understand about why the carbon accounting is very important and very critical tools for the company, it is now we will need to understand as well that sometimes there are misconceptions by the companies that reducing their carbon emissions should be like usually very expensive and very complex and complicated. But usually this is not the case. So yeah, to be able to engage in climate action, usually we can also think about something very small and very simple. For example, let's say, I believe that all of you are using AC in your house, in your office, in your buildings, and usually the AC is, when you turn it on, then it's going to consume like a lot of emissions from the energy. But what most people don't realize is that there is a bigger issue lie inside the AC itself. So inside the AC, there is a greenhouse gas called refrigerant. And refrigerant is usually like 1,000 times more harmful than the CO2 itself, but people are usually ignore it. And as a fact, the refrigerant usually counted like 20 to 25% of the scope 1 direct emission, and around 15% of scope 2 indirect emissions. And then it's around like 5% from scope 3. So next. Yeah. So this is what we do in Aludra. So we are working with the industries, with the companies, with the businesses, and we are helping and supporting the businesses to be able to implement the carbon emission reduction strategy, and also to be able to enable them on how to navigate and also to reduce the operational expenditure. So what we are doing is that we are providing them a strategy where we replace the refrigerant that is very harmful to the environment, and then and has like a high global warming potential, and then we replace it with a low GWP refrigerant. And then by doing that, usually the companies will be able to like reduce like 30%, up to 30% of their energy consumption, as well as to reduce their emissions, both from the refrigerant emissions, as well as from the energy consumption. Next. Yeah, I think that's about it. So, thank you. If there is any question, then I will leave to Mr. Akmal. Sorry.
Thank you, Bu Yuni. Give a round of applause to Bu Yuni. So it was insightful, the material discussion that that already delivered by Bu Yuni. So as Bu Yuni stated, the carbon accounting is the process of starting from the identifying and then managing until disclose or reporting of the GHG emission. So that's the key basic of the carbon accounting. So I think thank you very much. So we have a Q&A session after that. So just before that, I would like to moving on to the second question, to the second speaker, I mean. So I would like you to have Ibu Chika for the second speaker. So Bu Chika is a sustainability expert and a member of the Sustainability Standard Board at the Indonesia Institute of Chartered Accountant. And Bu Chika is also the manager of the Climate Finance Program at the Climate Policy Initiative. So with over 9 years of experience in sustainable finance and banking, she has worked on developing sustainable finance policies for institutions like the Ministry of Finance and regional government in Indonesia. And she holds a master's business in accounting from Monash University, and then is an active member of the Young Professional Committee at the CBA Australia, right? Okay, so moving from the way of carbon accounting of the measure, and then she will be talking about how we measure of the carbon accounting, especially for the scope 1, and then scope 2, and then scope 3. And the most important thing is the new era of reporting. I think Bu Chika will always explain about the IFRS S1 and IFRS S2. And other than that, also how we prepare to be, because this will be effective in 2027, right? Okay, so I think the stage is yours, Bu Chika. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pak Akmal.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much for Universitas Indonesia, especially the Faculty of Business and Economics, for having me here. And also, it's honor to be here with the outstanding fellow panelists here, Ibu Yuni and Bapak Supritno from Pertamina as well. Okay, allow me to stand up because I cannot see my screen. So I just want to continue what Ibu Yuni has been talking about, why we should measure, why we should collect the data of the carbon accounting. What I want to share with you here today is about measuring the carbon accounting. So how we measure the emissions, because actually next. Can we go next? Okay, this is just a disclaimer. I just want to say that anything that I'm stating here, it's based on the personal opinion. It's not. I'm not speaking on behalf of the member of Indonesia Sustainability Boards. All right, next. Next. All right, why should we measure the emissions? Because from the perspective of accounting, we cannot manage what we cannot measure. So that's a very important step that we need to, because when we talk about carbon, we cannot really see what is carbon, right? It depends. When we talk about assets, for instance, we know this is a table, this is a tissue box, this is a buildings, right? So we can identify which one is fixed asset, which one is the non-current assets, for instance, if it's longer in your balance sheet. But for the carbon, it's different. This is another financial instruments that we need to measure because it's actually, this is a new stuff that we need to consider within our books. Why? Because there's a new area of reporting aside from the financial reporting itself. So here, why we should consider, why we should start to talk about carbon accounting is because it's a way of calculating how much greenhouse gas emissions on an organization emits. So for instance, there's a company who works in electricity, for instance, so we can know how much it's a scope 1. Scope 1 meaning that how much is a direct greenhouse emissions that is emitted by these organizations. And then what is the impact to the supply chain? So this is where we talk about the supply chain greenhouse emissions. So we go beyond the scope 1, we touch base on the scope 2 of emissions. And then what recently been gaining the tractions is about calculating, measuring the scope 3. What is scope 3 emissions? So it's indirect emissions, but how are we going to collect? How are we going to collect the data to measure and to report? It's a different story. So like the financial accounting, we try to quantify how much, how big we emit into the atmosphere, and what are the impact to organizations, what are the impact to the business. When we talk about accounting, when we talk about business, anything related that we should measure supposed to have an impact to our books, meaning that there's an economic or financial impact. So calculating carbon footprint here is help the organization to estimate how much they need to put as a reserve in order for us, for this organization to mitigate the impact, the residual impact, whether it is positive or negative from the climate change. So along the way, we also see from Ibu Yuni's perspective that organizations want to track the progress and report it to the stakeholders, like the customers and then their investors, even required to report the emissions by law. By law meaning when we talk about climate change, there's a Paris Agreement. There's a recent news that the US tracked themselves from the Paris Agreement, right? But then worry not, many countries still within the agreement, still within the commitment to reduce emissions. So there are so many drivers why the organizations try to collect the data and also report and also disclose it by law. Next. Carbon accounting is basically relies on two sets of main data, the business data and emissions factors. For instance, okay, I'll taking this example again, if this company within the electricity sectors. So the business data that they want to know is how much is the company's facilities emits these emissions to the atmosphere? Meaning that, is it big or small or medium? So that's why we need to collect the data, we need to measure. And then, for instance, if this company in the logistics sectors, for instance, how much trucks, how many trucks or any vehicles that they're using to transport the logistic matters. And then, so that's that kind of example, that kind of the data that needs to be collected by the business throughout the supply chain, not only the direct scope. We also talk about indirect emissions within the organizations as well. For instance, if your company is big, meaning that you have employees working with you, right? So the emissions emitted by your employees by taking these transportations to your office is actually the scope 2 or emissions. So as simple as that, when we want to identify how much is emission is considered by this company. And then if we go to the scope 3 is beyond that, is beyond scope 1 and scope 2. So it's more on the lease asset and then related to all your investments. For the banks especially, much of the emissions is actually scope 3, meaning that anything within their portfolio, for instance, this bank is providing the funding to these companies to go IPO, right? And then what are the underlying of this company? This company, is it in a renewable energy or is it in cement or is it in nickel? So that is falls within your scope 3 emissions. And then when we talk about emission factors is actually when you specify the amount of greenhouse emissions associated with your business. So any activities that emit emission, that actually your emission factors. So as simple as that. Next. This is also, I want to emphasize Ibu Yuni's presentation as well, because Ibu Yuni's presentation let us know that we need to collect the data, we need to process the data in order for us to calculate the emissions. And then what is it for us to know these calculations of the emissions factors? This is because when we want a result of the emission calculation, this is basically where the organizations start to think about the target settings and metrics that they need to consider. And then, for instance, for the reporting, how much target of the emission reduction within this year or within the medium terms, right? Because why is it relevant? Some of the organization already commit to net zero pledge. So of course, they need to have this kind of target and metrics. And then next on the reduction initiative, maybe some of you here, or I think everyone knows, every time during March or April, we know that all companies, all listed companies has the audited financial statements. We want to check the sustainable reporting. And we see that, oh, there's this organization that introduced the reduction initiative, such as we are no longer print the meeting materials using the paper. So everything is e-material. So that kind of initiative, we can find it in the sustainability reporting. And this is also based on the result of the emission calculations. And then next on value chain engagement. We know that there's a nickel industry has been very hot topic. There's an EV, there's a EV ecosystem that we've been talking about. So this is related to the value chain engagement as well. Which relate to the emission calculation of the organizations. And then these two aspects of the regulatory and investor requirements is directly related to the sustainability report and disclosure requirements, which is related to IFRS S1 and S2. And sustainable branding is, of course, it relates to directly to your potential revenue that you will be generated for the next future. Next. And then based on the GHG protocol, there are 3 scopes of emission that we should collect and we should measure. The scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. I already provided you the example. I think everyone here already know which one is scope 1, scope 2. And scope 3 is very interesting to discuss. Maybe we can open the discussion later, ya, Pak. And then can we go next? Next as well, we can see that, as I mentioned before, majority of the emissions are typically within scope 3. This is the data that I collect from the MSCI, the Morgan Stanley index. Here, you can see that based on the data, scope 3, categories 1, 11, and 15, so which is the purchase and services, use of the sold products and investments are actually the main contributor to the scope 3 emissions. And on that side, on my right-hand side, those are the industries related to this scope 3 emissions. So The scope 3 is basically the blue colors. You can see, for instance, the financials, all the banks, capital markets falls within the financials, the second bottom. That one, if you see the scope 3 category is 15, which is the investments is majority of your scope 3 emissions. Next. And when we discuss about carbon and all these emissions reductions initiative, we want to see that emission footprints are the starting points for assessing climate-related risks and opportunities. So in accounting word in IFRS also mentioning that we not only account the risks, but there's an opportunity from this climate-related investments as well. So the risk, we know that there's a transition risk, there's a physical risk. Transition risk is related to the changing of the regulations and policies, and the opportunities is relating to the resource efficiency, resilience, and the opportunities to untap your new market share is actually falls within this area. And from the perspective of accounting and of the business, these three items are really crucial. The income statement, the cash flow statement, and balance sheet. When we talk about income statement, it's relating to your revenue, right? We all know we want the positive NPVs, we want the positive profit margin, so we see the income statement. When we talk about cash flow, this is related to your value chain. So in order for you to ensure your supply chain, your value chain keeps going day-to-day basis, you need to also see the potential of risks and opportunities from the climate-related issues to your cash flow. And lastly, on the balance sheet, this is related to when you want to fundraise for your organizations, all the key ratios like the SCR, and then our return on assets, return of investment is falls within the balance sheet aspects. So this is the avenue how these climate-related risks and opportunities can impact economically to their organizations. Next. Okay, of course, the accounting standard acknowledging the economic and environmental impact of the carbon accounting. That's why we emphasize on the transparencies and also accountability from the sustainability disclosure. On the international measure, we already have FSRS 1, focusing on the general disclosure requirement on sustainability, and IFRS 2, which is focusing on the climate-related aspect. So these two IFRS are the basis for us to account the carbon accounting and to account all the emissions, climate risks and opportunities which happen in your organizations. And on the country level, I want to share a good news from us, from the Indonesia Sustainability Standard Board, that we already interpret IFRS 1 and S2 adoptions. Yesterday, we just held the public consultation of draft exposure of the Indonesia Sustainability Disclosure Standards. You may check in our website as well. There's the draft exposures are there for IFRS 1 and IFRS 2 adoptions. We call it DEPSPK1 and PSPK2. So it's still open for public input until 31st of March 2025. Next. I just want to see because Mas Akmal already mentioning about the new avenue of reporting. So this is actually the landscape of corporate reporting after the introductions of the international sustainability reporting. On the right-hand side is the usual financial reporting. We know there's an IFRS accounting standards. And then this is the new avenue, which is the sustainability reporting disclosure standards. Here, there's a convergence between these two, which is currently been initiated by the SKIAI. And then these actually complementing and supplementing each other. So worry not, hopefully these Indonesia sustainability standards is actually complementing your financial reporting. So because the more data you disclose, the more transparent you are, thus increasing the investor confidence to invest in your organizations. Next. This is just a sneak peek of what is included to our draft exposure PSPK1. the scope is sustainability related risks and opportunities. So we adopt the same thing as IFRS 1. We expect the materiality to be disclosed in your sustainability reporting, meaning that anything related material from your sustainability aspect needs to be disclosed under this PSPK 1. And then the objective is this one, to discuss the information about sustainability related risks and opportunities. And these are the main contents of the PSPK 1. We adopt the conceptual landscape from the existing regulations, accounting regulations such as PSAK 201 and PSAK 208. And the general purpose requirements also we adopt in this PSPK 1. The main contents is mostly similar like TCFD. If here I know everyone knows about the TCFD, so kalau saya bilang nggak usah menggarami laut ya, udah pinter semua kayaknya di sini. So everyone knows about TCFD. We talk about governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets. So we adopt the same main contents for PSPK 1. We also discussing about effective date and transition provisions, which is also similar to the PSPK 2. Can we go next? Next page. Okay, the PSPK 2 pretty much similar, but we're focusing on the climate-related risks and opportunities. The main content is still the same, but what I want to highlight here is actually the effective date and transition provisions. Next. All right. Before we go to the effective date. So this is on the exposure draft PSPK 2. The scope is physical risks related to climate and transition risks. In PSPK, there are also requirements to regulate metrics and targets. So when I refer to Ibu Yuni presentations, you mentioned some of the data need to be included within the reporting, and we also try to adopt it in the standard as well, Ibu. So the cross-industry metrics, including the greenhouse gas emissions, and then climate-related transition risks, and physical risks, opportunities, capital allocations, which is related to the investments, and internal carbon pricing and remunerations. And we also opt for the industry-based metrics depending on which organizations, on which industries you're in. Then referring to industry-based guidance on the implementing IFRS 2, this is also allowable. And this is also the simplifications that aligns with the SASB. So we're actually adopting what is existing and try to enhance through the DEPSPK 2. Next. This is also similar. What is mandated in IFRS S2 and GHG protocol. We have to have the disclosure of scope 1 and scope 2, which is mandatory, and scope 3 still voluntary. So this is, I think, the key aspect that we need to highlight. Next. This is related to the effective date. It's true, Pak Akmal, that this regulation will be active in 1st of January 2027. But of course, if there's an optional alternative, if you want to adopt these regulations earlier than 2027, of course, you can do that, meaning that it is better, of course. So when this is come to the effective date, your organization already been doing better as compared to others. And then, of course, we still open for your input regarding the content of our DEPSPK 1 and 2. We're opening the input until 31st of March. Next. You can also scan it here or come into our website to iaiglobal.org.id, and you can also submit your response or input to our draft exposure through the email. There are 2 emails, anything, you can choose one. It doesn't matter. And no later than 31st March of 2025. So you still have time to provide us an input if there's an enhancement or if anything that requires alignment from your side, from your view, we're open for your input as well. So thank you so much, Pak Akmal.
Thank you, Bujika. Give a round of applause to Bujika. It was very insightful. So I think there's a lot more knowledge about the IFRS and then about the scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. So but my question to the audience here, does anyone here already calculate their individual emission? Anyone? No? Because the company actually is required to start calculate their emissions, scope 1, scope 2. Yes. Scope 3 is challenging. Then I think that would be some takes time to start identifying our scope 3 of emission because it will be involved our supply chain. Yeah. So thank you very much, Buchika, for sharing. And I think moving on to our final speaker for today. So we have Suripno here, sustainability expert and more than 30 years of experience in the field. And Pak Suripno has worked across various regions, including Indonesia, Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. And he has held key leadership positions, particularly in sustainability. And he has held senior roles such as Vice President of Pertamina Sustainability and then shaping global standard sustainability. And he's also frequent active speaker in international forum like UNCOP and the NSP Asia Pacific Conference, where he advocates for environment stewardship and industry-wide and sustainability practices. So without any further ado, Pak Suripno will talk about from the corporate side, especially from the Pertamina side, the way they measuring of the carbon accounting as GHG emission, and then the assurance, and then of course the output. The output is the sustainability report. So the time is yours, Pak Suripno.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Akmal. Very good afternoon, guys. I hope you're still awake this afternoon. Thank you for Fakultas Ekonomi and Business to invite me here and for the fellow speakers for the sharings. When we are talking the greenhouse gas emission accounting, then this just dragged me to the almost 25 years ago when I initially started calculating one by one using the calculators and Excel. At the time, we call it calculation of greenhouse gas emission, okay, from CO2 and then methane. At the time, we call it for the purpose of reporting. So we call it GHG reporting. But now, the development is quite tremendous. So now we call it GHG accounting. So which is quite, I would say, what we are doing is almost the same, but the philosophy is different. Why we do it this accounting? Because we have to calculate it very detailed, and this will be related to the money, I would say. Okay, when we are talking about the accounting, you talk about let's say you guys is expert on the accounting. You're talking about the balance sheet. You talking about the equity statement. You talk about the income and then revenue, etc. So, but what about accounting in a GHG? I would say I'm a practitioner on site, I just make it an analogy to the calculation that when you are talking the balance sheet that or equity, then you just calculate what are the source of the GHG. Okay, so next maybe, and then when you talk about let's say at the end of the accounting, what you are going to do, you will calculate the net profit atau net loss. So when we are talking about that, at the end of the calculation of this GHG, you will see whether you still have the remaining GHG to be a bit, or you are in a net positive emissions or not net negative. So is that at the end are the same. After you doing the accounting, you will disclose. So every year you will issue the financial report. Either one of this is through, let's say, annual report, which is you issue it about Q1 early of the year. And then what about the GHG accounting you are going to report? You report it through sustainability report. So that both of them will be equal, I would say, when investor will review the performance of sustainability to the one of organization or company. They will put it, evaluate this to report to evaluate whether the performance of financing or performance of company and also performance of sustainability, which is included the GSG. So that's more or less are the same. And then when you do the reporting, the accounting, you are going to do the like what do you call it, assurance, something like it, by independent accountant to assess whether it is with some level of the reporting. The same thing with this GSG accounting. There will be also assurance with, of course, different approach, but more or less are the same. Okay. Then I think we have already discussed a lot why we are talking about the GSG, because we are care of our one Earth. Okay. And then when you are talking about reporting in accounting, you will use single denomination. Let's say whether you report it in rupiah or USD, let's say. Okay. And then what you are going to do in GSG reporting, you will go through, you will disclose only one, okay. You will report it even that there are so many sources, but you will report it in the GSG accounting in one denomination, which call it CO2 equivalent. So whether it is coming from CO2 emission or methane emission or NOx emission or what a fluorinated gas emission, you will disclose it or report it in the numbers of CO2 ton or kilogram CO2 equivalent. So that's the basic principles. Okay, next. The reference are already a lot that we implemented, why we do it, but also is not only from the international, we mention it from international like a GSG protocol, something like that, but also in Indonesia from the Ministry of Environment, also there are some guidelines how to calculate the GSG emission. So after we calculate this GSG emission, and then we input it for that. So it's, what I'm going to share is how we practice in Pertamina. The source of a GSG emission in Pertamina, commonly that we have 4 groups, but from the equipment itself, we have about how many 14 sources, something like that. Okay, 14 sources from all our activities. That's for the scope, which is we call it scope 1 and scope 2. What about the scope 3? We calculate all the scope 3 for these 15 groups, but since the energy industries very dominated the scope 3 in a group of 15 and group of 11 and 10. So it's, we focus on this group 11 is the salt product. Okay. Next. Why Pertamina is quite concerned on this the calculation or accounting, because regulatory compliance and then risk management also is cost saving, but also is the main one is the pressure from the business itself. Okay, frankly speaking, regulatory requirement in Indonesia, even though that we have already the NDC, but the NDC itself didn't cascade down to the operational. Okay, but the pressure from the business itself, like let's say the investor asking, what about your level of this emission, something like that, and then we have to report it. Okay. And then we also is the investor and then sustainability goals. The action on this GSG emission, we are we put it in our sustainability strategy, where Pertamina focus on the 10 materiality, which is the first one is addressing climate change. That's why we are come up with this. But when we are talking about sustainability in Pertamina, we are not only talking about the GSG, but we are talking about the circular economy. We are talking about the environmental footprint, biodiversity, social, community management, health safety, and then also good corporate governance. Okay. Also that doing this GSG accounting also is quite important, especially when we are talking about the future regulation, so-called IFRS S1 and S2. This calculation is this accounting is very important because this will be in the next when Indonesia implement the carbon tax, then meaning the calculation of tax will be very rely on these figures. So that's why the calculation and accounting is very important. Okay. Then next. Okay, this is the GSG management. What we are doing first is first, of course, we identify what are the source. Okay, and then we quantify. After we quantify, then we manage the quantity and set the target how we can reduce it. Okay, because all of this will be connected to the ultimate objective where Pertamina want to achieve net zero emission in 2060 or earlier, with interim target in 2030, something like that. So it's we do. That's why, like earlier mentioned, that if you don't measure it, then you cannot manage it. Okay, so that's why we measure it, and then we do the action by avoiding, reduce, remove, etc. And then, of course, that at the end, all the what we are doing, we have to disclose in accordance to the principle of sustainability implementation, that we have to be more transparent. Okay, so that this the basic principles of GSG management in Pertamina, and we follow the principles that we have to be relevant and accurate enough, and then complete and consistent. Okay, so it's the methodology must be traceable, I would say. So it's when it is audited by external, also can be traceable, and transparency and publish the reporting. So it's this, and the last is trustworthy to achieve the company image, which is good. Next. No. Opposite. Next. Okay, so is this the GSG standard what we are referring? Of course, it's already mentioned that we use also API compendium. We refer to some standard which is in oil and gas, like IPK, IPI, and IOGP, and then also is other standard. The other standards also is the ISO, which is whether in calculation and also on the what we call it the assurance process. So that's the standard we are using. Okay. Okay. Next. Well, so all the standard which we refer, then we adopted and formulated to be as an internal procedure, something like that. We have the procedures how to calculate the emission load, and then also is the measurement, calculation, and reporting and verification of GSG. It is standardized internally. So it's meaning that what we implement, we have to do it systematically with the system. So it's when you implement system, meaning that you have to document it well, and then to record it well. So it's because later on when we have to be traced or audited, then all the procedures implemented are traceable and auditable. So is this what we are having in Pertamina, and you know that Pertamina we have 6 subholdings, and maybe a site is more than 150 sites, something like that. So we have to implement it properly and consistently all the site we have. This quite challenging. So it's we are not only talking about technical things, but also we have to talk about enablers which support to make it succeed to implement this system. Like for example, that the human resources, something like that, we have to elevate, and then the tools, etc. So it's this what we have. Next. Well, so as mentioned before that the operational boundaries, like your accounting process, in our GIG accounting process also we have to define the boundary limit of the facilities or asset we are operating. So which one we have to report it, which one it is not in the reporting perimeter, something like that. So it's we call it there are limited boundary limit which is set up by what operating control or equity control. So it's something like that. So there are some limitation boundary which is we have to set, and then when we have the asset coming in the operation, let's say mid-year, how we are going to calculate. When we have the asset which is relinquished or let's say excluded or spin off in the middle of year, how we are going to manage it. So everything we have to define it properly in order to have to have the proper GIG accounting. Of course, that we cover the scope 1, scope 2. Scope 1 is like before that, from direct burning, okay, direct combustion, direct operation, and the scope 2 is purchase energy, whether you purchase the electricity or you purchase the heat, something like that. That we have to calculate. And then the indirect, which is 15 categories on the scope 3. Whether production, purchase material, etc. For Pertamina case, the group 11 is the most contributing on the scope 3. And now I think that we are there is a new scope, which is scope 4, which is cover the avoided emission. So it's this all the scope we try to cover, including all the source of emission in the company we are emitting. Then we have to report it and calculate it. Next. Well, basically it's I would say easy things that how to calculate is just you know the activities, and then how much the energy you use, and then just you calculate by putting emission factor. So it's you know that tons of emission, and then from the ton of emission, then you just put it another factor, which is what we call it GWP, global warming potential. For example, that what a GWP of CO2 is 1, and then global warming potential for methane, for example, we put it 28. So it's meaning that when you emit let's say simple things, that 1 ton of methane, then you meaning that you emit 28 tons, something like that, of CO2, just to make it easy. So it's and then we have the figures of carbon dioxide. And to calculate this also is we have the several tiers, whether you do only tiering with factors or you measure it directly. The higher of tier you implement, meaning the more detail you have the data, the more accurate, I would say. So it's factor is the easiest one on the tier 1, and then we can more immediate approach tier 2, etc. So this the way how to calculate, and then this figure inputted in the in the GSG accounting what we inputted. Of course, we also introduced the tools not only the system but also tools, how we are going. Whether you use simple tools like you use Excel or you develop the application which is more complex. Next. Okay, this is one of the tools that we have. We have the greenhouse gas calculators. So it's when we input it, how many energy we use, whether energy from fossil fuels or green or electricity, etc. So then immediately that we will have the figures of emission on that equipment, and then we input it in our system that in the accounting system. So it's then all this data also is connected to the how we assure that what we are doing is I would say comply to the system that we are setting. Next. Okay, then assurance, of course, that after we have the figures, etc., we have the assurance system, which refer to, let's say, we use the ISO 14060 for 1 or 2, and then the reporting, okay, inventory, and then we use also is this the system, or you use the system of assurance with other standard as well. So it's this one of you are doing. So it's next. After that, of course, that all the report what we have compiled, we report it in our disclosure, which is comply with let's say national regulation with the POJK, and then we use also the standard reporting GRI, and then in the future maybe we will comply with the IFRS. So it's this the way what we are doing. Okay, to conclude my presentation, so is next. So what we are doing actually in Pertamina, we are doing this GSG accounting is as part of action in a sustainability program. So it's and then to address the climate change and also fulfilling the global standard and also regulatory compliance. Okay, and then also is for engagement to the stakeholders and also the trust of business, especially for the investors. And then disclosure of GSG reporting through sustainability report, or we disclose it through special report. Not only a sustainability report, but also is Pertamina also disclosed through CDP disclosure as well. Which is, as you know, that CDP, they have three type of reporting, which is climates, forest, and water. Okay, that's all what we can share. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Suripno. Give a round of applause to Pak Suripno. So if you can't measure it, then you can manage it. I like that sentence as well. So I think Pak Suripno already shared about the scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 of, and then the implementation of Pertamina, how they calculate, and then the produce of the report, sustainability report, including the assurance of the GSG emission. So it's very insightful. So I think we'll start opening for the first batch for Q&A session. So is anyone here to raise a question? Raise your hand. Ah, the lady. Could you help me? Yeah. Here, in front. Could you stand up? Yeah. Thank you.
Check. Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Geni Sahdiani. I graduated from Gajah Mada University. Currently, I'm lecturer in IPB University. First of all, I want to thank you for all speakers for insightful information for us. I want to ask to Mr. Suripno. We know that Pertamina, one of the largest company in Indonesia. Simple question, how does Pertamina sustain and consistently improve net zero emission? Thank you.
What's your name? Sorry, Ibu siapa? Miss Jenny. Okay, thank you very much. So, Pak Suritno, would you like to directly answer or just, yeah?
Thank you for a great question. So it's Pertamina, as you know that the Pertamina is the only one company is in the Fortune 500 list from Indonesia. So it's we quite operated quite a big operation. We supply the most of energy in Indonesia. Okay, we produce more than 1 million barrel oil equivalent. Meaning when and mostly the revenue for the time being is heavy in from the fossil fuel business. So it's meaning that the emission also will be really very connected to our operation. As you know, when we are operating more heavy in fossil fuel, the pressure to get net zero is higher. Okay. For that, Pertamina is quite committed on these issues. That's why Pertamina set up the sustainability policy, and one of these is we announced already to achieve net zero emission in 2060 or earlier. And then to do that, we have to manage the scope 1, scope 2, and also scope 3. Of course, to achieve the net zero is not as easy as what we are discussing, but what we are doing is first we set up the roadmap first. Okay, so as we have the roadmap to achieve the net zero, whether roadmap scope 1, scope 2, and also scope 3. And then from this roadmap, we divide it into several sections. We call it the long-term plan. Usually, even compared to the net zero roadmap, is medium term, and we include it in our company strategy. So in our company strategy to achieve the net zero emission, we have 2 pillars. We have to decarbonize our emission from our operation, which is coming from scope 1, scope 2, and then we develop the low carbon economy, including the offset. Okay, so that's the one, and then we disclose it, and then we review it regularly when there is changes in our external parties, something like, let's say there is a new regulation like RWEN, CAN, something like that. We take into account, and then we reiterate the target and objective in the short term. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Sudirman. So start making a roadmap is the first approach that a company can do. How it clears, yeah. So anyone from online? No, not yet. Anyone here? Yeah, the guy behind there. So, could you have it, please? The guy behind there, the white one. No, behind, upstairs. Yeah. Okay, please mention your name.
Indonesia ya.
Okay, that's okay, that's fine.
Oke.
Please.
Indonesia peringkat paling terbawah masalah tentang karbon. Sedangkan negara kita, bagaimana karbon itu? Finlandia peringkat pertama, Norway peringkat kedua, sedangkan Islandia peringkat ketiga. Gimana caranya kita mengatasi karbon itu? Sedangkan anak-anak mahasiswa ini nggak paham tentang energi terbarukan. Jawaban saya, kapan Indonesia tidak akan lagi pakai karbon? Terima kasih.
Could you tell namanya siapa, sorry?
Adam.
Pak Adam ya. Pak Adam, thank you. So I think that's a challenging question. Is the government should answer or not? Okay, so anyone will try to answer? Bu Yuni first? Go. Okay, boleh.
Ya, siapa namanya tadi? Siapa namanya tadi? Oke. Ya, saya coba bantu jawab ya. Kalau untuk kapan Indonesia akan bisa mencapai net zero komitmennya, itu kan Indonesia adalah salah satu peratifikasi Paris Agreement, terus juga Kigali Amendment ya. Nah, kalau melihat dari roadmap yang sudah ditetapkan oleh pemerintah, maka Indonesia mencapai net zero-nya itu adalah di tahun 2060 atau lebih awal dari 2060 seperti itu. Kalau misalnya kita mendiskusikan tentang renewable energy ya tadi ya, energi terbarukan. Nah, untuk saat ini pun memang sudah banyak perusahaan-perusahaan yang sudah cukup aware dan ke arah untuk mengubah dari fossil fuel energy ke renewable energy. Misal nih, salah satu asosiasi internasional, Corsia, Asosiasi Aviasi Internasional. Nah, itu sekarang menetapkan untuk semua aviasi atau maskapai yang di bawah asosiasi tersebut harus mulai mengarah atau mengubah aviation fuel-nya ke SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel. Di tahun 2025 itu 10% harus sudah konversi ke SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel. Di tahun 2027 itu diharapkan, sebenarnya diwajibkan ya, semua maskapai yang di bawah Asosiasi Corsia itu 100% sudah menggunakan SAF seperti itu. Nah, di sini juga saya sebenarnya sudah sempat ini ya Pak ya, Pertamina juga sudah ke arah sana juga kan, sudah membangun yang namanya Oil Refinery Facility, di mana Pertamina sudah berinisiatif, maaf ya saya jadi on behalf of Pertamina nih jadi. Jadi Pertamina juga sudah membangun oil refinery facility di Cilacap yang nantinya itu akan melakukan refine terhadap minyak goreng bekas menjadi sustainable aviation fuel. Nah, itu juga sudah kebetulan kan kami juga ikut dalam proyek itu. Nah, itu salah satu contoh sih seperti itu. Jadi untuk arah ke sana itu sudah.
Oke, kalau tadi mencapai nomor 1, nomor 2, dan nomor 3 gitu ya. Indonesia kalau secara ini kenapa lebih lambat dibandingkan komitmen Paris Agreement yang diharapkan 2050, karena sebetulnya secara per kapita emisi Indonesia itu masih sangat rendah dibandingkan dengan negara lain. Makanya kita perlu untuk lebih jauh lagi, dan juga dengan komitmen ingin mencapai Indonesia Emas 2045 dengan pertumbuhan ekonomi yang nantinya diharapkan 8%, itu kebutuhan energinya masih banyak. Dan yang harus diyakinkan bahwa penyediaan energi itu kita harus meyakinkan energi yang security energinya dulu itu dikedepankan, affordability-nya baru harus yakinkan bahwa affordable, accessible oleh seluruh rakyat Indonesia, dan yang ketiga energinya harus sustainable. Nah, ini yang kombinasi inilah yang memang dalam transisi energi itu harus dilakukan secara prudent dan dilakukan secara berkeadilan gitu ya, dilakukan secara berkeadilan sehingga tidak meninggalkan satu orang pun yang berkaitan dengan itu. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Suripno. I think what we've been discussing today is just one of the ongoing efforts to go achieving net zero 2060 ya. Pak Adam, apakah sudah menjawab or at least memberikan pemahaman? Cukup? Oh, satu lagi. Oke, just quick please.
Tapi sedangkan di Indonesia sendiri, ya, Indonesia sendiri itu masih minim dengan negara-negara yang udah pakai energi listrik, mobil listrik, motor listrik. Sedangkan negara kita masih pakainya karbon, CO2. Gimana lingkungan ini bisa bahagia? Karena kita sebagai anak-anak ini kita kepengen tuh di Jakarta tuh bersih Pak, bersih. Kita sebagai aktivis sebagai aktivis, kita pengen negara kita bersih. Masa negara kita gini-gini terus gimana? Gimana anak-anak kita nanti? Gitu Pak. Dan kita, pertanyaan saya, siapa dengan siapa dan kenapa? Gitu. Jangan kitanya terus sebagai aktivis kita turun tangan. Sebagai aktivis kita turun tangan. Jadi kita bingung gitu Pak. Padahal di situ juga ada menteri. Ayolah kamu aktif para menteri. Kumpulkanlah jiwa-jiwa kamu. Kumpulkanlah. Karena kita sebagai mahasiswa tentang lingkungan, kita kepengen bahagia. Gitu Pak. Terima kasih.
Thank you Pak Adam. I like this Pak Adam ya. Anyway, so anyone with that? Okay. Please, Bu Cika.
Makasih ya Pak Adam. Mungkin saya izin nambahin sedikit ya. Kalau tadi Bu Yuni dan Pak Supripno itu bicaranya dari teknologi. Mungkin kalau ditanya apa dan siapanya, ini kan pemain-pemainnya ya Pak Adam. Juga ada sisi yang satu, jadi ada sisi private, ada sisi public. Sisi publiknya itulah policy maker, regulator. Kalau ada enabling teknologi, kami juga melihatnya ya, ini juga saya sebagai bangsa Indonesia ya, saya melihatnya juga perlu ada enabling regulation, perlu ada enabling policies. Nah mungkin itu yang perlu kita juga highlight. Nah kalau saya melihat secara objektif aja, secara de facto yang ada di dokumen negara, ada usaha lain selain enabling teknologi juga enabling regulation, salah satunya itu adalah nilai ekonomi karbon Perpres 98 2021. Di situ disebutkan bahwa ada carbon pricing instruments. Instrumentsnya macam-macam Pak Adam. Jadi ada ETS. ETS itu emission trading scheme, artinya perdagangan karbon secara mandatori. Ada juga instrumen lain, carbon credit, carbon allowance, itu adalah voluntary carbon market. Jadi kalau teman-teman mungkin dengar ya, ada IDX Carbon, udah jualan tuh carbon credit. Apa yang ada di IDX Carbon? Itu adalah unit carbon voluntary, SPE GRK. Mungkin nanti di sesi berikutnya ada dari IDX Carbon, bisa lebih ditanya. Dan ada instrumen satu lagi, pajak karbon. Nah jadi sebenarnya kalau dari enabling regulasinya, kita lihat dari sektor publik maupun swasta, itu sudah sama-sama berkolaborasi ya. Bagaimana cara implementasi dari Perpres NEK ini, Perpres yang tahun 98 2021. Jadi kalau misalkan saya juga dulu sempat mahasiswa Pak Adam, saya juga sempat jadi mahasiswa, saya juga pinginnya kalau kita anak muda melihat potensi ke depan, sudah ada komitmen Paris Agreement 2030, sudah ada net zero komitmen juga ya dari Indonesia di 2060 atau lebih cepat. What we can contribute is to support this collaborative between the private, public policymakers, academicians, and all the publics, how to really accelerate this energy transition. Not only energy, I think all the sector has to be contribute from the enabling sectors as well, like the follow, for instance. And then for the industrial waste, all these kind of enabling sectors, regulations, policies, market instruments has to work together to really contribute, to really accelerate the net zero transition, net zero commitment of Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you Bu Cika. So mungkin sedikit tambahkan juga ya. Jadi memang pada akhirnya ya ini pekerjaan PR besar memang. Jadi PR besar dan saya pikir kita sebagai di korporasi juga pun sedang mengarah ke sana. First mengenai climate first approach, saya pikir itu juga salah satu hal yang memang ya arahnya ke sana dari sisi OJK dan sebagainya gitu. Cuman memang yang perlu ini karena memang tidak hanya pekerjaan the question who, tetapi adalah how, dan how can we contribute individually as well. Jadi sesimpel misalnya kalau berbicara mengenai emission factor, emission gitu ya, yang teman-teman pros dan sebagainya gitu. Sesimpel untuk kemudian apakah memang kita sudah mulai decide juga untuk memilih misalnya naik transportasi publik dan atau misalnya membawa kendaraan pribadi dan sebagainya, itu juga kontribut ya secara ini. Jadi saya pikir, tapi saya memahami dari Mas Adam terkait dengan, saya pikir ini memang PR besar dan tapi seperti yang dikatakan oleh Mbak Cika adalah ya enabling sektor dan sebagainya sudah sedang dipersiapkan dan saya pikir ini bisa menjadi hal yang banyak untuk kedepannya sih. Oke, so thank you, makasih banyak Mas Adam. Anyone? Okay, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Ummu Humairah from Environmental Health, Faculty of Public Health, University of Indonesia. My question is, given that Pertamina is a fossil-based energy company, to what extent is the carbon neutrality commitment realistic for the company's core business? Is it just a branding strategy, or is it actually achievable? How does Pertamina balance its carbon neutrality target with national energy needs that are still heavily dependent on fossil fuels? Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Hera. It was a good question actually. So just directly, Pak.
Well, senang saya kalau diskusi sama akademisi dan ini gitu kan, sangat kritis. Jadi so is the commitment Pertamina in fact is we are not calling the carbon neutrality, but toward the net zero emission, okay, in 2060 or earlier. And then as I mentioned earlier that then we develop the medium term objective. So is all what we are doing is not only branding, because why what we are doing is really that on ground we are taking a real action. For the time being that since 2010 up to now, we reduce more than 9.6 million ton CO2 equivalent. Okay, so it's and every year this objective target we increases this from scope 1 and scope 2. On the scope 3, mention it, let's say that we produce the green the biofuel like biodiesel, for example, that we already marketed B35. We already reduce about 28 million CO2 ton CO2 equivalent. So it's meaning that's not a branding. And then also is all the numbers we are disclosed. It's not only Indonesian community who are watching on that numbers, but this worldwide. So is everybody, when there is let's say some numbers which is not consistent, everybody, some of them will shouting on us why it is this. What are your actions? So we have to explain. Last year we have about more than 500 investors around the world coming to Pertamina, and then we explain what we are doing. So it's this not only about the branding, but really that it is action on ground. We want to avoid that what we are doing is to avoid the what you call it green greenwashing. So we want to avoid the greenwashing.
Okay, so perfectly answered by Pak Suripno. So it is not about the brand, but it's the fact actually. It is part of the commitment of Pertamina. So how it clears. Yeah. Okay, so we still have a time. So we're opening for the online question. Is there anyone? Oh, here. Okay, so question for any speaker. So all these frameworks are so complex, of course. Considering this are all done only to measure and adjust. Any opportunity for simplification? Okay, so when? Bujika, please.
Yeah, I agree. All these frameworks are so complex. So that's why the IFRS issued the ISSB. At least we have a common language to define and measure the emissions. And it's not only to measure and reduce. Actually, we need to discuss, because measure is actually, it will translate to how much you need to estimate of your economic or financial impact. So if there is any opportunity for simplification, there is. If you see our DE PSPK 2, which refer to IFRS S2, we provide the options to adopt the industry-based metrics. So we do have the general metrics, which ideally you adopt everything from that. But then there's an option for simplification. Let's say you're in the industry which is the size is more medium to small size, and then we provide the options for this kind of industry to adopt the industry-based metrics for the simplification for the measurement and reporting and disclosure.
Okay, so thank you very much, Bujika, for because there are 4 questions. So the second question is, how can we ensure that carbon accounting standard remain transparent and free from the corporate greenwashing? I think Pak Suripto just mentioned about greenwashing, especially when companies self-report their emission. Yeah. So how we ensure, Pak Surip?
Okay. How we ensure is first is the system what we implement what GAG accounting. We have to implement it systematically. When we are talking about system, meaning you have to do a simple thing is PDCA: plan, do, check, act. Not plan, delay, cancel, and apologize. Not that one. Okay. So that's what you have to do. And then second thing is write what you do what you write, in order to be traceable. And then of course you cannot self-claim, because whatever numbers you are reporting, it is your claim. So how to ensure that? You have to invite the external assurance to assure whether what we are reporting, whether your calculating method, your implementation are correctly done. So that's the way. I think this is in line also is similar to the accounting system which is practiced in the financial. I hope that answering.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Suripno. And then another questions. Okay, so what strategy is the government implementing to achieve net zero carbon emission with already minimal funds due to the budget efficiency? Oh, I know what is the government budget efficiency. Okay, so strategi government implementing achieve net zero mengenai budget efficiency yang lagi.
Yeah, for the strategy that the government is adopting and implementing based on, of course, Paris Agreement and then the international regulations that where the Indonesia has become one of the ratifier, and then inside the nations, so the government has started to put some regulations, national regulation, presidential decree number 98, year 2021. And then the government has also started to give a little push to the state-owned corporations to do decarbonizations. So yeah, I believe the government has started to, and also I think like a few days ago or weeks ago, the government has also stated that the ministries, the state-owned companies has to start to reduce their energy usage, energy consumptions. So that is one of the initiatives that the government has forced to the industries.
Okay, so I think there were more. We still have a time. One? Enough? One only? Okay, so, but could you showing again? Okay, so last question. How can advancement in the accounting sector help corporations control their emission and achieve carbon neutrality? I think go with the Chika.
Yeah, first of all, the IFRS S1 and S2, the reporting and disclosure help the corporations to achieve carbon neutrality early, because there's also the options for adoption for these sustainability standards by 2027 or earlier. So let's say if you already been adopting this kind of reporting, like Pertamina already adopt this sustainability reporting to net zero ya Pak ya namanya, to net zero strategy, then the accounting standards and also sustainability standard board already formulate this supplementing regulations in accounting, in financial accounting and sustainability disclosure. So I hope these complementing each other regulations that we're currently preparing. The standard that we're currently preparing is can enhance the carbon neutrality pathway for achieving net zero earlier.
Okay, so the corporate disclosure anyway. Okay, thank you very much, Mbak Chika. So I think the time is up, right? Okay, so due to the time constraint, so I'd like to just mention from some key takeaways that I already mentioned before from the speakers that we've been discussing with about the carbon accounting and then the calculation of the GHG emission, scope 1, 2, and 3. Of course, we cannot explain in detail here because it takes time to read GHG protocol. So I think if you have time, just visiting for the GHG protocol and then regarding the IFRS 1 and IFRS 2. But I think I need to emphasize that, of course, today we are discussing about the GHG emission, the carbon, the net zero. But please just to emphasize that sustainability is not about the GHG emission itself. There's also some other factors, human rights, social, and then of course the governance, the cyber risk, and etc. So I think today's discussion, hopefully we will give you insight about the carbon accounting. And of course, thank you very much, Mbak Yuni, and then Pak Suripno, Mbak Chika, for sharing with us today. Hopefully, it will make some insightful for some the carbon accounting insight. So I think that's all. Thank you very much. So let's work hand in hand to toward for more green sustainable future in the program. So thank you very much. Back to the MC.
Thank you, Mrs. Nilu Putuyuniari, Mrs. Lutfiana Kartika Larasati, and Mr. Suripno for the outstanding presentation and also for answering the questions. We also thank Mr. Akmal Abudiman for guiding this session well. Next, we will hand out placards and certificates to our speakers and moderator.
We would like to invite Jennifer Jokar as the Vice Project Officer of the 26th Indonesia Accounting Fair to give the placards and certificates to the speakers and moderator. This will be accompanied by a group photo. To Jenny, we welcome you to the stage.
The first placard and certificate will be given to Mrs. Nilu Putuyuniari as our first speaker for the first session of the seminar. Thank you, Mrs. Nilu Putuyuniari.
The second placard and certificate will be given to Mrs. Lutfiana Kartika Larasati as our second speaker for the first session of the seminar. Thank you, Mrs. Lutfiana Kartika Larasati.
The third placard and certificate will be given to Mr. Suripno as our third speaker for the first session of the seminar. Thank you, Mr. Suripno.
The last placard and certificate will be given to Mr. Akmal Abudiman as our moderator for the first session of the seminar. Thank you, Mr. Akmal Abudiman. Next, we will have a group photo with our speakers and moderator.
Once again, thank you Mrs. Nilu Putuyunyari, Mrs. Lutfiana Kartika Larasati, Mr. Suripno, and Mr. Akmal Abudiman for participating in this event.
Next on our agenda, we're excited to have a presentation from MyEdusolve. To the team from MyEdusolve, we welcome you to the stage.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. And I will share you a little bit about MyEdusolve. And since I see a few glazed eyes in the background, like Sabrina Carpenter, I will make it short and sweet. So next slide, please. Okay, so a little bit of introduction of myself. My name is Mira Karyadijaya. I know the last name is a bit mouthful, so you can call me Mira. I'm the head of sales and business development at MyEdusolve, and I've been working with few entities such as Glints and a few other edutech like Hactivate and Algorithma Data Science School also. And after you know a little bit about myself, I will share you a little bit about MyEdusolve. So next one, please. So MyEdusolve is an edutech company. We are focused specifically on international certification, and we have been here since 2019. And since 2019, we have over 76,000 of total participants, 76,000 of total participants, 35,000 international certification issued, and over 800 students help from career preparation program. Our vision is get certified, be qualified, but the idea of MyEdusolve is to give students and everyone else an opportunity for a further education in form of international certifications and other trainings and etc. Can you give the next slide, please? Thank you. So how did MyEdusolve able to help someone, anyone, to be able to reach their dreams? So in here, I would like to tell you a little bit of story about our friend, or can we say our candidate, which is Herjuna. We call him Juna. And Juna is from an accounting faculty from Universitas Negeri Malang. So Juna came to us with hopes of to be an employee of the Big Four. And he was a bit concerned because if he's just an accounting student from Universitas Negeri Malang, he was worried that he doesn't have enough edge to be able to compete with everyone else, because as we can see in this auditorium, there's a lot of you guys that could compete with him to be able to get the same spot. So, however, with my EduSolve help, he was able to work in EY right now as a senior auditor. Now, how did he do it? Can you give the next slide, please? So international certification plays a big part for Juna, especially during the interview. Because he took the Microsoft Office Specialist Excel, he was able to tell this interviewer that he studies a lot about Excel, how to work with Excel, and how it connects with the job that he was about to do later on when if he got accepted in EY. And that convinced the interviewer to give him a chance and to make him able to be where he is right now. And I believe this story can resonate with all of you. Speaking of having dreams and wanting to achieve it, but maybe either you still feel that you're not enough, and my EduSolve is here to help you with that. Next slide, please. So how my EduSolve can help you as an accounting students in detail, or not just accounting students, accounting lecturers, or everyone else that would like to upgrade themselves later. So this is the first thing that we can offer, which is career consultation. You can have the first 15 minutes for free. And if you want longer, we have more consultation, 45 minutes with affordable fee, of course. And you can choose your own career consultant that fits your criteria or your background. Next one, please. And we also have, like I said, international certification. So this certification, we have over 60 kinds of certification. All of it is about digital literacy. Our bestseller is Microsoft Excel, of course. And this can be verified internationally. So if you do have those dreams, you want to maybe go overseas, work for overseas companies or multinational companies, this can give you that edge that you need to be able to do that job or to get that dream. Next one, please. And these are some of the certificates that we have. Like I said, we actually have over 60. So if you want to know more, I see some of you already take out your phones. By all means, please visit our website, myedusolve.com, or you can Google me and ask me more about it. I would be more than happy to answer. Next slide, please. And this is another thing that we have. I can call it a system, and it's called Dian. Dian is, if I'm not mistaken, demi masa depan. So for the future or for your future. So this is a system that we have designed to be able to help you, especially those who are seeking career guidance. So there are mentoring, tutoring, webinar, and just a chat to be able to get you started with that career journey. Next slide, please. And we also have free webinars available twice each month if you access our Instagram, I believe, and our other social medias. There are announcements that could help you to get the free webinars information. And there are some paid webinars with focused interests and rich insights. Next slide, please. And these are our past projects. I'm actually quite excited to tell you about the first two, which is the Microsoft Adobe National Championship paired with the World Championship. So these championships are for the students, whether in high school or in university, that would like to challenge themselves in either Microsoft or Adobe. If you win the competition, you could go to the World Championships. I believe it is in the USA, and we have one coming very soon. So stay tuned with our social medias if you want to know more and how to get there. And another projects that we have are skill up workshops with other companies and employability week, where we help Apple Academy students with their career planning in the future. Next one. And these are just some companies that have recruited our alumni. Next one. And these are also the entities, or can we say universities, and I believe universities that already work with us in regards of training and international certification. So if you want to be able to work with us, just inform us. Can you give me the next slide, please? Yeah. There's my personal information at the bottom, but again, if you are still not sure and don't know which certification that would fit best for you, you can check the myedusolve.com. And that's it for the short introduction for myedusolve. I hope it gave everyone here some ideas on how you can upgrade yourself for your job, your society, your environment, or even yourself in general. I believe that myedusolve can assist you in achieving that dream job or any dream that you have where you can be a better version that you are today. So if you have any questions at all, please don't hesitate to contact us. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the team from MyEduSolve for the insightful and inspiring presentation. We truly appreciate your time and effort in sharing your knowledge with us.
As the first half of the international seminar is coming to an end, we will have a break for 30 minutes. The 26th Indonesia Accounting Fair are providing you with refreshments that you can grab at the registration table.
We would like to remind you that participants will only receive their e-certificate if they have filled out the attendance form for each session. Please fill out the form by scanning the QR code on the screen or check out the Zoom chat box instead. Please be back by 16:25 p.m. as we will start our second session by then.
This event is benefited with 6 cum for the batch of 2023 and earlier, 4 cum for the batch of 2022 and above. There will also be an exhibition outside where participants who meet all the requirements can earn 3 cum for the batch of 2023 and earlier, and 1 cum for the batch of 2022 and above. Additionally, CPD is provided by the Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountants or Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia.
Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia is the recognized professional accountancy organization in Indonesia. Established in December 23, 1957, Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia continues to serve and develop the accountancy profession in the country through, among others, establishment of the Chartered Accountant Indonesia qualification and other professional accountancy certifications, continuous education and training, and standard-setting activities. Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia is home to Indonesian accountants from different backgrounds, public accountants, educators, private and public sector accountants, tax, and forensic accountants.
Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia is responsible for the organization of the Chartered Accountants exams, safeguarding professional accountants' competence through continuous education and training, establishment of the code of ethics and standards relevant to the profession, and establishment of member discipline. This is in line with the Institute's vision to be at the forefront and the development of the education practice, oriented in ethics, social responsibility, and the environment, both nationally and globally.
Ladies and gentlemen, chartered accountants go beyond their traditional role in today's rapidly changing landscape. Chartered accountants have been transformed into difference makers, significantly impacting society. No longer limited to finance, chartered accountants are trusted guardians of data and information, driving transformative business change and influencing decisions that impact society's well-being.
If you see possibility and progress first and the numbers second, chartered accountancy could be for you. Be a chartered accountant and be a difference maker. Please be back by 16:25 p.m. as we will start our second session by then. Thank you and good afternoon.
Ular! Ular! Ah! Ular! Ular! Ular!
Untung saya sudah daftar jaminan kecelakaan kerja.
Untung kita juga udah daftar.
Ayo daftar jaminan kecelakaan kerja dari BPJS ke tenaga kerjaan. Iurannya 36.800 per bulan. Pasti aman, pasti cair, pasti tenang.
Mau main sama cucu.
Ikut nggak?
Enggak, mau main sama cucu. Daftar jaminan hari tua. Untung saya sudah daftar jaminan hari tua.
Untung tabungan hari tua aman, jadi bisa sering main sama cucu.
Ayo daftar jaminan hari tua dari BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. 36.800 per bulan. Pasti aman, pasti cair, pasti tenang.
Yuk, daftar. Gimana kalau kita dibuatin bunga ini ya, Dek?
Janganlah Uni, anakku masih
Dek! 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 Untung udah daftar jaminan kematian. Anak bisa dapat beasiswa juga. Daftar BPJS Ketenagakerjaan 36.800 per bulan. Pasti aman, pasti cair, pasti tenang.
Bang, beli bunganya bang.
Bentar.
Ini yang BCA percaya tentang generasi.
Ini yang BCA percaya
tentang
generasi yang selalu berambisi dan kita
penuh
percaya diri. Udah sampo belum
yang
kamu?
leadership yang kuat dan problem solving yang tepat.
Ya udah, ambil air putih dulu aja.
Yang komunikatif dan strategi keuangannya.
Efektif.
Yang mudah jalin koneksi dan jago kasih solusi.
Itang udah pecah, Itang. Pecah, Itang.
Banyak ide dan semangatnya menginspirasi. Yang setia jadi andalan, tulus membantu saat dibutuhkan. BCA percaya generasi ini. Generasi yang kadang dilihat sebelah mata, padahal full of potential. So, if you believe you are part of it, join BCA sekarang. Karena BCA, believe you can.
Paragon Corp, the largest and market leader of cosmetics industry in Indonesia with 13 proud brands.
Okay, thank you very much, sayang. Ini itu nggak diminum.
Together with more than 10,000 Paragonians, we have a mission to serve benevolently and grow sustainably with our creators' blessings. By the collaboration of Paragonians with local and global experts, we built the largest cosmetics research and innovation center in Southeast Asia. Our factory, we spread the goodness of our products to 43 distribution centers all over Indonesia and Malaysia. It's our responsibility to create agro access for education, health, women empowerment, and care for environment. Because we are enabling goodness beyond business.
Kesuksesan selalu berawal dari sebuah harapan. Harapan untuk menghidupi visi yang besar. Itulah kenapa kami ada. Tahun 1921, Hokan Holdings Limited memulai perjalanannya di Otaru, Hokkaido. Disinilah Hokkai Can Warehouse Co. Limited lahir dan berekspansi secara masif. 8 dekade kemudian, sekelompok insinyur dan ahli di Indonesia mendirikan PT Delta Pack Industri. Didukung kecanggihan teknologi Eropa, Delta Pack hadir menciptakan produk-produk berdaya saing tinggi. Tahun 2019 menjadi tahun bersejarah di mana Hokan Holdings Limited bergabung dengan PT Delta Pack Industri menjadi PT Hokan Delta Pack Industri. Berbekal pencapaian, kesuksesan, dan prestasi dari kedua belah pihak, Hokan Delta Pack berkembang menjadi produsen kemasan plastik makanan dan minuman yang dipercaya berbagai brand ternama di Indonesia. Itulah perjalanan yang membawa kami hingga saat ini. Hokan Delta Pack telah berevolusi menjadi perusahaan multinasional yang berkomitmen membawa nilai, dedikasi, dan aspirasi yang konsisten. Komitmen ini telah mendorong kami menjadi produsen kemasan plastik terpercaya, mitra terbaik bagi bisnis Anda. Lebih dari itu, seluruh pabrik dan fasilitas kami telah didukung teknologi modern, menjamin kualitas produk yang sempurna dan bebas kontaminasi. Kami bangga menjadi pelopor teknologi inovatif Structured Lightweight Products, struktur yang lebih ringan dan hemat biaya tanpa mengurangi kualitas. Kini, inovasi kami telah dianut menjadi standar industri nasional. Seiring dengan pertumbuhan sektor FMCG dan F&B yang pesat, produk kami dirancang dengan berbagai keunggulan yang menjawab kebutuhan masa kini. Tim peneliti dan pengembangan kami akan senantiasa memberikan solusi terbaik untuk Anda. Quality control adalah fokus kami dalam setiap proses produksi. Kami menggunakan pelet murni 100% tanpa bahan kimia tambahan, sehingga produk Hokan Delta Pack terjamin halal, aman, dan layak digunakan sehari-hari. Hokan Delta Pack percaya bahwa keberlanjutan sebuah mahakarya terletak di balik tangan penciptanya. Para pemimpin, pejuang, pencipta, ilmuwan, penemu, para visioner. Inilah misi kami, berinvestasi pada sumber daya manusia, memotivasi dan mendukung sepenuh hati. Kami memastikan setiap individu menjadi ahli dalam bidangnya. Semangat, kerja keras, dan keteguhan seluruh rekan stakeholder telah membawa Hokan Delta Pack kepada pengakuan dan penghargaan global. Hal tersebut membuktikan komitmen Hokan Delta Pack sebagai manufaktur termofon dan PET packaging kelas dunia yang selalu dapat diandalkan. Kami berdedikasi untuk menjadi inovator terkemuka dalam industri manufaktur plastik di Indonesia maupun di seluruh dunia. Dan inilah kehormatan dan kebanggaan kami, bersinergi membangun ekonomi Indonesia bersama Anda. Hokan Delta Pack Industri, mitra kepercayaan Anda.
Punya target jadi akuntan atau auditor di big company? Atau bahkan bermimpi kerja di Big Four? Tapi setelah sadar harus bersaing dengan ribuan orang, rasanya mulai ragu ya. Apalagi masih sering gak pede dengan skill sendiri dan belum punya bekal yang cukup selain IPK. Lalu gimana bisa stand out dari kandidat lain? MyEdusoft hadir sebagai perusahaan dengan misi besar untuk memberdayakan generasi muda agar siap menghadapi dunia kerja. Sebagai mahasiswa akuntansi, kamu bisa mengakses lebih dari 50 pilihan program sertifikasi internasional. Mau ikut sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam mengelola worksheet, memahami formula kompleks, dan otomasi dengan makros akan diuji. Mau ikut sertifikasi bookkeeping resmi dari Intuit? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam pembukuan keuangan akan diuji. Dengan sertifikasi, skillmu tervalidasi sesuai dengan standar industri dan menjadi pelengkap sempurna ijazah kamu. Nggak cuma itu, kamu juga bisa mengakses program Career Consultation, dapatkan bimbingan CV, interview, dan personal branding dari HR. Mulai langkahmu sekarang. ikut sertifikasi internasional untuk raih karir profesional. Spesial di event ini, tersedia program gratis dan diskon sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft. Bersama MyEdusolve, get certified, be qualified.
We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. The refreshment is still being prepared and will be distributed shortly. You are free to exit the venue and come back for a second half of the international seminar at 16:25. Refreshments will be distributed by a committee directly to your seats. Further information will be informed via the WhatsApp group.
Once again, to all participants, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Refreshments is being prepared and will be distributed shortly. You are free to exit the venue and come back for the second half of the international seminar.
What kind of tomorrow do you want to shape?
Refreshments will be distributed by our committee.
A connected world working together to prosper and thrive.
Thank you for your patience and understanding.
Training as a chartered accountant puts you in a position to make a real difference, giving you the skills and perspectives to build the tomorrow you want. Become a difference maker. Become a chartered accountant.
Untuk udah daftar jaminan kematian, anak bisa dapat beasiswa juga. Daftar BPJS Ketenagakerjaan, 36.800 per bulan. Pasti aman, pasti cair, pasti tenang.
Bang, beli bunganya bang.
Ini yang BCA percaya, tentang generasi yang selalu berambisi dan penuh percaya diri. Yang leadership yang kuat dan problem solving tepat. Yang komunikatif dan strategi keuangannya efektif. Yang mudah jalin koneksi dan jago kasih solusi. Banyak ide inovatif dan semangatnya menginspirasi. Yang setia jadi andalan, tulus membantu, dibutuhkan. BCA percaya generasi ini. Generasi yang kadang dilihat sebelah mata, padahal full of potential. So, if you believe you are part of it, join BCA sekarang. Karena BCA, believe you can.
Paragon Corp, the largest and market leader of cosmetics industry in Indonesia with 13 proud brands.
Ular! Ular! Ular!
Untung saya sudah daftar jaminan kecelakaan kerja.
Untung kita juga udah daftar.
Ayo daftar jaminan kecelakaan kerja dari BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. Iurannya 36.800 per bulan. Pasti aman, pasti cair, pasti tenang.
Ikut nggak?
Enggak, mau main sama cucu. Untung saya sudah daftar jaminan hari tua.
Untung tabungan hari tua aman, jadi bisa sering main sama cucu.
Ayo daftar jaminan hari tua dari BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. 36.800 per bulan. Pasti aman, pasti cair, pasti tenang.
Yuk, daftar. Gimana kalau kita dibuatin bunga ini ya, Dek?
Janganlah Uni, anakku masih Dek!
Dek! Dek! Untung udah daftar jaminan kematian. Anak bisa dapat beasiswa juga. Daftar BPJS Ketenagakerjaan, 36.800 per bulan. Pasti aman, pasti cair, pasti tenang.
Bang, beli bunganya bang.
Didukung kecanggihan teknologi Eropa, Delta Pack
Ini yang
hadir
BCA
menciptakan
percaya
produk-produk
tentang
berdaya
generasi
saing
yang selalu berambisi
Tahun
dan
2019
penuh percaya
menjadi
diri.
tahun bersejarah di mana Hokan
Yang leadership
Holdings
yang
Limited
kuat
bergabung
dan
dengan
problem
PT
solving yang
Delta
tepat.
Pack Industri menjadi PT Hokan Delta Pack Industri. Berbekal pencapaian, kesuksesan, dan prestasi dari kedua belah pihak, Hokan Delta Pack
Yang
berkembang
komunikatif
jadi produsen
dan
kemasan
strategi
plastik
keuangannya
makanan dan minuman
efektif.
yang dipercaya berbagai brand terkenal di Indonesia. Itulah perjalanan yang membawa kami hingga saat ini. Hokan Delta Pack
Yang
telah
mudah jalin
berevolusi menjadi
koneksi
perusahaan
dan jago
multinasional
kasih
yang
solusi.
berkomitmen membawa nilai, dedikasi, dan aspirasi yang konsisten. Komitmen ini telah mendorong kami menjadi produsen kemasan plastik
Yang banyak
terpercaya,
ide inovasi
mitra
dan
terbaik
semangatnya
bagi bisnis Anda.
menginspirasi.
Lebih dari itu, seluruh pabrik dan fasilitas kami telah didukung teknologi modern, menjamin kualitas produk yang sempurna dan bebas kontaminasi. Kami
Yang
bangga
setia
menjadi
jadi
pelopor
andalan,
teknologi
tulus
inovatif,
membantu saat
structured
dibutuhkan.
lightweight products. Strukturnya lebih tinggi dan hemat biaya tanpa mengurangi kualitas.
Si, BCA
inovasi
percaya
kami telah
generasi
dianggap
ini.
menjadi standar
Generasi
industri
yang kadang
nasional.
dilihat sebelah mata, padahal full of potential.
Seiring dengan pertumbuhan
So,
sektor
if you
FMCG
believe
dan
you are
F&B
part of
yang
it,
pesat,
join
produk
BCA
kami
sekarang.
dirancang
Karena
dengan berbagai
BCA,
keunggulan
believe
yang
you
menjawab kebutuhan
can.
masa kini. Tim peneliti dan pengembangan kami akan senantiasa memberikan solusi terbaik untuk Anda.
Paragon Corp, the largest and market leader of cosmetics industry in Indonesia with 13 proud brands.
Tanpa bahan kimia tambahan,
Together with more than 10,000 Paragonians, we have a mission to serve benevolently and grow sustainably with our creators' blessings. By the collaboration of Paragonian with local and global experts, we built the largest cosmetics research and innovation center in Southeast Asia. Our factory, we spread the goodness of our product to 43 distribution centers all over Indonesia and Malaysia. It's our responsibility to create equal access for education, health, women empowerment, and care for environment. Because we are enabling goodness beyond business.
Kesuksesan selalu berawal dari sebuah harapan. Harapan untuk menghidupi visi yang besar. Itulah kenapa kami ada. Tahun 1921, Hokan Holdings Limited memulai perjalanannya di Otaru, Hokkaido. Disinilah Hokkai Can Warehouse Co. Limited lahir dan berekspansi secara masif. 8 dekade kemudian, sekelompok insinyur dan ahli di Indonesia mendirikan PT Delta Pack Industri. Didukung kecanggihan teknologi Eropa, Delta Pack hadir menciptakan produk-produk berdaya saing tinggi. Tahun 2019 menjadi tahun bersejarah di mana Hokan Holdings Limited bergabung dengan PT Delta Pack Industri menjadi PT Hokan Delta Pack Industri. Berbekal pencapaian, kesuksesan, dan prestasi dari kedua belah pihak, Hokan Delta Pack berkembang menjadi produsen kemasan plastik makanan dan minuman yang dipercaya berbagai brand ternama di Indonesia. Itulah perjalanan yang membawa kami hingga saat ini. Hokan Delta Pack telah berevolusi menjadi perusahaan multinasional yang berkomitmen membawa nilai, dedikasi, dan aspirasi yang konsisten. Komitmen ini telah mendorong kami menjadi produsen kemasan plastik terpercaya, mitra terbaik bagi bisnis Anda. Lebih dari itu, seluruh pabrik dan fasilitas kami telah didukung teknologi modern, menjamin kualitas produk yang sempurna dan bebas kontaminasi. Kami bangga menjadi pelopor teknologi inovatif Structured Lightweight Products, struktur yang lebih ringan dan hemat biaya tanpa mengurangi kualitas. Kini, inovasi kami telah dianut menjadi standar industri nasional. Seiring dengan pertumbuhan sektor FMCG dan F&B yang pesat, produk kami dirancang dengan berbagai keunggulan yang menjawab kebutuhan masa kini. Tim peneliti dan pengembangan kami akan senantiasa memberikan solusi terbaik untuk Anda. Quality control adalah fokus kami dalam setiap proses produksi. Kami menggunakan pelet murni 100% tanpa bahan kimia tambahan, sehingga produk Hokan Delta Pack terjamin halal, aman, dan layak digunakan sehari-hari. Hokan Delta Pack percaya bahwa keberlanjutan sebuah mahakarya terletak di balik tangan penciptanya. Para pemimpin, pejuang, pencipta, ilmuwan, penemu, para visioner. Inilah misi kami, berinvestasi pada sumber daya manusia, memotivasi dan mendukung sepenuh hati. Kami memastikan setiap individu menjadi ahli dalam bidangnya. Semangat, kerja keras, dan ketekunan seluruh rekan stakeholder telah membawa Hokan Delta Pack kepada pengakuan dan penghargaan global. Hal tersebut membuktikan komitmen Hokan Delta Pack sebagai manufaktur thermoform dan PET packaging kelas dunia yang selalu dapat diandalkan. Kami berdedikasi untuk menjadi inovator terkemuka dalam industri manufaktur plastik di Indonesia maupun di seluruh dunia. Dan inilah kehormatan dan kebanggaan kami, bersinergi membangun ekonomi Indonesia bersama Anda. Hokan Delta Pack Industri, mitra kepercayaan Anda.
Bersama Coca-Cola.
Punya target jadi akuntan atau auditor di big company? Atau bahkan bermimpi kerja di Big Four? Tapi setelah sadar harus bersaing dengan ribuan orang, rasanya mulai ragu ya. Apalagi masih sering gak pede dengan skill sendiri dan belum punya bekal yang cukup selain EPK. Lalu gimana bisa stand out dari kandidat lain? MyEdusoft hadir sebagai perusahaan dengan misi besar untuk memberdayakan generasi muda agar siap menghadapi dunia kerja. Sebagai mahasiswa akuntansi, kamu bisa mengakses lebih dari 50 pilihan program sertifikasi internasional. Mau ikut sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam mengelola worksheet, memahami formula kompleks, dan automasi dengan makros akan diuji. Mau ikut sertifikasi bookkeeping resmi dari Intuit? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam pembukuan keuangan akan diuji. Dengan sertifikasi, skillmu tervalidasi sesuai dengan standar industri dan menjadi pelengkap sempurna ijazah kamu. Nggak cuma itu, kamu juga bisa mengakses program Career Consultation, dapatkan bimbingan CV, interview, dan personal branding dari HR. Mulai langkahmu sekarang. Ikut sertifikasi internasional untuk raih karir profesional. Spesial di event ini, tersedia program gratis dan diskon sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft. Bersama MyEdusoft, get certified, be qualified.
BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. Per bulan. Pasti aman, pasti cair, pasti tenang.
Yuk, daftar. Gimana kalau kita dibuatin bunga ini ya, Dek?
Janganlah Uni, anakku masih kecil.
Pagi guys dan penuh percaya diri. Yang leadership yang kuat dan problem solving.
Beraga. Diri kantor. Duduk belas makanan. Terus dari rumah.
Yang setia jadi andalan.
What kind of tomorrow do you want to shape? A connected world, working together to prosper and thrive. Training as a chartered accountant puts you in a position to make a real difference, giving you the skills and perspectives to build the tomorrow you want. Become a difference maker.
We welcome you back to the 26th Indonesia Accounting Fair International Seminar.
Please be mindful for the refreshments and please keep the auditorium clean. For those who haven't gotten refreshments and received our wristbands, you may approach our desk outside of the auditorium. Also, if there are any spills, please inform our committee immediately.
Once again, please be mindful for the refreshments and please keep the auditorium clean. For those who have not gotten refreshment and received our wristbands, you may approach our desk outside of the auditorium. If there are any spills, please inform our committee immediately.
This event is benefited with 6 cum for the batch of 2023 and earlier, 4 cum for the batch of 2022 and above. There will also be an exhibition outside where participants who meet all the requirements can earn 3 cum for the batch of 2023 and earlier, and 1 cum for the batch of 2022 and above. Additionally, CPD is provided by the Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountants or Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia.
Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia is the recognized professional accountancy organization in Indonesia. Established in December 23, 1957, Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia continues to serve and develop the accountancy profession in the country through, among others, establishment of the Chartered Accountant Indonesia and accountants from different backgrounds, public accountants, educators, private and public sector accountants, tax, and forensic accountants.
Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia is responsible for the organization of the Chartered Accountant exams, safeguarding professional accountants' competence through continuous education and training, establishment of the code of ethics and standards relevant to the profession, and establishment of member discipline. This is in line with the Institute's vision to be at the forefront in the development of the accounting education and practice, oriented in ethics, social responsibility, and the environment, both nationally and globally.
Ladies and gentlemen, chartered accountants go beyond their traditional role in today's rapidly changing landscape. Chartered accountants have been transformed into difference makers, significantly impacting society. No longer limited to finance, chartered accountants are trusted guardians of data and information, driving transformative business change and influencing decisions that impact society's well-being.
If you see possibility and progress first and the numbers second, chartered accountancy could be for you. Be a chartered accountant and be a difference maker.
We would also like to thank our sponsors, Prodia,
BNI,
PT Hokan Delta Pack Industri,
GNV Consulting,
KAP Cahyadi dan Tamara, by Roy Tamara dan David Wijaya,
BPJS Ketenaga Kerjaan,
Getuk,
My EduSolve,
Vika,
Tora Tools,
Itoen,
Deorex,
Onyx,
Avoskin,
Paragon Corp,
Coca-Cola,
Suara HT Jakarta,
BSM Entertainment,
Lampu Ijo,
BCA,
KAP Henry Ferdi dan rekan,
Iluni FEB UI,
Batavia, Malakar Trust Wuungan Insurance,
IM3 Indosat,
Indonesia Stock Exchange,
and Wonderly, body lotion Indonesia pertama yang mendapatkan rekor muri dan cocok di semua jenis kulit. We would also like to thank our official media partner, Line Indonesia,
Metro TV,
Tempo.co,
Akurat.co,
Kompasiana,
Marketeers,
Gandeng Foundation,
Isaac UI,
Talent Growth,
Media Indonesia,
Ruang Seminar,
Brilio.net,
Hipmi UI,
Aktual.com,
Kata Data,
FM News,
Yang on Top,
Opal,
Majalah Stabilitas,
DDTC News,
Berita Satu,
and acara mahasiswa.
who have supported us in making this event possible. Up next, we hope for your attention because we are about to proceed to the Strategic Insights session with the theme of Bridging National Policy and Practices in Fostering Carbon Accountability. We are proud to mention that today we are accompanied by Mr. Septian Haryoseto. Mr. Septian Haryoseto is an economist and finance professional with extensive experience in both government and industry. A graduate of the University of Indonesia and Schema Business School, he began his career in finance before joining the government. With expertise in capital raising, debt restructuring, and crisis management, he has played a key role in major national projects, including the Jakarta-Bandung High-Speed Rail, Jabodebek LRT, and the development of airports and toll roads across Indonesia.
Since 2015, Mr. Seto has held various strategic positions as an expert staff in key ministries, including the Executive Office of the President and the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment. He also serves as an independent commissioner at PT Bank Negara Indonesia Tbk and is currently a member of the National Energy Council. In recognition of his contributions, he was awarded the Satya Lancana Wirakarya Honorary Medal by the President of Indonesia in 2024. To Mr. Seto, we welcome you to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya kira saya akan bicara bahasa Indonesia aja ya. Nah, yang datang semuanya saya lihat juga orang Indonesia. Jadi kenapa kita harus pakai bahasa Inggris? Kecuali lebih banyak bulenya yang hadir gitu. Saya pertama-tama ucapkan terima kasih kepada SPA FEUI yang sudah mengundang saya untuk hadir di dalam seminar ini. Terus terang balik ke FEUI ini seperti kayak nostalgia. Karena saya dulu masuk FEUI tahun 2002 dan lulus tahun 2006. Kayaknya nggak banyak berubah di sini gitu. Jadi auditoriumnya tetap seperti kayak gini. Gedung-gedungnya aja yang kelihatan nambah. Walaupun saya dulu lulusan akuntansi, tapi saya tidak bergabung di SPA ya dulu, karena buat saya akuntansi itu dulu susah. Tapi ya ini banyak bermanfaat ketika saya sudah lulus. Jadi saya mau diskusi terkait dengan topik yang dibahas pada sore hari ini. Ini topik yang sangat penting dan saya senang SPA juga mengangkat isu mengenai carbon accounting ini di dalam seminarnya ya. Sebenarnya apa sih definisi carbon accounting? Carbon accounting itu kan pada intinya adalah bagaimana kita mengukur emisi karbon ya. Emisi karbon dari suatu kegiatan atau proses produksi ya, atau kita bisa bilang kalau untuk transportasi ya dari satu jenis alat kendaraan ya, untuk menghitung berapa sih sebenarnya emisi karbon yang ada di dalam situ. Jadi ini satu hal yang penting. Kenapa? Karena ada yang bilang kita misalnya kalau sebutnya net zero emission gitu ya. Karena kalau kita ngomong net zero emission itu emisi itu ada banyak. Jadi bukan hanya karbon tapi ada sulfur gitu ya. Ada beberapa aspek yang lain gitu. Nah, jadi kalau kita sudah mengkerucutkan ini kepada carbon accounting, berarti yang akan kita ukur adalah CO2-nya. Gitu ya. Ini satu hal yang cukup penting. Jadi kalau kita ngomong carbon accounting, ya kita ngukur bagaimana CO2 itu karbon dioksida itu dihasilkan. Berapa sih angkanya gitu ya. Sebelum saya masuk ke situ, saya mau sedikit kasih gambaran slide berikutnya. Ini adalah kira-kira gambaran pasar karbon di dunia ya. Jadi kenapa sih carbon accounting itu penting? Karena ada pasar karbon. Jadi kalau sesuatu yang tidak ada nilai ekonominya, biasanya itu ya istilahnya ngapain kita hitung? Apa manfaatnya kita menghitung kalau tidak ada nilai ekonominya? Makanya carbon accounting ini akan menjadi satu fundamental besar dari pasar karbon. Nah, di seluruh dunia, pasar karbon terbesar itu ada di Uni Eropa. Ini yang kita sebut namanya ETS ya, Emission Trading System. Nanti saya akan jelaskan seperti apa. Tapi ini adalah pasar karbon terbesar di dunia. Pada tahun 2023 nilainya itu sekitar 881 miliar euro ya. Jadi kalau dikali 16.000 ya mungkin itu hampir sekitar 15-16 ribu triliun sendiri. Jadi ini angka yang cukup besar. Oleh karena itu sama seperti kita di akuntansi ya, ketika kita mencatatkan di dalam pembukuan kan kita mencatatkan satu aktivitas ekonomi yang penting. Nah ini juga sama. Carbon trading atau carbon market itu tidak akan bisa berfungsi dengan baik kalau proses accountingnya itu tidak bisa berjalan dengan kredibel ya kita sebutnya ya. Nah di seluruh dunia, slide berikutnya, ada dua jenis market. Mungkin di sesi-sesi sebelumnya udah dibahas, tapi ada yang namanya voluntary market, ada yang namanya mandatory market atau kita sebutnya compliance market. Apa sih perbedaan keduanya? Perbedaannya cukup signifikan dan ini menurut saya yang banyak di Indonesia pemahamannya belum lengkap sehingga pasar karbonnya itu tidak berjalan dengan optimal ya. Kalau yang namanya mandatory market atau kita sebutnya compliance market itu adalah pasar karbon di mana itu diatur ketat secara regulasi sektor-sektor yang dibatasi emisi karbonnya. Jadi kalau di Eropa tadi yang saya sebutkan itu yang dibatasi adalah sektor industri, pembangkit listrik, transportasi ya, pesawat dan juga kapal. Jadi bagaimana mekanismenya bekerja? Jadi setiap industri itu akan dikasih batasan maksimum berapa emisi karbonnya. Jadi misalnya kalau saya punya industri, misalnya industri manufaktur, ada batasan maksimum karbonnya misalnya 1.000 ton setiap tahunnya. Nah itu akan dikasih kita sebutnya allowance. Ini adalah allowance yang akan dikasih dan akan dibagikan kepada perusahaan-perusahaan yang ada di dalam industri tersebut. Kalau sampai melebihi dari allowance-nya tersebut, akan ada pajak atau biasanya denda. Nah, bagaimana kalau ada orang yang melebihi tersebut? Pilihannya bisa dua. Dia bisa bayar pajak atau dendanya, atau dia bisa membeli dari orang lain yang lebih hemat. Jadi ini yang namanya kemudian kita sebutnya cap and trade and tax ya. Nah, cap and trade lah kalau kita sebutnya. Jadi ada batasan maksimum, kalau dia ngelebihin dia harus beli dari orang lain. Ya kalau dia lebih hemat dia bisa jual ke orang lain. Nah, untuk kita bisa mengatur, oh ini lebih hemat, ini lebih boros, ini adalah peran carbon accounting-nya. Jadi harus bisa dihitung dari setiap aktivitasnya itu berapa emisi CO2 yang keluar. Nah ini pasar terbesar di dunia sekarang ada di Uni Eropa. Kita tahun lalu sempat mau melaksanakan ini untuk sektor power plant, tapi ditunda. Alasannya karena tadi, rupanya biaya ekonomi yang muncul ini cukup signifikan untuk masyarakat. Satu lagi adalah voluntary market. Kalau voluntary market ini sifatnya compensation. Artinya apa? Misalnya ini nggak ada mandatorinya, nggak ada kewajibannya dalam regulasi. Yang berkembang di Indonesia lebih banyak sekarang adalah voluntary market. Jadi misalnya saya punya hutan. Hutan saya sebelumnya gundul, lalu saya tanamin. Ada pohonnya. Nah, pohon ini akan menyerap karbon CO2 yang ada di alam. Nah, itu akan dihitung. Jadi karbon yang diserap itulah nanti yang dia bisa jual untuk dibeli sama orang lain. Jadi misalnya kalau saya Unilever atau saya Microsoft gitu ya, saya mau mengurangi emisi karbon saya bisa beli dari perusahaan-perusahaan yang menjual kayak tadi. Tapi ini tidak ada diwajibkan dalam regulasi. Biasanya ini digunakan sebagai bagian untuk public image dari perusahaannya. Dia mau bilang bahwa perusahaannya, oh saya sudah net zero karbon gitu ya. Saya udah mengurangi karbonnya sekian-sekian gitu ya. Itu bisa. Tapi sekali lagi tidak ada regulasinya. Akibatnya apa? Akibatnya harga karbon yang dihasilkan antara yang voluntary dengan yang mandatory itu seperti bumi dan langit. Kalau di Eropa, di mandatory market, harga karbonnya mungkin sekarang udah sekitar 70 euro per ton. Di Indonesia, yang voluntary market, mungkin sekarang harganya di bawah $5. Jadi ini perbedaannya langit dan bumi. Tapi tadi, untuk kita bisa menjual hak atas karbonnya, tadi perlu ada accounting karbon yang ketat. Bagaimana prosesnya? Kita sebutnya di sini MRV. Next slide. Ini ada measurement, reporting, dan verification. Nah, bagaimana kita mengukur, bagaimana kita melaporkan, dan bagaimana kemudian ini bisa diverifikasi. Ya sebenarnya prinsip-prinsip dasarnya sama kayak prinsip-prinsip akuntansi. Harus bisa diukur, ya. Terus nanti diatur pelaporannya yang terstandar dan juga harus bisa diverifikasi bahwa ini memang angkanya benar. Gitu. Ini ada prosesnya. Di internasional, di dunia ada lembaga-lembaga sertifikasi independen yang melakukan hal ini. Kita kenal namanya gold standard, ada yang namanya Vera ya. Ini banyak digunakan terutama untuk voluntary carbon market. Nah, tapi tantangannya tadi buat Indonesia adalah itu. Bagaimana kita bisa membentuk sistem ini? Karena ini penting. Sama kayak di accounting ya, kita menghindari apa yang namanya double counting ya. Jadi nggak boleh satu karbon itu diklaim sama dua orang yang berbeda. Jadi kalau misalnya ini diperdagangkan, berarti berpindah dari penjual ke pembeli itu harus ada pencatatannya. Nah ini adalah tantangannya. Bagaimana kita bisa mencatat seluruh karbon yang diperdagangkan sehingga tadi credibility-nya juga bagus. Slide berikutnya. Nah ini sebenarnya tata kerangka regulasi pasar karbon di Indonesia. Kita udah punya regulasinya, tapi tantangan terbesarnya adalah kita belum bisa membentuk apa yang namanya mandatory carbon market ya. Ini penting. Kenapa mandatory itu penting? Karena tadi kalau ada regulasi yang memaksa, ya ini akan bisa berjalan lebih bagus. Artinya orang akan lebih serius untuk mengurangi emisinya. Orang akan lebih serius untuk memastikan emisinya itu sesuai dengan ketentuan regulasi yang ada. Kalau hanya mengandalkan voluntary carbon market, pasarnya tidak akan berkembang banyak. Kalau dulu sebelum tahun 2021, ini bisa cross antara voluntary ke mandatory di Eropa. Sekarang udah nggak boleh lagi. Makanya harga voluntary carbon marketnya juga berkurang. Tapi kerangka regulasinya kalau kita lihat dari peraturan Menteri Lingkungan Hidup ya, itu sudah ada. Cuma kendalanya memang implementasinya nggak mudah. Karena tadi MRV-nya itu harus internationally recognized. Kalau ini mau diperdagangkan cross border. Itu satu. Terus yang kedua isunya adalah buat kita punya komitmen Paris Agreement. 33% harus mengurangi emisinya di 2030 gitu ya. Nah, itu pencatatannya gimana? Kalau kita menjual tadi karbon yang dihasilkan di Indonesia karena tadi proses di kita bisa konservasi hutan atau reforestasi ya. Bagaimana ini jangan sampai nanti terjadi double counting sama negara yang ngebeli. Jadi ini adalah isu yang krusial. Tapi esensinya tadi carbon accounting di mana itu adalah basisnya MRV itu penting. Jadi harus ada standar yang bisa diakui, direcognize sama internasional ya, bahwa memang ini kredibel. Kalau enggak akan sulit. Sama kalau kayak kita PSAK ya. PSAK lama-lama kan kita PSAK kita mengadopsi IFRS. Supaya apa? Ya supaya ini bisa diakui seluruh dunia. Apa yang dicatatkan di Indonesia itu pencatatan metodenya standar sama dengan apa yang dicatatkan di Singapura, apa yang dicatatkan di Hong Kong, apa yang dicatatkan di Inggris. Kesamaan standar ini penting. Jadi kita nggak bisa sekedar apa maunya kita gitu, nggak bisa. Dan ini tantangannya, bukan hanya di Indonesia. Secara global, isu mengenai MRV dan standar ini juga menjadi isu yang masih banyak diperdebatkan ya. Karena tadi masalah pencatatannya, terutama untuk voluntary carbon market. Tapi tadi kalau saya bilang kalau untuk yang mandatory, terutama yang di Eropa, itu sistemnya sudah berjalan dengan cukup baik ya. Sehingga marketnya bisa berkembang begitu besar. Slide berikutnya. Nah ini beberapa tantangannya ya. Ada beberapa teknologi yang bisa digunakan kayak blockchain gitu ya untuk kita bisa membantu recordingnya. Tapi tadi intinya ya kita perlu standar internasional ataupun kalau kita punya standar Indonesia sendiri perlu ini yang bisa direcognize secara internasional. Kalau enggak akan sulit. Kebanyakan di voluntary carbon market di Indonesia mereka menggunakan gold standard sama Vera. Itu lembaga independen, sertifikasi independen yang melakukan pengukuran dan measurement atas karbonnya ini. Cuma ya tadi dua lembaga ini pun juga banyak mendapatkan kritik karena tadi satu lembaga dengan lembaga yang lain itu standarnya juga berbeda. Jadi saya kira tantangannya secara global kalau ini belum ada, kalau saya boleh bilang semacam IFRS-nya ya, ini akan kesulitan untuk bisa kita memastikan carbon accounting-nya itu berjalan dengan kredibel. Beberapa negara tadi yang menerapkan mandatory market sendiri, ETS, mereka punya standar sendiri yang sudah cukup berkembang. Ya kita bisa mengacu ke sana, tapi kesulitannya ya tadi, marketnya mereka sudah jauh lebih develop dibandingkan apa yang ada di Indonesia. Jadi ini juga tantangan tersendiri. Saya kira di sini paparan saya. Tapi intinya kalau ngomong carbon accounting nggak terlalu beda jauh dengan tadi prinsip-prinsip akuntansi yang kita pelajarin di kuliah. Ya harus bisa diukur, report dan pengukurannya pun ada metodologi standar yang kita sepakati bersama, reportingnya juga sama, sehingga nanti at the end bisa diverifikasi. Dengan berbagai-bagai macam pihak yang memverifikasi hasilnya harus tetap sama. Tadi dasarnya apa? Dasarnya adalah ya kita harus punya standar untuk bagaimana proses MRV-nya ini dilakukan. Saya kira demikian dari saya. Kalau ada pertanyaan, saya persilakan. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Seto, for the clear and insightful presentation.
We kindly request all the participants to maintain a quiet and respectful environment to ensure a smooth and focused session. Thank you for your cooperation.
We will now begin the Q&A session. As a reminder, the first two participants to ask a question will receive exclusive door prizes from Prodia.
If you would like to ask questions, please raise your hand and clearly state your name beforehand. Kindly keep your question brief and relevant to the topic.
Let's start with the first question. Yes. Please, with the black shirt in the back. Okay. Please go ahead.
Saya izin pakai bahasa Indonesia ya. Halo, perkenalkan nama saya Yosua Tarigan, saya dari Fakultas Ilmu Budaya. Saya mau tanya Pak, tadi kan Bapak menjelaskan tentang bagaimana dalam skala besar ya untuk mengatasi karbon ini. Nah, ada nggak sih Pak dari Dewan Ekonomi Nasional itu mengarahkan kita untuk bagian yang individu atau dalam skala mikro, gimana caranya kita mengatasi karbon ini? Gitu. Sekian dari saya. Terima kasih.
Langsung dijawab atau Oh ya, eh ya sebenarnya kalau dari sisi government ya ada dua kan. Kita bisa membuat regulasi, gitu ya. Kita bisa membuat regulasi yang mewajibkan orang harus melakukan satu tindakan tertentu sehingga karbonnya lebih rendah. Atau yang kedua adalah kita memberikan insentif ya untuk orang melakukan kegiatan tersebut. Jadi beda nih mindsetnya. Kalau regulasi ya berarti ada punishment kalau nggak mengikuti. Kalau insentif ya kita kasih insentif. Yang dilakukan sekarang oleh pemerintah kecenderungannya adalah kita kasih insentif. Jadi waktu dulu saya masih di Kemenko Marves, kita mendesain kebijakan soal mobil listrik kan. Mobil listrik kita berikan fasilitas sehingga harganya bisa lebih kompetitif dengan mobil-mobil yang combustion gitu ya. Jadi tahapannya ini, kenapa kita harus hati-hati di sini ya? Karena saya kasih gambaran ya, kalau ETS tadi Eropa itu dimulai dari tahun 2005. Jadi udah hampir 20 tahun dan dia melakukannya secara stages ya. Jadi kalau orang Jawa bilang nggak bisa sakdet saknyet gitu, saya mau ini langsung begini nggak bisa. Kita coba tahun lalu. Kita coba tahun lalu mau dikenakan setiap ton emisi CO2 dari PLTU, batu bara itu dikenakan 30.000 per ton. Tapi perusahaan PLTU-nya bilang, oh kalau saya disuruh bayar begini, saya akan tagih balik ke PLN. Saya tagih balik ke PLN, PLN bilang, ini nambah nih subsidinya. Jadi ujung-ujungnya pemerintah juga yang kena gitu kan. Nah jadi memang ini nanti desain policy-nya harus terstruktur dan sistematis yang dibagi dalam berbagai tahapan ya. Karena kalau enggak, tadi kalau saya lihat dampaknya nanti kepada beban ekonominya akan meningkat. Kalau misalnya pemerintah tadi memutuskan nggak mau subsidi, ya berarti harga listriknya harus naik. Ya kan? Kalau harga listriknya naik, at the end nanti masyarakatnya yang kena. Makanya tadi approach di awal, kalau saya lihat pemerintah untuk sektor transportasi ya, kita memberikan insentif, kita bangun public infrastructure kayak LRT gitu ya, untuk mengurangi penggunaan mobil yang lain-lain gitu ya. Saya kira itu pendekatan yang digunakan pemerintah ya untuk ya mendorong individunya bisa at the end mengurangi karbon emisinya. Tapi kalau kita ukur ya secara objektif di seluruh dunia ya, karbon emisi per kapita Indonesia itu salah satu yang terendah. Kita tuh baru sekitar 2,6 ton per kapita ya. Sebagai bandingan kalau Amerika, Kanada itu angkanya udah sekitar 14-15 ton. Gitu. Jadi kalau kita mau fair bicara soal pengurangan karbon emisi, ya sebenarnya mereka harus turun dulu. Gitu. Mereka harus turun dulu. Nah sayangnya memang negara-negara ini kayak Amerika dengan presiden yang baru bilang, oh saya nggak mau ikut-ikutan lagi Paris Agreement gitu. Ya susah gitu. Karena mau 1 ton emisi yang dihasilkan di Indonesia atau 1 ton emisi yang dihasilkan di Kanada atau di Afrika, dampaknya ke iklim juga sama. Apakah nanti yang akan kena kalau kita keluarin 1 ton emisi di Indonesia yang kena Indonesia aja? Enggak. Bisa aja yang kena Norwegia duluan. Karena esnya lebih mencair lebih cepat ke sana gitu ya. Jadi memang ini tanggung jawab global dan sayangnya memang kita tidak ada konsensus untuk bagaimana menyepakati hal ini. Udah ada Paris Agreement dulu kesepakatannya, tapi ya sekarang kalau saya lihat ya banyak negara maju juga backward ya terhadap hal ini ya. Jadi at the end kita sebagai Indonesia memang harus punya strategi sendiri. Bagaimana kita melakukan transisi energi ini supaya tadi emisinya kita juga bisa berkurang. Tanpa harus mengorbankan pertumbuhan ekonomi dan kesejahteraan masyarakat.
Thank you, Mr. Seto, for the response.
Before we proceed, we would kindly request all the participants to maintain a quiet and respectful environment to ensure a smooth and focused session. Let's continue to the second question.
Yes, for the gentleman in the middle again. Can you raise your hand again? Okay.
Ya, selamat sore Pak. Perkenalkan nama saya Kadafi, saya dari MBA ITB. Saya ingin bertanya tadi terkait dengan pasar karbon sebetulnya. Dalam beberapa berita ya mungkin ya, ini kan ada penerapan juga terkait dengan perdagangan karbon internasional Pak ya. Tadi juga disampaikan bahwa ada beberapa hambatan terkait dengan carbon pricing gitu Pak ya. Jadi di carbon pricing di Indonesia memang masih rendah gitu sekitar $63 atau 4 US dollar itu. Nah itu bagaimana pemerintah ketika mengeluarkan ataupun meluncurkan perdagangan karbon internasional ternyata dari sisi pricing pun masih belum menarik gitu. Dan kemudian juga tadi yang kedua perlu saya cermati juga terkait dengan beberapa regulasi itu Pak ya. Jadi kan regulasinya untuk yang terkait dengan perdagangan karbon ini kan masih di sektor untuk volu tadi ya salah satunya untuk kehutanan dan juga sistem ketenagalistrikan. Nah, bagaimana kalau kita lihat dari sisi sektor manufacturing misalkan, karena kan salah satu sumber emisi juga salah satunya itu adalah dari sektor industri seperti itu. Mungkin itu Pak pertanyaan saya.
Iya. Sekalian aja. Ada satu lagi tuh.
Oke. Yang mana Bapak? Oke. Boleh angkat tangannya aja ya.
Cek cek. Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nama saya Fakihudin dari jurusan manajemen angkatan 22. Nah, di sini di era teknologi saat ini, teknologi seperti blockchain, AI, dan big data itu tuh berpotensi meningkatkan transparansi dan akuntabilitas dalam carbon market dengan memastikan bahwa pencatatan emisi yang akurat gitu ya. Nah, terus mencegah double counting juga seperti yang Bapak bilang. Terus ada memverifikasi kredit karbon secara real time. Nah, pertanyaan saya, bagaimana peran teknologi seperti blockchain, AI, dan big data tadi dalam meningkatkan transparansi dan akuntabilitas carbon market di Indonesia? Sekian, terima kasih.
Saya jawab dulu ya. Jadi yang tadi yang dari Mas yang di atas ya, memang sulit kalau mandatory marketnya belum terset up ya. Karena kalau kita ngomong international carbon trading ya, yaitu nanti harus bisa diperdagangkan secara cross border, itu satu, dan perpindahan hak atas karbonnya ini juga menjadi satu hal yang esensial. Karena nilai ekonominya akan ter-attach meningkat kalau itu bisa dilakukan. Nah, tadi yang saya sebutkan kendala utamanya adalah banyak mandatory market di dunia sekarang itu sudah tidak mengizinkan adanya internasional carbon credit yang berdasar dari voluntary market ya. Jadi misalnya tadi sebelum 2021 di Eropa itu masih boleh tuh beli voluntary market dari Indonesia gitu ya untuk mengurangi karbonnya mereka. Sekarang udah nggak boleh lagi. Kenapa? Karena ya tadi mereka kan mau memastikan kredibilitas dari effort untuk pengurangan karbonnya itu benar-benar sesuai dengan standar yang mereka miliki. Ini menurut saya tantangan terbesar. Walaupun kalau tadi saya bilang apakah kita bisa serta-merta menerapkan mandatory carbon market, bisa. Tapi tadi tahapannya itu harus dibuat secara pas. Nggak bisa terlalu agresif, tapi juga nggak bisa terlalu lambat gitu ya. Kalau menurut saya memang sektor tenaga listrik, ya industri, transportasi, pertanian itu adalah beberapa sektor yang penyumbang emisi yang cukup besar di Indonesia ya. Memang untuk karbon kreditnya kita banyak dari hutan. Jadi setiap kita berhasil menjaga tidak ada kebakaran hutan, itu biasanya effort kita untuk mencapai komitmen kita di 2030 itu meningkat. Tapi tadi kalau bicara internasional carbon marketnya, akhirnya adalah ya kita hanya bisa mengandalkan atas voluntary carbon project yang kita miliki di Indonesia. Yang tipikal itu adalah konservasi. Konservasi ini harganya kalau sekarang mungkin salah satu yang paling rendah ya, konservasi. Atau tadi mengandalkan renewable energy. Misalnya saya punya pembangkit listrik tenaga angin gitu ya, yang ada di Sidrap gitu ya, itu bisa dihitung megawatt yang dihasilkan ekuivalen dengan berapa karbon emisi yang di-save gitu ya. Itu bisa diperdagangkan, bisa, dan ini harganya biasanya cukup atraktif tuh. Tapi ya tadi yang beli adalah ya biasanya multinational company gitu ya, atau orang-orang yang memang ada komitmen nih untuk dia mencapai goals yang ditetapkan oleh perusahaannya. Tapi apakah itu bisa mengurangi kewajiban karbonnya mereka di mandatory market? Itu enggak. Nah, jadi memang tantangannya di situ. Jadi ya tapi kita harus mulai kan. Ya kita mulai tahap demi tahap. Kayak Singapura pun juga sudah ada. Singapura dia kalau nggak salah $25 per ton tax-nya ya. kalau melebihi atas cap yang ditetapkan gitu. Tapi tadi kita perlu mendesainnya ini supaya jangan sampai tadi akhirnya beban ke masyarakatnya itu menambah beban ekonominya. Ini memang kalau saya lihat cukup kompleks equilibriumnya ya. Kalau kita sering misalnya dimarah-marahin sama Eropa, sama Amerika ya soal begini-begini, kita selalu ngomong. Ya kalau mau ngukur karbon emission per kapita kita masih yang paling rendah. Harusnya mereka yang turun duluan. Ya, baru kemudian minta kita untuk turun gitu. Nggak gampang. Saya ambil contoh misalnya sektor batu bara gitu ya, selalu jadi banyak kritik. Yang jadi pertanyaan saya, batu bara selama ini menjadi baseload untuk PLTU kita, untuk jaringan listrik kita. Baseload itu artinya apa? Yang supply listriknya itu stabil. Jadi buat industri, buat itu mereka nggak perlu khawatir tiba-tiba listriknya mati atau tegangannya turun. Gitu ya. Nah, yang didorong adalah, ayo Indonesia kurangi PLTU batu baranya, ganti sama solar panel. Solar panel kalau tiba-tiba nanti mendung, tegangan listriknya turun, industrinya bisa jalan nggak? Ya, ini satu tantangan. Kita bilang, gridnya di kita, jaringan transmisinya kita itu masih kuno, belum yang kita sebutnya smart grid, yang bisa menerima fluktuasi frekuensi dari tadi, misalnya mendung tiba-tiba, terus panas tiba-tiba gitu ya. Bisa dibantu sama baterai, tapi nggak bisa mengcover peran dari baseload yang dimiliki sama batu bara. Opsinya apa buat kita? Di Jawa kita bisa pakai geothermal, kita bisa pakai hydropower gitu ya. Tapi developmentnya itu nggak butuh waktu yang sebentar gitu. Jadi tadi kalau saya bilang waktu kita JETP kita udah bikin tuh bagaimana rencana transisinya, dan saya kira itu teman saya yang buat, Rahmat Kaimudin ya, saya kira cukup kredibel, termasuk berapa investasi yang perlu dilakukan. Jadi tantangannya menurut saya kompleks. Tadi kalau yang mengenai tadi ya peran teknologi ya, teknologi is one thing menurut saya, tapi yang paling penting adalah kita punya kesamaan standar yang kita sepakati bersama. Karena kalau teknologi kan istilahnya bagaimana kita merekodkan ya, tapi kan metodologinya untuk itu dicatat, untuk itu dilaporkan gitu ya, untuk diverifikasi itu kan harus ada standarnya. Sama lah kayak tadi saya sebut IFRS-nya itu ada gitu, yang bisa diadopt seluruh dunia, diakui seluruh dunia. Kalau saya mencatatnya begini di Indonesia, di Inggris pun juga akan mengakui mencatatnya sama. Jadi kalau saya ngelihat bukan masalah teknologi ya, tapi lebih isu utamanya sekarang adalah bagaimana kita menyusun atau menyepakati standar ya, yang bisa direcognize bersama. Mungkin itu.
Baik Bapak, yang satu lagi sekalian Bapak.
Oh ya boleh.
Ya.
Tadi udah dijawab yang ini.
Udah sekalian juga.
Kayaknya itu ada satu orang di sebelah sana.
Baik.
Ini yang terakhir ya.
Oke Bapak. Terakhir ya Bapak ya. Oke, boleh dibantu stafnya? Satu lagi. Sudah.
Mas sebelah situ.
Sebelah kanan ya Bapak ya. Boleh Pak dibantu angkat tangannya yang tadi mau bertanya ya. Oke.
Perkenalkan Bapak, nama saya Adam. Saya tadi membahas tentang karbon. Nah, kebetulan saya punya datanya Bapak dari kata data. Jadi kenapa sih di Norwegia, yang pertama saya salah sama Norwegia ini Pak, mobil listrik. Indonesia sebenarnya masih ketinggal jauh sama Norwegia tentang mobil listrik. Kenapa nggak dari dulu aja mobil listrik diadain gitu? Ya supaya orang-orang tuh kesan, oh ini negara gue kayak gini ya gitu Bapak. Nah, sebenarnya pula kita sebagai anak muda, kita harus, kebetulan saya background saya di lingkungan di Jakarta itu peringkat 1 Bapak untuk masalah tentang polusi udaranya. Tetapi kemacetan juga sama. Tapi yang kita butuhin saat ini adalah kapan rencananya mobil listrik diadakan. Tahun 2030, no. Sekarang aja masih banyak orang-orang beli mobil yang pakai karbon. Sedangkan orang-orang yang pakai karbon itu lebih sedikit daripada orang yang menggunakan karbon. Gitu. Intinya gitu aja sih Bapak. Dan saya pengen banget gimana mengatasi masalah tersebut di Jakarta. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Mas Adam, sangat semangat, suka nih. Jadi gini, kalau soal isu mobil listrik ada beberapa ya kendala utama ya. Kalau tadi soal harga, saya kira apa yang udah dilakukan pemerintah kita udah cukup agresif ya untuk mencoba harganya itu sama dengan harga mobil biasa. Ya, jadi kalau dilihat dulu 2021 waktu Hyundai pertama masuk, Ioniq 5 ya, harganya itu kan 800-an juta ya. 800-900 juta. Nggak banyak tuh kelompok masyarakat yang bisa membeli mobil kayak gitu. Ya kan? Ya kalau nggak bisa beli, nggak mungkin dipaksa kan. Tapi waktu itu kita desain, oh kalau kondisinya seperti ini, kita harus mengundang lebih banyak perusahaan untuk masuk ke Indonesia supaya tadi mereka bisa berkompetisi. Karena saya percaya kalau ada kompetisi pasti nanti harganya akan lebih dinamis. Nah, jadi waktu itu kita undang Wuling yang kedua. Wuling masuk keluar yang REV kan, yang harganya 200-300 juta. Tapi ada kendala berikutnya. Orang Indonesia kalau kita survei, mobil yang paling laku itu apa sih? Avanza Expander. Ya kan? Artinya apa? Low MPV gitu ya. Bisa muat bawa satu RT gitu ya, masuk ke dalam mobilnya, jalan-jalan ke Bandung, ke Semarang, ke Jogja gitu ya. Nah, mobil tipe kayak gini belum ada waktu itu. Kenapa? Karena semakin banyak penumpang, gitu, space-nya makin gede, kapasitas baterainya harus lebih besar. Kapasitas baterai lebih besar, harganya akan makin mahal. Tapi dengan berkembangnya teknologi, ini kita masih udah bisa diadres soal isu baterai segala macam. Makanya kita bisa lihat BYD bawa apa yang namanya M6 ya, yang seperti Innova gitu kan. Dan itu sekarang laku keras M6. Tapi ada satu isu yang membuat mobil listrik di Indonesia itu belum bisa seberkembang, mungkin ya kalau tadi disebut jangan bandinginlah sama Norway gitu. Norway itu kejauhan. Even kalau kita bandingin sama Amerika ya, Amerika itu juga masih jauh ketinggalan dibandingin Norway ya. Isunya adalah soal jarak. Ya, kalau di survei ya, kenapa sih masalahnya orang nggak mau pakai mobil listrik? Aduh, ngecasnya susah, gitu ya. Ngecasnya susah, lama, gitu kan. Harus nunggu. Mungkin kalau yang fast charging sekarang mungkin sekitar 45 menit, gitu ya. Ya itu jadi kendalanya. Ini yang menurut saya hanya bisa di-solve kalau ya government yang invest untuk bikin public charging infrastructure. Walaupun kalau dilihat di rest area yang di sepanjang Trans Jawa itu mulai banyak. Jadi kalau naik Ioniq 5 ke Jogja gitu ya, ke Semarang udah nggak perlu khawatir lagi. Paling nggak itu udah membantu. Tapi kalau kita lihat sebenarnya kita baru mulai agresif mobil listrik itu kan dari 2022 ya. 2024 kemarin penetrasinya itu udah kira-kira 5%. Jadi 5% dari mobil baru yang terjual itu adalah mobil listrik. Ini bukan sesuatu yang mudah. Banyak negara untuk mencapai penetration rate seperti itu tuh butuh waktu bertahun-tahun. Makanya sekarang kalau saya lihat akan ada bridging teknologinya ya. Hybrid oke lah. Hybrid itu bisa mengurangi emisinya ya. Kalau misalnya teman-teman ngelihat Zenix yang hybrid itu kalau dipakai keluar kota ya, itu bisa 120. Dibandingin misalnya yang diesel atau yang bensin biasa mungkin 110, 111 ya. Ini udah lumayan. Tapi yang akan kita tunggu ini adalah satu, ada yang namanya plug-in hybrid. Yang plug-in hybrid ini dia bisa di-charge dan bisa juga pakai bensin. Gambarannya kalau bensinnya diisi full dan di-charge full, ini mobil bisa 1.500 kilo. Kalau 1.500 kilo dipakai hanya Jakarta, 1 bulan itu nggak perlu ngisi bensin atau nggak perlu ngecas. Nah ini nanti saya kira BYD dan Geely akan bawa ke Indonesia. BYD lagi bikin pabriknya di Subang. Mereka sudah kasih tahu saya mereka akan produksi mobil ini. Saya kira ini akan cukup game changers ya. Jadi itu pengurangan emisinya akan cukup signifikan gitu. Karena bayangin aja 1.500 kilo kalau bensinnya full dan baterainya full. Itu kalau saya ngitung 1 bulan, kalau hanya dipakai rumah kantor nggak perlu ngisi bensin selama 1 bulan. Saya kira ini akan cukup signifikan perkembangannya.
Baik,
Saya
Bapak.
kira dari saya demikian. Saya mohon maaf kalau ada yang kurang jelas atau ada yang tidak pas penjelasannya. Moga-moga tadi apa yang saya sampaikan bermanfaat. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Seto.
Next, we will hand out placard and certificate to our speakers.
We would like to invite Kamal Hussein Darmawan as the manager of event division of the 26th Indonesia Accounting Fair to give the placard and certificate to the speaker. This will be accompanied by a group photo. To Kamal, we welcome you to the stage.
The placard and certificate will be given to Mr. Septian Haryoseto as our speaker for the Strategic Insight session of the seminar. Thank you, Mr. Septian Haryoseto. You may now leave the stage. Once again, thank you, Mr. Septian Haryoseto, for participating in this event. We would also like to thank our sponsors, Prodia,
BNI,
PT Hokan Delta Pack Industri,
GNV Consulting,
KAP Cahyadi dan Tamara, by Roy Tamara dan David Wijaya,
BPJS Ketenagakerjaan,
Getuk,
My EduSolve,
Vika,
Tora Tools,
Itoen,
Deorex,
Onyx,
Avoskin,
Paragon Corp,
Coca-Cola,
Suara HT Jakarta,
BSM Entertainment,
Lampu Ijo,
BCA,
KAP Henry Ferdinand Rekan,
Iluni FEB UI,
Batavia, Malaka Trust Wuungan Insurance,
IM3 Indosat,
Indonesia Stock Exchange.
and Wonderly, body lotion Indonesia pertama yang mendapatkan rekor muri dan cocok di semua jenis kulit. We would also like to thank our official media partner, Line Indonesia,
Metro TV,
Tempo.co,
Akurat.co,
Kompasiana,
Marketeers,
Gandeng Foundation,
Isaac UI,
Talent Growth,
Media Indonesia,
Ruang Seminar,
Brilio.net,
HIPMI UI,
Aktual.com,
Kata Data,
PRFM News,
Yang on Top,
Opal,
Majalah Stabilitas,
TDTC News,
Berita Satu,
and Acara Mahasiswa.
who have supported us in making this event possible.
We are now moving on to the second session with the theme of Exploring the Real-Life Applications of Carbon Accounting and its Future Potential. The second session will be moderated by Mr. Sarah Suteja, also accompanied by Mr. Edwin Hartanto, Mr. Dwi Cahyo Nugroho, and Mrs. Debbie Reynata as our next speakers.
Next, we would also like to introduce you to our moderator for this session.
Mr. Sarah Suteja is an accounting graduate from the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, discovered her passion for sustainability while focusing on sustainable consumption and life cycle assessment. As part of the research team, she contributed to Greenpeace East Asia's Reusable is Futurable publication.
She began her career at the South Pole, supporting the global voluntary carbon market for nature-based solutions, sustainable technologies, and community projects. Mrs. Saras now works as a global business development representative at Carbon EX in Japan, advancing her expertise in carbon credits and emissions trading.
Before we start the session, we would like to mention that any questions for the speakers can be asked by raising your hands during the Q&A session. The first two participants to do so will receive exclusive door prizes from Prodia. As for our online participants, feel free to submit your questions via the Slido link.
Without further ado, we are pleased to invite Mrs. Sarah Suteja as our moderator to start the second session.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. How are you feeling today? Just fine? Nothing more? I know that you've been listening to all these for like hours and hours and end, but it's fine. We're here to talk about something that may interest you because here we're gonna have some real life applications. We're gonna see some real life implementations of the technologies and what matters to you. So yeah, let's start now. From the MC, do you have like the iPad?
Okay, so
Kok sore kali
let's
pulang?
start with the speakers for today's
Kok
event.
sore kali pulang?
I'm sorry, I'm still familiarizing myself with
Mana?
this iPad, but okay, so we're gonna start today following up on what the previous speaker has already mentioned about our local and national carbon market, our responsibilities as a country in order to achieve all these global goals together. So let's welcome our first speaker, Mr. Edwin from IDX Carbon. How are you feeling today, Mr. Edwin?
Not too bad, not too bad.
Not too bad. How is the commute here?
Not too bad also.
Not too bad also.
Yeah, yeah.
Mr. Edwin is actually a graduate from this university, everyone. So you're looking at your alumni. You're looking at your senior.
Ya mau ngecek adik pulang jam berapa?
Coming for him. So before this,
Mau
I asked
ngecek
him like,
adik pulang
okay, so
jam
how do
berapa?
you feel going back to your uni? Like, is it very different or not? And he said it's not that different. So maybe in a few years you'll be like him, managing good amount of money. Do you manage good amount of money, sir?
People's money.
People's money. You're gonna be managing people's money, so maybe that's good. All right. So without further ado, let's get started with your presentation.
Sure. Okay, great. Right. Okay. So since the organizer told me that I should deliver this presentation in English, well, I think I'm trying to do so. So the title of my presentation is Accelerating the Net Zero and Unlocking Indonesia Carbon Market. I think all of you been listening about the carbon market for these past few hours. So I think I'm gonna skip a lot of my presentation and go to the real life application that maybe this topic should be delivered about. Next. Okay, one more. Sure. So I think I'm gonna move to this side. Yeah. So maybe some of you already seen this graph that maybe if we're talking about who contribute, which sector contributes a lot to the greenhouse gases emission, then about 75% is from the energy sectors. And I think Pak Seta already mentioned about the energy, the power plant, the coal and everything. Why? That's because we have what we call a trilemma or impossible trinity of energy. And what is that? What is the impossible trinity? What is the trilemma of energy? First one, energy should be affordable. Second one, energy should be sustainable. And the third one, energy should be reliable. Most of the energy sources can only fulfill two of the three, not all of them. For example, coal power plant. We own a lot of coal power plant. Coal power plant is affordable, it's reliable, but it's not sustainable, right? So we get another, maybe for example, a wind energy source or geothermal energy source. It's not too reliable because it depends on the heat or the wind, and it's not so affordable, but it is sustainable, right? So again, we have what we call a trinity, an impossible trinity or trilemma energy. Next. But if we're talking about the greenhouse gas emission, the greenhouse gases emission, once it got emit to the atmosphere, it can last 200 or even 1,000 years. So if we're talking about who is actually contributing a lot to the climate change, we cannot only think about who emit the most in this past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. No. We have to go back to the Industrial Revolution, from where big countries like USA, like UK, they've been started doing
a lot of activity that emit a lot of greenhouse gases. So that's why, at least till 2017, about 25% of the contribution of greenhouse gases emission is produced by USA, and about 22% is produced by the European Union. Indonesia is less than 1%, at least until 2017. Maybe we got more right now, but the message is clear, because climate change is not only the responsibilities of China, Indonesia, India, Brazil. We are developing countries that we need to push our economy more. So it is also responsibility of another country which already doing this first. They already take advantage of this first, because now they are what we call a developed countries. So that's why we have a mechanism called JETP, Just Energy Transition Plan, right? This is supposedly a plan that will help Indonesia going to energy transition more smooth. But then, as we know that USA, Donald Trump pulling USA from the JETP program as well. Next. So yeah, that's the politics of it, and maybe you're already familiar, the Paris Agreement, 2015 and everything. Next, we can go skip this slide. And yeah, so we get into the carbon pricing. What is carbon pricing? Carbon pricing, simply put, we put a price on carbon. So we put a disincentive, we impose this incentive and incentive for people, for activity, for business that can actually harm the planet. So for those who harm the planet, there should be a disincentive for them. On the contrary, if there's some activity that can actually help this planet getting a little bit better, there should be a kind of incentive. And this form of carbon pricing, when we put a price on carbon, can be the three program of the example of the carbon pricing is the emission trading system. Paseta already mentioned about mandatory carbon market, the carbon crediting mechanism, and then the carbon tax. Next. Right, so these two, this is the forms of carbon trades that's been mentioned also with Pak Seto and maybe from the previous speakers. On the right side, we see the mandatory one, the compliance one. It is allowance, it is quota, it is what we call a technical approval. So simply put, a lot of companies will now have quota, right? A quota in which they can produce greenhouse gases emission each year. Before, they can put it as much as possible. But now, some of these companies will have quota. On the left side, is what we call carbon credit. There will be a green project that will impact the environment, will make environment a little bit better, then it can be issued the emission certificate, the emission reduction certificate, in which the certificate can be sold. That way, a lot of projects now can have funding because they can sell the project. A lot of people now can have more incentive to do the green project. That's the basic idea. Next. Right. So the high quality carbon credit, right? There's something what we call additionality, permanence, leakage. Well, I think this is something that maybe can be discussed later, but in a sense, additionality means that the project needs to add or to bring more value than the business as usual baseline. Well, I don't want to talk too much about it, so we can skip this slide. Again, we can skip this one. Right, since most of you are actually an economics or maybe finance or even accounting student, you are already familiar with stock and bond, yeah? I assume like that. Maybe even if you're not, let's just assume that you are, yeah? So there's a difference between the carbon unit and stock and bond, even though carbon unit considered as securities under Indonesian law. And this is the example of the difference. So maybe, for example, the retirement. You cannot retire stock, you cannot retire bond, but you can retire carbon unit. Because if you want to claim, whoever buy the carbon credit, they can claim it by doing the retirement first. After the retirement, then you cannot sell it to another person. So that's why I think someone mentioned about blockchain, blockchain, AI, IoT, yada yada, Not everything can apply to the betterment of the system, but blockchain does something on this because blockchain is a database, a unique database, right? It will make a chain of the data so that we cannot duplicate the data. So it will prevent or minimize the risk of double counting and double claim. Next. Right, so Indonesia actually got a lot of potential for carbon credit or carbon project, especially the first one. Maybe you're familiar, carbon capture and storage, because just last year, I think in the vice presidential debate, somebody mentioned CCS, carbon capture and storage. Well, yeah, Indonesia land, supposedly, in theory, got a lot of potential for carbon capture and storage, right? And it is huge, 2 gigatons of carbon credit, 11 gigaton, 10 gigaton. Well, even all of ASEAN's emission can be captured and stored under Indonesia's land, actually, if we can realize. But it's a very expensive, very expensive, anyway, technology for now. So that's why a lot of countries already run their carbon exchange. As I already mentioned, Europe already started in 2005, Korea started 2015, and now Indonesia has started, Hong Kong has started recently, as well as Malaysia and Japan as well. Next. So that's why in September 2023, we launched our first and official and the only carbon exchange of Indonesia, launched by Mr. President himself. And now we've been running for 1.5 years. Next.
Karena dari desa tuh ada data miskin gak gitu per desa.
Of what we've done till end of January, more than 1 million of carbon credit been traded, and our number of participants grew from 16 to 106. So not too bad. Next. Yeah, this is the example, the comparison between the IDS Carbon and Bursa Carbon Malaysia, as well as Tokyo for the carbon exchange. And we can see the total trading volume is, well, we are doing a little bit better than our neighbor. Next. And somebody mentioned about the price, that the carbon unit on the international level are better. It is like a very high and everything. Well, let's have some comparison for the SRN. This is our own Indonesian pricing, and you can see Vera, for example. This is the international registry in which the carbon project registered, and the price actually is not that high compared to our price. It's not too bad, right? So the notion, the assumption, or the opinion that the price outside of Indonesia is better than in Indonesia, maybe it's not proven at all. Next. Okay, next. We can skip this one. Okay, we can skip this one also. Yeah. Well, so this is the carbon market design of Indonesia, right? So we have the mandatory one on the top for the sectoral trading, and we have the carbon credit on the below, and to the bottom of the slide you can see the international carbon credits. So this is a different kind of carbon credit because it's authorized by the government. So anyone who bought this carbon credit now can claim the achievement. Next. So this is the fun part. Well, yeah. IDX Carbon, the carbon exchange of Indonesia, provide 4 kind of market mechanism. Again, if you're already familiar with the stock market, you must be familiar with the regular trades. This is the regular part where you can trade carbon credit just like you trade stock. You know, there will be bid, ask, best bid and best ask, in which you can see the market price. And also there's a negotiated one. This is bilateral trade. Again, we adopt it from the stock market. And we have two new markets, which is auction and marketplace. So all four mechanisms provide flexibility because we try to combine the best of the mandatory carbon market and then the carbon credit market. Next. So yeah, this is the procedure how if you want to produce or issue a carbon credit by the Ministry of Environment. So maybe this is the example. This is, I think, kind of on the race right now, this industry. So maybe if some of you really want to have a career, maybe in the accounting or economy and finance, well, this is the new one, developing project. And we got one of project developer over here. Budebi over here is one of the project developers. So you can ask a lot to her and maybe she can, maybe she even can give you a job after you graduate. Next. Okay. Right. So just few weeks ago, we launched the first international trade. So now carbon credit, which already authorized by the government, can be traded by the international entities. Next. Next. Okay, so maybe we will go to a bit lighter topic because the topic is real life application. Now we'll talk about the real life business, right? So Indonesia Stock Exchange hosts more than 950 listed companies. And our aim is to make these 950 companies to be as investable as possible, as desirable as possible to the investor. So that's why we provide them with workshop, we provide them with the system to improve the sustainability issue of their companies. And the carbon exchange is the complete version of whatever the Indonesia Stock Exchange been doing. Next. Okay, so this is a bit of term that been hanging around. There's carbon neutral, there's net zero. What's the difference between them? The carbon neutral means that you try to measure your activity and then you offset them. You try to offset your emission by buying the carbon offset. It's a good thing because now you are feeling a bit more responsible. But if you want to do more, then you try to go net zero. By net zero, it means that you cannot just buy carbon offset. You have to try to reduce your emission as humanly as possible. So you think that how I can, as a business owner, as a company try to how I can reduce this emission as much as possible. Before then, I can offset my emission. And if you want to do more, well, there's something what we call climate positive, in which the more your companies operate, the more it will be better for the environment. And not everyone can do this. Next. Okay, we can skip this one. Right, so a bit more theoretical piece because you do love theory over here. We do love theory over here, right? So there's a risk and opportunities of the climate change. And on the risk, we have what we call transition risk and physical risk. And on the opportunities, well, there's a lot of opportunities, but all in all, this is what I want to direct you, or your focus right now is that both risks and opportunities of climate change, it can impact your revenues as well as your expenditures. And it will impact your asset and liabilities. So it is related to the financial statement. Next. So this is for the example of what I call a relation between the climate risk and then the financial statement. So for example, if there's maybe some flood happening and then your company will be like, then have to reduce production and everything, it will impact your revenue. Next.
Sorry,
Next.
Pak Edwin.
Yeah.
Maybe we can wrap up soon as well.
Okay, next. Okay, you know what? Since I don't have anything else that is interesting to you to say, I just want to say this, that the carbon pricing tried to correct a market failure. And what is market failure? Because you already take the economics one-on-one, right? Pengantar ekonomi, anyone? Yes, and you are already familiar with the externalities, negative externalities, positive externalities, right? Negative externalities then will create a market failure. For example, kita beli bensin, ya, there's emission produced, but we pay nothing for it. We only pay the gasoline, we don't pay the emission, right? It's market failure. And now carbon pricing tried to correct a market failure. And every correction for market failure can induce instability and can provoke inflation. So that's why there's a term called green inflation, right? So this is something that maybe relate to you. With that, I'm gonna close my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edwin. Okay, so if you're looking to start a new career, or maybe you want to intern in a company, you want to work for a company after you graduate that's like green, sustainable, maybe you can start looking into this negative and positive externalities and all the terms that you just want to like just jot it down, note it down, and you can learn about it more in order to have a career in sustainability. Before we move to the next speaker, I would like to reintroduce Mr. Edwin with his professional description. So Edwin Hartanto is the unit head of carbon trading development at the Indonesia Stock Exchange, as you may have seen before, where he leads the development of the Indonesia Carbon Exchange, or IDX Carbon. He has a bachelor's degree in finance from Universitas Indonesia, as you all are as well, and a master's in development economics from Erasmus University. He brings a strong academic foundation to his work in the financial sector. Edwin's expertise spans capital markets, carbon trading, macroeconomics, banking, asset valuation, and ESG. At IDX, he oversees the operational, marketing, and regulatory aspects of IDX Carbon, a platform designed to facilitate Indonesia's transition to a low-carbon economy and support global emission reduction goals. With a passion for sustainability and economic development, Edwin combines his capital markets, finance, and project management skills to drive innovation in carbon trading. He is dedicated to integrating carbon markets into Indonesia's financial ecosystem as a cornerstone for sustainable growth. Let's move on to our next speaker. But before that, I would like to invite all our speakers to the platform now. So let's welcome Mr. Dwi and Mrs. Debbie Renata. Hello, hello. So after this, we already know now like all the mechanisms of our carbon markets. And now we are going to hear something that's maybe more relatable for you now, because we're going to hear about the actual implementation from a company who's already been doing good in sustainability, but also thriving in their business. So let's welcome Mr. Dwi Cahyo Nugroho. Mr. Dwi Cahyo Nugroho is a seasoned professional with extensive experience across technology and leadership. He's currently serving as the Director of Customer Success at Microsoft Indonesia. Dwi is dedicated to empowering organizations and individuals to achieve more by ensuring the successful adoption and value realization of Microsoft solution across various sectors. Before joining Microsoft, Dwi was with IBM Consulting, where he led the sustainability and industrial sector practice, as well as the data and AI practice, delivering numerous impactful technology solutions to notable customers. His wealth of experience in managing stakeholder relationships and his deep understanding in technology across industries have been built over time through his roles as information technology leader for various enterprises and multinational companies. Some of his notable positions include CIO Asia Pacific and India for BP, and leadership roles at Saburna Philip Morris International, General Electric, and Schlumberger. So if you're interested in all those data, AI, blockchain stuff, maybe this is the right person you should ask. So over to you, Mr. Dwi.
Thank you, Ms. Sarah. If I had known that it's going to be read, I'll probably make a shorter version of that. Yeah. Thanks for the opportunity. It's always good, to come to the university and to have this kind of conversation, right? I think based on the previous session, when I observed some of the question, I know that some of the audience are not actually having the accounting background. Yeah. So if I may, let me just step a little bit back about, we're going to talk about carbon accounting, right? But first and foremost, it's about sustainability. So let me just start with that. Why sustainability is matter, teman-teman. Sustainability is about us, humankind, survivability in this world, yeah. You probably have heard, right? I think few years back, the International Panel of the Climate Change, they said in the next coming decades, the Earth temperature will increase 1.5 2 degrees from what we currently have. And I think that 1.5 is already passed. And by the end of the decade, it will increase to 4 degrees. And why this matter, ya, teman-teman ya? Why this matter first? Probably if you up into the nature, you probably know, right? The coral, with the increase of slightly degree, the coral will go away in the sea. The coral is our source of food in the way that they are actually hosting for all the fish that we actually take in a day-to-day basis. Not to mention the algae. The algae is the supply for the oxygen that we have. So when we're talking about the impact for the Earth, Mother Earth, with the course of these hundreds of millions of years that they already exist, will find it balance. It will find it correction, but not us as a humankind. If we are not doing something now, it will impact us, probably not us, but being unselfishly for our next generation, our descendant who will be impacted. So that's why sustainability matters, teman-teman. And to relate to that, why carbon accounting matters, teman-teman. So carbon accounting is a way that you be able to get the clarity and quantify the amount of the emission that you're actually exhibiting. So when I'm talking about organization like Microsoft, right, we use carbon accounting for us to really understand what is actually our emission from our operation and from our supply chains that actually part of our overall value chain, teman-teman. Why this emission matter? Again, collectively, all these organizations, you and I and everyone of us, need to work together because we don't want, our next generation will suffer on the consequences at what we actually doing. And why this carbon accounting is actually matters? Because carbon accounting will be the base on how you actually be able to take the right action, of course, about what needs to be doing. But as a principle, you know, right, you cannot improve things that you cannot measure. That's why this is matters. That's why measurement, having the right measurement, having the right information and data for you, for organization to do the right course of action is very, very important. Us in Microsoft, next slide, we already start the journey since 2009. We said that we're going to doing, we as part of, one of this organization, collectively, we would like to be part of this. We want to take our part in having this journey. Next slide, please. So in 2020, we said that, next slide, please. We said that by 2030, we're going to become carbon negative. We become zero waste, we become water positive. What does this mean? Probably Mas Edwin already shared a little bit about that, but this is the ambition that us, Microsoft is saying. Meaning, like for example, in 2050, Microsoft was founded in 1975, teman-teman. As you know, we are a tech company, right? Mainly, our asset are data centers. This is where you have your OpenAI, ChatGPT, you have your Microsoft 365, you have your data on our Microsoft Azure. The backend is actually data center. Data center powered by computer. Computer needs energy. Energy actually exhibit emission. Those our part in, we are actually giving carbon to the environment. But we said we're going to be neutral even negative by 2030. And not just that, by 2050, all of those emissions that we already created since our founding in 1975 will be neutral by 2050. Next slide, please. So today I'm going to share our journey. Microsoft as an organization, we would like to share this humbly because again, one thing for sure, and this aligned to our mission to empower every person in our organization to achieve more. We believe everyone has their own part in the society. So each of us have their role to play in contributing to create the greater impact. Us in the technology, Microsoft, we take our part in the technology, we empower you. You as accountant, like for example, you do your part in also be able to empower others. Carbon accounting is one of them. So this is the 7 principle of our guide word. For sure, one, it will need to be based on science and math. It has to be data. Data-driven decision, that's number 1. Second is ownership. Everyone need to take ownership. The problem now, ownership is the key, ya, teman-teman. And it's not just, ownership seems to be a light word, right? But it's a very heavy word. Like for example, you are a student, right? You own, you being student, you are accountable for you as to yourself and to your parents and to whoever you actually you have, right? Ownership. Investing in new solution and technology. Again, we are a technology company. Empowering customer and partner around the world. Again, this is not the job of our own. This is collective work, an ecosystem of us doing this together. On our side is our partners and also our customer. Transparency, of course, using our voice to influence. And the last one, and this is the most important one, and very, very important, empowering our customer. And me standing here is empowering you as part of our stakeholder, because you are, after you graduate, you will be the decision maker, you will be the right influencer to whatever organization that you work with, right? Having that understanding about the philosophical work, why we should be doing, I think that's important. Next one. So when we're talking about the sustainability, carbon accounting, I think Paseno said it rightly. Yeah. First thing first, like for example, about the standardization of how you should be measurement. Again, I mentioned, yeah, if you want to improve something, you should be able to measure. How you be able to measure, you need to know how to measure and what to measure, right? But when we're talking about collective effort, if A, doing this different approach, B, using different approach, how can we be sure we are actually talking with the same thing? So that's the current problem. EU already have their own taxonomy, and this taxonomy is actually being used with number of the consulting. Yeah, they use SSSB or the TFCD as part of their standard on how they actually being able to do some measurement. But again, this is the current challenge. How we be able to do measurement consistently standard? Because again, you probably know, right? The key of the GHG reporting will be based on the data that actually relatable, complete. The data is also transparent, consistent, and accurate. That's what you need. And this is our aim. So that's our journey. So how we actually be able to start with that? So we start by looking ourselves, what we have and what we want to improve by measuring what we have. And then we do some improvement toward that. The improvement that we will make, like for example, we know, again, us as a technology company, the main driver of the carbon footprint is through our data center. And we do have back then a lot of on-prem data center. What we do, we move everything to the cloud. Integrate, consolidate everything. It provides us 98% of the efficiency of the carbon emission and 93% of the energy saving. That's huge. And on that server that you use, if you probably use yeah, probably ChatGPT, OpenAI, Gemini, or even DeepSeek right now, right? There's an AI chip in there, right? And we know we're going to have a AI era starting 2 years ago up until probably 5-10 years, right? There's our infrastructure supporting that. Meaning that our commitment when we are saying that we're going to deliver AI to the world is actually powered by this, you know, very green friendly infrastructure to support. And the last one is around the office, the smart building, because we believe if we're talking about the office, yeah, we're talking about the emission one, we're talking about the scope 1 and scope 2, yeah, what we generate or what we actually purchase, right? Our main operation mainly is office. So having a smart building with IoT empowered and doing the measurement, I think will help us a lot. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, next. So we're talking about the first challenge earlier, right? We're talking about the standardization. The next challenge is how we collect the data. The data is from everywhere. And the biggest challenge, some of the data even needs to be collected manually. How to be able to aggregate those data collectively, cleans it up, put the right data in hygiene for us to be able to get the right insight for meaningful decision making. That's the idea. So this what Microsoft see as part of our interpretation of our challenge on how we should be doing the changes in terms of implementing carbon accounting. Start with the 5R. You know, right? It's coming from, we start by getting the data. We get from reporting the data. And then later on, those two is actually the important thing. The 3R is actually around how you reduce, how you replace, something like that. So this is the framework on how we actually doing the improvement on our side. Next, please. Again, the data challenge, I probably skip, we're 5 minutes away because I have a video that I want to share and why I think this is relevant. Next, please. So based on our experience, as with other Microsoft product, we try to bring this into some things that we think the society, other organization will benefit with. So that's why we introduce what is called a Microsoft Cloud for Sustainability, which it has what is called a Microsoft Sustainability Manager that actually capture the essence, the wisdom from our experience and our customer experience and put them into a solution that we believe other organization will benefit with. So the essence are actually on the 3 part. The first one is about record. Again, collecting the data. You need to be able to get all the rate data for you to be able to do measurement. To do reporting, then you need to report based on certain standard, obviously. Yeah. Next slide, please. And then to reduce. Okay, I'll probably just skip here. Gone. This is for the, okay, this is for reduce. Gone. Now, what I want to mention in here, and probably I would like to share with you, how technology, and I think based on the some questions earlier, right? How we be able to leverage the technology to help us. And we believe the technology will help on this in terms of the implementation of AI. And AI will be introduced on our part for the data capture and for the reporting. Please move, next one, please. Just at high level on how the process of the data collection is actually taking in place for you, accountant later on, to be able to slice and dice and do the data crunching of the data. So starting from the first one, the business activities, and then you calculated the environment data and get to the ESG data, aggregate that with the governance and also social data, and then you translate it into the final reporting of the ESG reporting data. Next one, please. So seeing is believing. So this is how AI is actually applied on how it actually been applied. So I'll probably finish up. Please play the video. Thank you.
Organizations across the globe are increasing their use of AI to improve efficiencies, reduce
I think we
costs,
lost
help
the
make faster
video on the main
decisions, and
screen.
accelerate other business and societal organizations journeys. across the globe are increasing their use of Microsoft Cloud AI for to improve efficiencies, reduce costs, help make faster decisions, and accelerate other business and societal journeys. Microsoft Cloud for Sustainability has new AI capabilities that enable natural language interaction and AI-driven insights. Let's see how this works. Evan, a sustainability practitioner, is responsible for making sense of large amounts of sustainability data and preparing compliance reports. As his organization grows and regulations change, his job becomes increasingly complex and time-consuming. Enter Copilot in Microsoft Sustainability Manager. Copilot takes natural language queries to quickly understand and respond to sustainability data. Using Copilot, Evan can now quickly get answers to questions that previously took multiple steps to retrieve. For example, what facilities have a water risk index of high? And which transport modes am I using? With the answers he needs, Evan is able to work through reporting tasks with Copilot's assistance. First, he needs a report for his Scope 3 emissions. Then an update on his Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, or CSRD environmental metrics, for his quarterly progress review. Copilot generates the reports, greatly reducing his preparation time. Copilot can also provide expertise on unexplored areas as a company progresses in their sustainability journey. Evan needs to further understand his Scope 3 impact, and Copilot can help. With an option to create calculation models with generative AI, Evan uses natural language to describe the calculation. Within seconds, the calculation model is created. Soon after, the emissions are calculated, and Evan has a more complete picture of reduction opportunities for Scope 3. With a handle on his data, Evan now seeks to expedite traction on Contoso's sustainability goals. Using the new feature of Intelligent Insights, he can better understand trends and outliers in his data. Within Microsoft Sustainability Manager, Intelligent Insights scans data to find interesting historical trends, seasonality insights, and data anomalies. Users can explore these insights and save them for later. They can even indicate to Copilot which insights are most useful. Evan selects insights to come back to and analyzes for further action. Diving deeper into his supply chain emissions, Evan needs to analyze supplier sustainability reports. Using document analysis, Evan can ask questions of unstructured data sources to quickly find answers. Evan wants a more well-rounded view of suppliers. He types in, "Show me carbon reduction goal targets for sustainability reports provided." And then, "I would like the circularity commitments for products at end of life." With this information, Evan can work with internal and external partners on sustainability goals. This deepens partnerships and improves the sustainability of the end-to-end supply chain. AI is bringing value to sustainability practitioners and providing insights that can strengthen sustainability practices across the entire ecosystem. These exciting AI capabilities technologies in Microsoft Cloud for Sustainability improve the way individuals work, opening doors for faster impact. Learn more about Microsoft Cloud for Sustainability at aka.ms/cloud for sustainability.
Why we call it Copilot? You are the pilot. You accountant, you should know your stuff. You should know how to do that accounting, carbon accounting in principle, in basic. But you don't have to take much of your time. You should be doing a much more value-added and impactful activities, decision-making and creating the right action. Let the AI to do the rest. And again, as I said earlier, with the hope, collectively, we can do something, for humankind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Dwi. I bet as accounting, like soon-to-be accounting professionals, the term "let AI do the work for you" may be very appealing for you, huh? Like all the data work, all those numbers, all those balance sheets, you don't have to do it anymore, maybe. Anyway, let's move on to the next one. We're gonna hear from a very inspiring person, a boss lady, Mrs. Debbie Reynata. Bu Debbie is an experienced finance and sustainability professional with expertise in carbon markets, ESG, corporate finance, and risk management. She has led True Carbon as their CEO and co-founder since February 2022, where they focus on carbon credits, carbon accounting, and renewable energy certificates. And aside from that, she is also the deputy head of Decarbonization, Registry, and Carbon Trading Committee in the Association of Carbon Emission Experts Indonesia, or ACEXI. And she previously worked as corporate finance and Harum Energy, as well as ESG coordinator for Harum Group. And prior to that, she worked at HSBC in their corporate relationship. So over to you, Bu Debbie.
Hi everyone. Nih saya mau minta izin aja ya ke panitia karena berhubung saya speaker terakhir nih, terus saya ngelihat kayaknya teman-teman udah mulai udah mulai ngantuk nih ya. Jadi saya pakai bahasa Indonesia aja ya supaya nggak lost in transition. Karena berhubung Inggris saya juga nggak sebagus Pak Edwin di sini yang alumni UI nih. Jadi sama Pak Dwi juga dari Microsoft. Jadi saya mendingan pakai bahasa Indonesia aja. Teman-teman, saya Debbie Renata dari True Carbon. Jadi ini adalah perusahaan saya sendiri. Kita sudah beroperasi selama 3 tahun ya. Jadi mungkin ini di sini nih kudos juga untuk panitianya bahwa mix of the speakers nih lumayan balance ya. Dari tadi saya lihat ada pemerintahan, ada dari carbon exchange-nya, ada dari big giant kayak Microsoft, ada juga pelaku usahanya yang dari Indonesia nih yang benar-benar di karbon seperti itu. Mungkin next. Next. Ya, ini karena saya perusahaan yang paling kecil, I feel the need untuk introduce sedikit nih tentang True Carbon. Kalau Microsoft sama IDX Carbon kan kalian sudah pada tahu ya siapa mereka gitu. Nah, kalau True Carbon ini memang kita adalah perusahaan Indonesia yang dedicated untuk membantu perusahaan-perusahaan untuk journey decarbonization-nya, untuk journey sustainability-nya. Jadi kita mau berkontribusi di dalam transisi ke low carbon future, apalagi di Indonesia ini kita baru mulai untuk karbonnya. Nah, jadi kita fokus ke 4 pilar, yaitu yang pertama kita memang ada corporate advisory. Jadi tidak bisa dipungkiri teman-teman, perusahaan-perusahaan di Indonesia ini masih sangat perlu digandeng tangannya. Jadi memang kita masih jadi ESG consultancy seperti itu. Nah, untuk project development kita juga melakukan, jadi kita develop carbon project. Jadi kalau misalnya perusahaan-perusahaan ini ada reduction initiative di karbonnya, kita juga bisa membantu. Lalu untuk yang ketiga, untuk teknologi, kita juga membuat software atau platform ya, mungkin tidak secanggih sama platform tadi yang dikasih lihat sama Pak Dwi ya. Jadi saya nggak demo dulu nih, malu soalnya. Nah, terus mungkin untuk yang di MRV-nya, untuk digital monitoring reporting verification-nya, kita kebetulan bersama IBM. Jadi mungkin abis ini bisa nih Pak Dwi kita coba kolaborasi sama Microsoft ya. Nah, untuk yang keempat kita juga ada financing-nya. Nah, untuk financing sendiri mungkin saya berani bilang kita ini mencoba untuk mengkawinkan sebenarnya environmental issue sama capitalism ya. Nah, oke, mungkin cukup di situ. Next aja. Nah, ini sebelum saya mulai ke real applications of the technology yang di carbon accounting, mungkin saya akan touch sedikit untuk carbon accounting-nya. Saya promise nggak bakal ngomong panjang-panjang, mungkin nggak akan repeat yang sudah dijelaskan. Next. Nah, ini mungkin teman-teman udah tahu ya bahwa emisi karbon ini ada scope 1, scope 2, sama scope 3. Lalu next. Jadi seperti yang tadi Pak Dwi sempat bilang, standar-standar ini untuk carbon accounting tuh apa aja sih sebenarnya? Nah, mungkin teman-teman udah pernah dengar ISO sama GHG protokol. Nah, kalau ISO ini sebenarnya memberitahuan kita ini tuh apa sih yang harusnya di measure, apa sih yang harusnya dikalkulasi di dalam carbon accounting. Lalu untuk yang kedua GHG protokol itu tuh memberitahu kita the how. Jadi yang pertama adalah yang the what, yang kedua adalah the how sebenarnya. Nah, next. Jadi di sini teman-teman bisa ngeliat juga ya bahwa di ISO ini dikasih lihat bahwa oh ada direct emissions, ada indirect emissions. Tapi untuk yang sebelah sono itu adalah yang GHG protokol itu memberitahu kita. Jadi ada upstream transportation, ada capital goods, ada purchase goods and services. Jadi ini yang saya tadi bilang untuk ISO itu dia yang kasih tahu watt-nya. Tapi untuk di GHG protokol dia kasih tahu ini metode yang untuk menghitungnya itu di mana saja. Jadi mereka akan di satu-satu ini akan kasih lihat metodologinya bagaimana ini untuk menghitungnya. Next. Kalian bisa lihat misalnya nih di scope 3, ini banyak sekali seperti yang tadi Pak Dwi juga bilang. Ini input datanya manual, input datanya beda-beda datanya. Kalau bisa dilihat untuk each kategori saja, metodologinya itu bisa up to 5 teman-teman. Jadi memang sangat dibutuhkan teknologi untuk dalam carbon accounting ini. Next. Nah, jadi ini juga emission factor-nya juga beda-beda ya. Yang pertama ini tier 1 memang yang paling basic. Yang ketiga itu yang paling highest detail, yang paling spesifik seperti itu. Nah, jadi ini akan ada relevansinya terhadap teknologi yang bisa untuk carbon accounting. Next. Nah, di sini saya mau menjelaskan sedikit, ada 2 metodologi. Satu adalah calculation, yang kedua adalah measurement. Apa sih bedanya calculation sama measurement? Calculation itu ya kalkulasi, perhitungan seperti itu. Kalau measurement itu ya benar-benar di measure. Seperti apa measurement? Seperti misalnya energy meter. Ya, KWH-nya tuh langsung tahu seperti itu, sensor. Langsung tahu berapa banyak yang dikeluarkan emisi karbonnya misalnya. Nah, itu jadi direct measurement. Kalau kalkulasi itu ada formulanya seperti itu. Next. Nah, tapi mungkin teman-teman juga jangan bingung ya. Kalau misalnya kita ngomongin karbon itu sebenarnya memang udah di equivalent di karbon dioksida, tapi sebenarnya greenhouse gas emissions itu tuh banyak sekali. Seperti misalnya CH4 itu methane. Sama hydrocarbons itu HFCs, lalu sama nitrous oxide itu N2O, itu banyak sekali sebenarnya. Jadi beda-beda nih. Tapi di sini kita sudah membuat unitnya itu dalam equivalency CO2e seperti itu. Next, next lagi, next aja. Nah, jadi ini saya mulai mengintroduce sebenarnya teknologi apa sih yang sudah ada untuk carbon accounting. Next. Nah, ini jadi mungkin ada 6 sebenarnya. Yang pertama jangan di-ignore teman-teman. Ini Excel file itu tuh sangat sering dipakai sebenarnya. Itu kan juga menurut kita kan sebuah teknologi ya. Dan kebetulan ini teknologinya Microsoft ya sebenarnya ya. Nah, jadi memang itu yang paling basic. Nah, tapi of course kita di sini tidak akan memberitahu lebih banyak tentang Excel file karena teman-teman pasti udah pada pakai. Nah, yang paling sering dipakai ini kan sebenarnya software seperti yang tadi Pak Dwi sudah memperlihatkan Microsoft punya ya. Lalu juga ada remote sensing and geospatial, lalu IoT and sensors, lalu AI machine learning, lalu juga blockchain seperti itu. Nah, next. Untuk carbon accounting software sendiri sebenarnya bisa di next lagi untuk memberi lihat displaynya. Nah, ini sebenarnya adalah platformnya True Carbon sendiri. Jadi memang di sini akan ada analytics-nya yang seperti tadi Pak Dwi juga bilang ya bahwa kita ini pengen membuat yang manual itu menjadi otomatis seperti itu. Nah, mungkin jadi di sini tuh bisa dilihat bahwa memang reduction-nya itu juga akan teridentifikasi kalau memang sudah ada software-nya seperti itu. Next. Mungkin next lagi ya. Next. Next saja. Lalu yang kedua, remote sensing and geospatial technology. Ini mungkin yang sebelumnya ini belum pernah di touch on ya. Mungkin di next lagi. Nah, jadi di sini ini sangat interesting di mana sebenarnya remote sensing and geospatial technologies ini sudah ada teman-teman. Nah, mungkin kalian sudah pernah dengar yang namanya LiDAR. LiDAR itu adalah light detection and ranging. Jadi di mana LiDAR itu tuh bisa melihat apa namanya pohon-pohon atau spasial items ya. Jadi dia itu benar-benar mempicture 3D-nya seperti apa. Jadi dengan adanya misalnya forestry carbon project misalnya. Nah, itu juga bisa memeasure sebenarnya yang ada carbon stocknya di dalam sebuah konsesi hutan itu tuh berapa banyak karbonnya. Nah, ini semuanya tuh di measure dengan adanya teknologi LiDAR ini. Lalu mungkin kalian juga bisa apa namanya guessing gitu ya, bahwa sebenarnya satelit kita ini juga sudah membantu dalam carbon accounting. Jadi NASA sama ESA ini sudah ada yang namanya OCO2 atau OCO2 ya, sama Sentinel-5P itu juga memakai measurement ataupun calculation. Jadi kombinasi dari calculation sama measurement methods tadi, yaitu mereka itu menghitung berapa banyak sinar yang sebenarnya itu direfleksi dari bumi kembali ke atmosfer. Jadi mereka akan menghitung perbedaan wavelength infrarednya seperti itu. Jadi inilah sebenarnya real life applications di teknologi yang sudah ada sekarang ini. Next lagi. Nah, terus misalnya kalian mungkin udah tahu ya ada drone juga. Kalau drone ini kebanyakan mungkin yang tidak ada LiDAR-nya itu mapping saja untuk apa namanya sebuah area seperti itu. Tapi kalau misalnya ini bisa dikombinasi sama LiDAR, itu betapa bagusnya bahwa kita bisa mapping semua forest misalnya nih 45.000 hektar hutan. Nggak mungkin dong kalian satu-satu nih datang apa hutannya untuk liatin, wah ini apa dihitung semua nih pohonnya berapa diameternya seperti itu. Kan banyak sekali teman-teman. Jadi inilah yang sebenarnya bisa membuat hidup kita itu lebih enak gitu ya untuk menghitung carbon stock atau carbon inventory-nya di hutan seperti itu. Lalu juga kalau mungkin teman-teman juga udah pernah pakai Google Earth itu juga sebenarnya kombinasi dari ya satelit tadi. Jadi kalau misalnya tidak ada satelit tadi ya Google Earth Engine-nya itu tidak akan bisa dipakai seperti itu. Next. Nah, ini mungkin yang ketiga, IoT and sensors itu adalah teknologi yang memang di True Carbon juga lakukan. Jadi memang kita mengkombinasikan IoT dan sensors itu ke dalam softwarenya kita. Next. IoT ini kan pasti ada sensor, ada gateway, network, sama aplikasi ya. Jadi ini sebenarnya adalah Internet of Things yang sebenarnya banyak aplikasi selain carbon accounting. Tapi memang kita di sini mau fokus ke dalam carbon accounting saja. Next. Nah, jadi di IoT ini kita memakai namanya LoRaWAN technology, di mana ini long range sama long powered dan low cost seperti itu. Nah, di mana teman-teman bisa lihat bahwa WiFi sama seluler itu tuh di atas ya. Kalau LoRa itu atau LoRaWAN itu sebenarnya di bawah sebenarnya range sama bandwidth-nya. Next. Next lagi. Nah, jadi apa sih real life applications of IoT sama sensors untuk yang di carbon accounting? Sebenarnya kita ada beberapa example seperti energy monitoring. Jadi yang seperti saya tadi bilang ada electricity meter sama gas meter seperti itu. Next. Untuk ini juga wastewater quality, mungkin teman-teman pernah dengar yang namanya apa namanya biochemical oxygen demand ya. Jadi di wastewater itu tuh sebenarnya kalau misalnya ada limbah yang dari factory atau dari apa mining itu tuh juga bisa mengeluarkan metana. Metana itu kan gas rumah kaca. Jadi dengan adanya monitoring seperti ini itu adalah real application yang dibuat untuk carbon accounting juga begitu. Next. Next lagi. Untuk environmental monitoring, of course, juga bisa melihat apa namanya sensor-sensornya. Ini yang saya bisa bilang bahwa ini adalah measurement method ya, di mana memang langsung di measure CO2-nya seperti itu. Ini tidak ada kalkulasi, jadi memang langsung mensensor apa nih emisi-emisinya. Nah, di sini juga ada buat air pollution seperti itu. Next. Lalu smart agriculture. Smart agriculture ini menghitung apa? Misalnya NPK. Teman-teman tahu nggak sebenarnya di agrikultur itu banyak banget gas greenhouse gas emissions-nya. Nah, jadi NPK ini kan sebenarnya kalau kebanyakan fertilizer itu bisa mengeluarkan yang namanya N2O. nitrous oxide. Nah, itu adalah greenhouse gas emissions. Jadi dengan adanya sensor misalnya NPK ini, ya juga bisa memeasure gas rumah kaca yang dari agriculture kita, seperti itu. Next. Nah, ini untuk AI sama machine learning. Mungkin di sini saya cepat aja karena tadi sudah di cover juga sama Pak Dwi ya, sama Pak Seto. Next. Nanti untuk di sini yang AI sama machine learning, memang untuk sekarang saya melihat ada dua distinctive AI atau machine learning yang dipakai untuk carbon accounting. Yang pertama sebenarnya lebih ke analytics untuk corporate level carbon accounting. Jadi carbon accounting itu ada corporate level, ada project level, dan ada product level. Jadi tadi ya, organization level, project level, sama product level. Nah, tapi yang biasanya dilakukan di machine learning atau AI ini untuk carbon accounting adalah di corporate level. Lalu untuk yang kedua misalnya, seperti yang tadi Pak Seto sempat bilang, bahwa untuk di Indonesia forestry-nya paling banyak. Nah, forestry itu kan sebenarnya paling susah untuk dihitung karena memang misalnya luasnya itu paling banyak. Nah, jadi kita memakai AI atau machine learning itu untuk mempermudah, kita tidak usah manually hitung satu-satu pohonnya diameternya berapa banyak dan tingginya berapa tinggi seperti itu. Nah, jadi kita memakai AI ini kebanyakan justru untuk mempredik apa namanya analytics untuk karbon yang ada di hutan seperti itu. Nah, jadi ini emang dari pengalaman saya selama ini AI dan machine learning yang selalu dipakai untuk dua aplikasi ini. Lalu yang terakhir, next, blockchain. Jadi teman-teman mungkin ada yang demen banget ya sama apa namanya investing di kripto atau apa demen sama yang namanya blockchain technology seperti itu. Tapi mungkin di sini saya apa mau menjelaskan lebih lanjut bahwa blockchain sebenarnya next ini adalah sebuah backbone system seperti itu. Jadi ini tuh bukan tool untuk carbon accounting-nya, ini bukan tool untuk menghitung, ini bukan tool untuk measurement. Tapi ini seperti yang sempat dibilang oleh speaker sebelumnya, blockchain itu memake sure konsistensi, memake sure transparansi, memake sure tidak akan ada data yang di-tweak atau diedit atau untuk apa namanya memvalidate. Jangan sampai ada double counting di carbon accounting ini. Tapi dia itu bukan tool untuk meng-account carbon emissions-nya. Dia adalah teknologi yang memang meng-ensure transparansinya. Seperti itu. Jadi inilah yang apa namanya blockchain ini sebenarnya udah dipakai di mana aja. Nah, mungkin seperti yang Pak Edwin sudah jelaskan sebelumnya di IDX Carbon supaya tidak ada double counting. Mereka sudah memakai blockchain ya Pak Edwin ya. Lalu untuk yang kalian yang demen sama tokenization nih, sama kripto ini. Nah, saya mungkin baru tahu juga kemarin saya Google sendiri bahwa di blockchain ini oh ada dua nih token protokol sama Klimadao yang sebenarnya ini adalah tokenization of carbon credits yang sebenarnya juga menjadi financing untuk carbon credits, untuk carbon accounting seperti itu. Tapi memang bukan jadi carbon accounting tool-nya. Mereka adalah tool untuk financing dan tool untuk transparansi seperti itu. Next. Nah, jadi take away-nya dari presentasi saya adalah next. Technological advances itu sangat memungkinkan untuk carbon accounting menjadi lebih accurate sama efficient ya. Jadi memang apa namanya dengan adanya AI, dengan adanya automation, dengan adanya IoT dan sensors itu tuh bisa mengrevolutionize carbon accounting supaya lebih gampang, lebih low cost untuk corporations atau untuk negara seperti itu. Jadi mungkin call to action-nya nih sebenarnya adalah teman-teman bisa lebih mendalami lagi tentang climate, tentang teknologi, di mana kalau misalnya teman-teman itu apa namanya tertarik sama yang namanya ESG dan sustainability, jadi bisa juga apa belajar lebih tentang ini karena climate change ini ya seperti yang sempat dibilang sama Pak Seto ya dan Pak Dwi juga dan Pak Edwin juga tadi ya bahwa kita sudah melewati 2 degree Celsius, 1.5 degree Celsius ya. Jadi memang carbon accounting ini adalah hal yang sangat penting untuk dilakukan seperti itu teman-teman. Oke, thank you so much for listening.
Terima kasih banyak Bu Debbie. Kita lanjut pakai bahasa Indonesia aja kali ya, udah past 6 p.m. Mungkin English brain-nya udah turned off. Jadi oke, kayaknya tuh selain kita hari ini belajar banyak soal the technologies, tentang penerapannya dan semuanya, kayaknya teman-teman juga mungkin kalau mau nyari opsi karir nih atau nyari opsi pekerjaan lanjutan, mungkin kalian semua jurusannya accounting atau something yang related. Tapi kita bisa lihat di sini, kita semua tuh datang dari accounting background dan akhirnya kecemplung gitu di karbon, di sustainability, dan nggak harus juga kok di perusahaan sustainability. You can work at Microsoft and still do sustainability. You can do anything, tapi semuanya akan ada elemen sustainability-nya if you want. Jadi ini bisa jadi consideration juga ya buat teman-teman semua. Kalau misalnya pengen cari career in sustainability, it can be anything dan opsinya itu semakin endless dengan adanya boom dari carbon credits market di Indonesia ini. Sekarang kita lanjut ke sesi Q&A. Kita akan mengambil 2 pertanyaan dari teman-teman di floor. Untuk pertanyaan pertama dan kedua mungkin kita gabung aja kali ya. Oke, langsung aja ya, 1 pertanyaan dari Mbak yang di belakang yang pakai kerudung warna ungu. 1 lagi, boleh turunin dulu tangannya ya. Saya ambilnya dari section yang ini sama yang ini, oke? 1, 2, 3. Dari Mas yang ini. Mas yang di section paling ujung. Oke, silahkan panitia.
Okay, thank you for all the speakers and moderator. My name is Intan Permatasari. I would like to ask Mr. Edwin. You have mentioned before about the renewable energy, which is solar cell and hydropower. What I want to ask is this hydropower same with hydrogen fuel oil? And because I have read an article that the solar cell can be combined with this technology. And is it applicable in Indonesia or have you known some company that already use this kind of technology in terms of achieving net zero emission? Thank you.
Terima kasih banyak Mbak. Lanjut ke pertanyaan kedua dulu untuk save time. Teman-teman panitia di sini, di ujung kanan, depan. Kiri deng, kiri kalian.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nama saya Tufel Hafiz Albana. Saya mau nanya ke Pak Dwi ya. Jadi tadi kan sempat dimention tentang AI dan machine learning, IoT dan macam-macam. Saya pengen nge-highlight tentang AI. Selain banyak kegunaan dari AI, tapi seperti yang kita tahu AI kan memakan lebih banyak data. Dan contohnya satu search di ChatGPT itu mengeluarkan emisi karbon bisa sampai 10 kali lebih besar dari search yang di Google. Nah itu bagaimana komitmen Microsoft untuk terus mengembangkan AI, tapi gimana AI ini bisa lebih kurangi emisi karbon dalam pengembangan AI itu sendiri. Itu. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih pertanyaannya. Kita langsung over ke Pak Edwin dulu aja ya untuk pertanyaan pertama.
Oke, mungkin terima kasih atas pertanyaannya. Sebenarnya saya bukan orang yang tepat untuk menjawab pertanyaan itu. Jadi saya akan mengoper mic ini ke Bu Debbie, ya, saudara kembar saya di sini, untuk mungkin karena lebih expertise di bidangnya. But anyway, a little bit of background gitu ya tentang Bu Debbie. Banyak yang ngira mungkin Bu Debbie ini lulusan teknik lingkungan atau biologi. Enggak, she's a finance graduate from Australia. Jadi kalau dia bilang tadi ngaku nggak bisa bahasa Inggris itu bohong. Ya, dia dari Australia. Malas aja. Lagi malas ngomong bahasa Inggris gitu. Jadi udah atas jam 5 gitu, working hour-nya udah lewat gitu ya. Nah, jadi sekarang saya akan pass this mic through to Bu Dewi. Monggo Bu.
Wah, terima kasih ya Pak Erwin langsung memberikan pertanyaannya ke saya. Oke, mungkin saya izin menjawab pertanyaan yang pertama dulu ya, Mbak ya. Nah, kalau dibilang applicable apa tidak di Indonesia, saya bisa bilang applicable. Karena saya sendiri punya klien, dia itu adalah pabrik EV bikes di dekat-dekat Jakarta, di pinggiran Jakarta, di mana memang area itu
belum ada electricity grid dari PLN. Jadi dia itu pabriknya full solar panel dengan baterai. Seperti itu. Dan itu sudah 2 tahun beroperasi dan tidak ada masalah seperti itu. Jadi masih bisa applicable sekali. Cuma memang yang kurang applicable itu apabila memang areanya masih ada electricity grid dari PLN. Jadi memang harus ada diskusi dengan PLN untuk di mana renewable energy sources-nya itu dipasang ke connectivity-nya PLN seperti itu, dan ada restriksi sebesar cuma 30% ya dari installed power capacity-nya. Nah, jadi memang restriksi itulah yang menjadi assessment yang harus menjadi assessment apakah sebenarnya memakai solar panel atau renewable energy sources ini economy viable apa tidak, financially viable apa tidak. Tapi kalau misalnya areanya itu outside of PLN punya electricity grid, itu dengan free ya, bisa memasang source of energy sendiri seperti itu.
Terima kasih banyak. Jadi kita belajar banyak ya, kayak sorry kalau mau tepuk tangan dulu nggak apa-apa, silakan. Jadi buat teman-teman di sini yang masih punya semangat social activism yang tinggi, mungkin bisa take this into account juga ya, kayak oh mungkin kita bisa pakai renewable energy ini bukan cuma untuk pemenuhan kebutuhan pabrik besar atau bukan cuma buat pemenuhan kebutuhan carbon credits aja, tapi juga buat pemerataan ekonomi gitu loh, dengan kayak kita bisa masang grid di pulau-pulau terluar, kita bisa masang solar energy di pulau-pulau terluar yang mungkin gak connected ke gridnya PLN, sehingga kita bisa meningkatkan pembangunan juga di Indonesia dengan cara-cara yang kita bisa. Oke, next questionnya untuk Pak Dwi.
Baik, ya terima kasih. Jadi kalau terkait apa yang sudah Microsoft lakukan gitu ya. Jadi kalau kita bicara AI itu sebenarnya ada 2 hal ya. Pertama dari sisi infrastruktur, terus yang kedua dari AI sendiri gitu ya. Mungkin kalau saya bicara infrastruktur, tadi kan saya sudah ceritakan gitu ya, bahwa dari sisi kita komitmen untuk pertama nomor on-prem, everything going to cloud, that's first one. And the second one, dari sisi how we run our data center, itu juga totally different. Dan ini keep continually improve. Saya kasih contoh misalnya gitu ya, untuk data center operation kita di negara-negara Nordik gitu ya, itu pure cooled by wind. Jadi bahkan tidak ada AC aircon sama sekali gitu ya. Artinya kita mengeliminasi footprint dari penggunaan aircon untuk bisa kita cooling sistem kita gitu ya. Terus juga kayak contohnya lagi satu R&D yang dilakukan. Mungkin teman-teman kalau bayangannya data center komputer tuh masuk ke dalam harus pakai jaket itu dingin gitu ya. Data center Microsoft enggak. We are warm data center. Jadi suhu kita tuh 26-27 derajat. Jadi bisa dilihat. Karena kita juga, ya ini part of the research outcome gitu ya, bahwa di suhu seperti itu pun optimisasi untuk dari sisi prosesor dan komponen-komponen elektronik yang bisa berjalan itu tetap bisa optimize. Dan dari sisi inovasi, ini saya bilang at certain point tuh ada beberapa yang cukup ekstrim gitu ya. Ini ada salah satu eksperimen yang menurut saya cukup ekstrim itu. Jadi kalau bicara data center Microsoft itu modelnya container based. Jadi kontainer tuh udah satu set isinya server, database, storage segala macam yang model kontainer gitu ya. Itu di laut. Jadi dimasukin di laut. Jadi dicemplungin untuk dilihat karena kan dengan harapan dengan coolant dari laut itu bisa membantu untuk supaya tidak ada emisi yang ada gitu kan ya. Nah itu inovasi yang tetap berjalan untuk dilakukan. Hanya secara prinsip seperti yang saya sudah sampaikan gitu ya, kita sendiri gitu ya, company ngelihat bahwa dengan kita melakukan konsolidasi, kenapa konsolidasi? Saya pernah di user, saya cukup lama di user gitu ya, jadi saya tahu saya invest di on-prem data center quite heavily. Dan kalau kita bicara utilization, berapa banyak? 25%, 30%. Jadi I'm paying 100% for 25 and 30% usage. The question is why should I buy 100%? Karena kita bicara ada quarter closing. Kita bicara ada monthly closing. Jadi ada waktu-waktu di mana satu peak workload itu ya memang ada kebutuhan untuk itu gitu ya. Tapi for the rest of the year it becoming unutilized. Nah, salah satu benefit yang ditawarkan oleh cloud itu adalah elasticity. Jadi kemungkinan untuk bisa up down berdasarkan kebutuhan. Dan itu kenapa kemudian kita encourage customer kita gitu ya untuk moving to the cloud. It's not just for the benefit for them to be able to agile ya dengan ada cloud gitu ya. Tapi juga ya balik lagi, kita pengen do something in term of get rid of the footprint that they created by their infrastructure and on-prem gitu ya. Itu mungkin dari point of view pertama untuk infrastruktur. Point of view kedua tuh terkait masalah AI-nya sendiri gitu kan ya. Microsoft kita juga terus bekerja sama dengan semua pihak gitu kan ya. We have our own AI division, tapi balik lagi kita tahu di industri sendiri itu juga banyak AI yang lain, mungkin teman-teman tahu gitu ya, Open AI, mungkin yang recently cukup famous itu ada DeepSeek ya. Nah DeepSeek itu ada juga di kami, jadi Azure platform Microsoft itu agnostik, jadi mau teman-teman pakai AI platform apa aja, AI foundation model apa aja itu bisa. DeepSeek itu cukup promising, bahkan ya si Satya bilang itu ini akan ada game changer. Kenapa teman-teman? Jadi DeepSeek itu tidak cuma secara cost murah gitu ya. Jadi cost dari sisi berapa lama waktu mereka untuk mentrain. Nah ini kan sebenarnya korelasi antara lama untuk mentrain untuk mendapatkan output yang sama itu not necessarily the cost. Tapi resource yang diperlukan untuk get to the same amount of output that we want gitu ya. Jadi makanya kita terus bekerja sama sama pelaku-pelaku di industri ya, balik lagi ya, empowering them dengan our capability sehingga ya collectively kita bisa melakukan hal yang lebih baik lah. Mungkin itu jawabannya.
Oke, sudah cukup menjawab. Terima kasih banyak Pak Dwi. Oke, terima kasih banyak teman-teman semua atas attention-nya, atas pertanyaannya, atas semua partisipasi aktifnya. Boleh tepuk tangan dulu dong buat kita semua. Selanjutnya mic-nya akan saya kembalikan kepada MC. Kepada MC dipersilakan.
Thank you to Mr. Edwin Hartanto, Mr. Dwi Cahyonugroho, and Mrs. Debbie Renata for an insightful presentation and for answering the questions. We also thank Mrs. Sarah Suteja for guiding this session well.
We would like to invite Christopher Sutanto as the project officer of the 26th Indonesia Accounting Fair to give the placards and certificates to the speakers and moderator. This will be accompanied by a group photo. To Chris, we welcome you to the stage.
The first placard and certificate will be given to Mr. Edwin Hartanto as our first speaker for the second session of the seminar. Thank you, Mr. Edwin Hartanto.
The second placard and certificate will be given to Mr. Dwi Cahyonugroho as our second speaker for the second session of the seminar. Thank you, Mr. Dwi Cahyonugroho.
The third placard and certificate will be given to Mrs. Debbie Renata as our third speaker for the second session of the seminar. Thank you, Mrs. Debbie Renata.
The last placard and certificate will be given to Mrs. Sarah Suteja as our moderator for the second session of the seminar. Thank you, Mrs. Sarah Suteja.
Next, we will have a group photo with our speakers and moderator.
Lihat ke depan ya, senyum yang manis. Ya.
Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Edwin Hartanto, Mr. Dwi Cahyo Nugroho, Mrs. Devi Renata, and Mrs. Sarah Suteja for participating in our event. You may now leave the stage.
With this, the 26th Indonesia Accounting Fair International Seminar has come to an end. We would also like to thank our sponsors, Podia,
BNI,
PT Hokan Delta Pack Industri,
GNV Consulting,
KAP Cahyadi dan Tamara, Bayroy Tamara dan David Wijaya,
BPJS Ketenagakerjaan,
Getuk,
MyEdusolve,
Pika,
Tora Tools,
Itoen,
Deorex,
Onyx,
Avoskin,
Paragon Corp,
Coca-Cola,
Suara HT Jakarta,
BSM Entertainment,
Lampu Ijo,
BCA,
KAP Henry Ferdi dan rekan,
Iluni FEB UI,
Batavia, Malaka Trust Wuhungan Insurance,
IM3 Indosat,
Indonesia Stock Exchange,
and Wonderly, body lotion Indonesia pertama yang mendapatkan rekor muri dan cocok di semua jenis kulit. We would also like to thank our official media partner, Line Indonesia,
Metro TV,
Tempo.co,
Akurat.co,
Kompasiana,
Marketeers,
Gandeng Foundation,
Aksek UI,
Talent Growth,
Media Indonesia,
Ruang Seminar,
Rilio.net,
HIPMI UI,
Aktual.com,
Kata Data,
FM News,
Yang on Top,
Opal,
Majalah Stabilitas,
DDTC News,
Berita Satu,
and acara mahasiswa.
who have supported us in making this event possible. We would like to remind you that participants will only receive their e-certificate if they have filled out the attendance form for each session. Please fill out the form by scanning the QR code on your screen or check out the Zoom chat box instead.
Lastly, we would like to thank all the speakers and moderators who have given us insightful knowledge and showed us new perspectives.
Thank you to all the participants for attending our seminar. We sincerely apologize for any inconveniences or miswording throughout the event. We hope all of you found today's seminar enlightening and inspirational. To ease mobilization, we kindly request all the participants here in the auditorium to follow our fellow committee as they will guide you in exiting the venue. We will start from the first row of the bottom.
Once again, to ease mobilization, we kindly request all the participants here in the auditorium to follow our fellow committee as they will guide you all into exiting the venue.
And that is all from us. My name is Kevin.
And I'm Angelina.
Thank you, and see you on the 27th Indonesia Accounting Fair.
Ular! Ular! Ular!
Untung saya sudah daftar jaminan kecelakaan kerja.
Untung kita juga udah daftar.
Ayo daftar jaminan kecelakaan kerja dari BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. Iurannya 36.800 per bulan. Pasti aman, pasti cair, pasti tenang.
Ikut nggak?
Enggak, mau main sama cucu. Untung saya sudah daftar jaminan hari tua.
Untung tabungan hari tua aman, jadi bisa sering main sama cucu.
Ayo daftar jaminan hari tua dari BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. 36.800 per bulan. Pasti aman, pasti cair, pasti tenang.
Yuk daftar. Gimana kalau kita dibuatin bunga ini ya, Dek?
Janganlah Uni, anakku masih kecil.
Dek! 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 Untung udah daftar jaminan kematian. Anak bisa dapat beasiswa juga. Daftar BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. 36.800 per bulan. Pasti aman, pasti cair, pasti tenang.
Bang, beli bunganya bang.
Ini yang BCA percaya, tentang generasi yang selalu berambisi dan penuh percaya diri. Yang leadership-nya kuat dan problem solving yang tepat. Yang komunikatif dan strategi keuangannya efektif. Yang mudah jalin koneksi dan jago kasih solusi. Yang banyak ide inovasi dan semangatnya menginspirasi. Yang setia jadi andalan, tulus membantu saat dibutuhkan. Si, BCA percaya generasi ini. Generasi yang kadang dilihat sebelah mata, padahal full of potential. So, if you believe you are part of it, join BCA sekarang. Karena BCA, believe you can.
Paragon Corp, the largest and market leader of cosmetics industry in Indonesia with 13 proud brands. Together with more than 10,000 Paragonians, we have a mission to serve benevolently and grow sustainably with our creators' blessings. By the collaboration of Paragonian with local and global experts, we built the largest cosmetics research and innovation center in Southeast Asia. Our factory, we spread the goodness of our products to 43 distribution centers all over Indonesia and Malaysia. It's our responsibility to create equal access for education, health, women empowerment, and care for environment. Because we are enabling goodness beyond business.
Kesuksesan selalu berawal dari sebuah harapan. Harapan untuk menghidupi visi yang besar. Itulah kenapa kami ada. Tahun 1921, Hokan Holdings Limited memulai perjalanannya di Otaru, Hokkaido. Disinilah Hokkai Can Warehouse Co. Limited lahir dan berekspansi secara masif. 8 dekade kemudian, sekelompok insinyur dan ahli di Indonesia mendirikan PT Delta Pack Industri. Didukung kecanggihan teknologi Eropa, Delta Pack hadir menciptakan produk-produk berdaya saing tinggi. Tahun 2019 menjadi tahun bersejarah di mana Hokan Holdings Limited bergabung dengan PT Delta Pack Industri menjadi PT Hokan Delta Pack Industri. Berbekal pencapaian, kesuksesan, dan prestasi dari kedua belah pihak, Hokan Delta Pack berkembang menjadi produsen kemasan plastik makanan dan minuman yang dipercaya berbagai brand ternama di Indonesia. Itulah perjalanan yang membawa kami hingga saat ini. Hokan Delta Pack telah berevolusi menjadi perusahaan multinasional yang berkomitmen membawa nilai, dedikasi, dan aspirasi yang konsisten. Komitmen ini telah mendorong kami menjadi produsen kemasan plastik terpercaya, mitra terbaik bagi bisnis Anda. Lebih dari itu, seluruh pabrik dan fasilitas kami telah didukung teknologi modern, menjamin kualitas produk yang sempurna dan bebas kontaminasi. Kami bangga menjadi pelopor teknologi inovatif Structured Lightweight Products, struktur yang lebih ringan dan hemat biaya tanpa mengurangi kualitas. Kini, inovasi kami telah dianut menjadi standar industri nasional. Seiring dengan pertumbuhan sektor FMCG dan F&B yang pesat, produk kami dirancang dengan berbagai keunggulan yang menjawab kebutuhan masa kini. Tim peneliti dan pengembangan kami akan senantiasa memberikan solusi terbaik untuk Anda. Quality control adalah fokus kami dalam setiap proses produksi. Kami menggunakan pelet murni 100% tanpa bahan kimia tambahan, sehingga produk Hokan Delta Pack terjamin halal, aman, dan layak digunakan sehari-hari. Hokan Delta Pack percaya bahwa keberlanjutan sebuah mahakarya terletak di balik tangan penciptanya. Para pemimpin, pejuang, pencipta, ilmuwan, penemu, para visioner. Inilah misi kami, berinvestasi pada sumber daya manusia, memotivasi dan mendukung sepenuh hati. Kami memastikan setiap individu menjadi ahli dalam bidangnya. Semangat, kerja keras, dan ketekunan seluruh rekan stakeholder telah membawa Hokan Delta Pack kepada pengakuan dan penghargaan global. Hal tersebut membuktikan komitmen Hokan Delta Pack sebagai manufaktur thermoform dan PET packaging kelas dunia yang selalu dapat diandalkan. Kami berdedikasi untuk menjadi inovator terkemuka dalam industri manufaktur plastik di Indonesia maupun di seluruh dunia. Dan inilah kehormatan dan kebanggaan kami, bersinergi membangun ekonomi Indonesia bersama Anda. Hokan Delta Pack Industri, mitra kepercayaan Anda.
Punya target jadi akuntan atau auditor di big company? Atau bahkan bermimpi kerja di Big Four? Tapi setelah sadar harus bersaing dengan ribuan orang, rasanya mulai ragu ya. Apalagi masih sering nggak pede dengan skill sendiri dan belum punya bekal yang cukup selain IPK. Lalu gimana bisa stand out dari kandidat lain? MyEdusoft hadir sebagai perusahaan dengan misi besar untuk memberdayakan generasi muda agar siap menghadapi dunia kerja. Sebagai mahasiswa akuntansi, kamu bisa mengakses lebih dari 50 pilihan program sertifikasi internasional. Mau ikut sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam mengelola worksheet, memahami formula kompleks, dan otomasi dengan makros akan diuji. Mau ikut sertifikasi bookkeeping resmi dari Intuit? Bisa. Kemampuanmu dalam pembukuan keuangan akan diuji. Dengan sertifikasi, skillmu tervalidasi sesuai dengan standar industri dan menjadi pelengkap sempurna ijazah kamu. Nggak cuma itu, kamu juga bisa mengakses program Career Consultation, dapatkan bimbingan CV, interview, dan personal branding dari HR. Mulai langkahmu sekarang. Ikut sertifikasi internasional untuk raih karir profesional. Spesial di event ini, tersedia program gratis dan diskon sertifikasi Excel resmi dari Microsoft. Bersama MyEdusoft, get certified, be qualified.